Almighty God, we, the representatives of the citizens of the City of Brisbane, are assembled here to strive and care for the welfare of our city and all its people. Lord, we ask that you guide us in the decisions we make today. Amen. Brisbane City Council acknowledges this country and its traditional custodians. We acknowledge and respect the spiritual relationship between traditional custodians and this country, which has inspired language, songs, dances, law and dreaming stories over many thousands of years. We pay our respects to the elders, those who have passed into the dreaming, those here today, those of tomorrow. May we continue to peacefully walk together in gratitude, respect and kindness, in caring for this country and one another. Please be seated. I declare the meeting open. Are there any apologies? Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I advise that Councillor Sarah Hutton will be absent today, and I move that she be granted a leave of absence from the meeting.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Givney that Councillor Hutton be granted leave of absence from today's meeting. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Councillors, I draw your attention to the motion of appreciation in item 2 on the agenda. Lord Mayor, would you please move the motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that this Volunteer Week, Brisbane City Council extends its gratitude to all Brisbane's volunteers, supporting the thousands of community groups, sporting clubs and other organisations across the city which continue to make Brisbane even better.
Seconded.
It has been moved by the Lord Mayor, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. This Volunteer Week, Brisbane City Council extends its gratitude to all of Brisbane's volunteers, supporting the thousands of community groups, sports clubs and other organisations across the city who continue to make Brisbane even better. Lord Mayor, is there any debate?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, how many times have you been talking to someone, whether it's out in the community, a resident, or at a barbecue, where someone says to you, they should do this, or someone should do this, or that? It is a common source of discussion for all of us. A lot of people have great suggestions on what needs to be done and what should be changed, what problems there are, but there are a certain group of people in our community who don't just talk about it, they actually do something about it. And they're the people we're particularly acknowledging today, because community, which is such a complex thing, is fundamentally made up of the contribution of individuals and particularly volunteers. It's the things that enrich our community in so many different ways, whether it's responding to a need in the community through a charity, whether it is supporting a whole range of organisations that advocate for people, support people with a disability. We can all think of countless examples. Whether it is a sporting organisation, there are so many different organisations, whether it's a service club like Rotary or Lions or Zonta that do an incredible job for our community. All of these things, all of these goods that come are based on the work of volunteers. And so in our community, which is a strong community, we know how critical the role of volunteers is in keeping this city and its community going. Today's motion obviously coincides with National Volunteer Week, and it's just our small way of saying thank you to the people that we, in many cases, deal with on a regular basis. And as local councillors across every corner of the city, I know that a big part of bread and butter for a local councillor is dealing with volunteers and community groups. And it's a part of the job, I think, which is probably the most rewarding, because you do see the incredible dedication that is out there. And you also notice that chances are if someone volunteers for one thing, they volunteer for many things as well. It's very rarely just one thing that they do. They may contribute on the P&C, but they also may be in a service club. They may volunteer for a charity. And these people, big-hearted people, are the ones that we salute today. We know just for example, last week when we once again held the Homeless Connect event, that there were 270 volunteers that helped make that possible. And they added to what would have been a lesser event without their contribution. They added heart, they added their blood, sweat and tears because they cared. And I want to thank each and every volunteer that supported that event, because once again, it was a great success at a time of great need in our community, and that need only continues to grow. But one of the things that we have noticed over time is that time itself is a challenge for everyone in the community of all ages. And we live in a fast-moving world, and we live in a world where there's so many different demands on our time, and that makes it harder for volunteer organisations to get volunteers as well. Now, there's some interesting statistics that appeared in the State Volunteering in Queensland report 2024, which gives a snapshot of the sector. It did say that more than 64% of Queenslanders volunteered in 2023, which is 2.8 million people. But as I mentioned before, while many people volunteer for some things, there are a relatively small number of people that volunteer for a lot, and they often put in the lion's share. And these volunteers spend an average of 21 hours each month volunteering their time. And if that work was paid work, if they were paid for the volunteer effort that went in, the value of that would be $117.8 billion annually. Now, no level of government could absolutely afford that bill if it wasn't for our volunteers. Just think about the added contribution that that makes. If taxpayers all had to fund that bill, just imagine the impact that that would have. And so every hour of volunteer work that is being done is not only contributing a good to society, but it's saving government's money that can then be used on a range of essential services and projects as well. And that's an important thing to note. $117 billion annually just in Queensland alone. And while there were 2.8 million people who volunteered in some capacity last year, these numbers are down between 15 and 20% on just a few years ago. And so we've also seen this trend over time that because of people's time constraints and their busy lives and challenges that people have in their lives, that gradually over time, the number of volunteers and the time that they can put in is declining. And so it's absolutely important that we acknowledge the work that our volunteers have contributed to building a community and a strong community. It's absolutely appropriate that we thank them, and I know that each councillor in this chamber does that in their own way, in their own areas, and in the time that you spend with volunteers in your community. But also on behalf of the city, I think it's appropriate that we should thank them for that work as well. So on behalf of the City of Brisbane, I pass on my sincere thanks to the volunteers right across the city, whether they are formal or informal, whether it is 5 hours or 50 hours, whether it is a contribution big or small, it all makes a difference, and we are grateful for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further speakers. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on this motion today, thanking Brisbane's volunteers. And there's a few things that make me more proud, or us as councillors, I'm sure, more proud to represent our wards and Brisbane more generally than the incredible volunteers and volunteer organisations that we work with. The theme for National Volunteers Week in 2024 is something for everyone, recognising the diverse passions and talents everyone brings to the act of volunteering. There's so many ways people can get involved in volunteering, and we of course encourage and join the Lord Mayor in encouraging residents right across Brisbane to do so if they have any capacity, whether it's a day, an hour or a minute. Every contribution counts, and whether that's across amazing organisations that span arts and sports, health and social welfare, animals, the environment or something else. There's so many ways to make positive impacts across our communities everywhere in Brisbane. And people who do give up their time to volunteer are the most wonderful people I come across in this job. I do want to take the opportunity to acknowledge and congratulate some of the fantastic local volunteer organisations and volunteers in the Deagon ward. It would be exhaustive if I went through all, so I'm using some as an example here today because these are the groups and people that I've come across just in the last week in my job as the councillor for Deagon ward. Someone like Dennis Trenery, Dennis Trenery, Danny's brother, Dennis Trenery at the Brighton Roosters Rugby League Club, who puts hours and weeks and months and years into that community sporting club, not for money, of course, but for the love of that community he works in, taking that club and the opportunities that it gives to local kids to new heights. It's the exact same dedication and passion we see at other local clubs like Roxy and Andrew and Matt at the Zilmere Eagles have just unveiled their brand new change rooms, delivered with state government money, of course, and blood, sweat and tears from that committee over the last 5 or 6 years now, I think, of hard work. Or Jeff and his team at Aspley Little Athletics supporting the Olympians or just very keen runners of the future achieve their dreams and goals. To the volunteers at our senior organisations like Joy and Julie and the team at Sandgate, or Helen and Jenny at Zilmere Senior Sits. Their regular Wednesdays are sometimes the most fulfilling part of the week for attendees and keep them connected, healthy and happy. It's such an important service those volunteers provide. Our service organisations and community centres are run by dedicated staff, in many instances on a shoestring budget, but it's the volunteers who fill the gaps. They serve the meals, set up the rooms, answer the phones, provide a welcoming face to people entering a safe space in our community. And it's not surprising to know that the benefit of volunteering is not just felt by the wider community, but also the individual who does the volunteering. People find new support systems, have less depression and anxiety, and become more resilient in challenging situations. We've also seen the rate of volunteerism decline, unfortunately, in recent years. And that's posed a challenge for organisations and particularly service organisations who rely heavily on volunteers. As people are working more, facing greater financial and housing stress, they're less able to contribute, which has devastating effects both on the community and on the individuals that would love to volunteer otherwise and find that very fulfilling. And I do believe fundamentally there's more that Council can do to support community groups and organisations to engage, train and retain volunteers. Increasing funding for more community development coordinators, more grant funding for organisational development and less financial pressure on sporting and community clubs to raise tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars a year to maintain council-owned facilities would be a start. We find out today from the questions on notice that while we have just a couple, I think maybe 2 community development coordinators employed in council at the moment, there's 60 staff employed in communications roles, which tells you that there's a bit of a triumph of spin over substance occurring at the moment. We want to support our volunteer-run organisations and we want to move beyond simply saying thank you, even though that's important. We want to make sure we support and continue to support in new ways the work that these organisations do across Brisbane.
Further speakers? Councillor Parry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak in support of this motion of special appreciation also. And what a privilege it is, in the short time I've been a councillor in this place, to have met with and worked alongside hundreds of volunteers in my local community. Indeed, the past week alone, I've had the full volunteer experience. Firstly, at Homeless Connect on Thursday, where I was joined by yourself, Madam Chair, and my colleagues, Councillor Wolfe and Councillor Collier, along with dozens of council employees and council employees and others to support our community's most needy. It is here that I bumped into young Ethan, who's from the Lord Mayor's Youth Advisory Council and who's a student at Padua College in my patch, who was helping out with Visible Ink. I also met Marchant resident Daryl, who while he's not being my eyes and ears in the suburbs, has volunteered with Homeless Connect since 2006. Then it was P&F duty that night at the school disco, where under the leadership of Cara and Jackie, dozens of parents worked frantically to keep up with the super-duper demand so that kids could carve up the D floor and the P&F could raise much-needed funds for the school community. Saturday morning, where the mighty Kedron Lions superstars went head-to-head with Maine's Tigers, the 10 6-year-old boys and girls kicked off their weekends the right way, thanks to Coach Gav, Assistant Coach Matt and Team Manager Ange, who gave the kids confidence, direction and watermelon. In the afternoon, it was a disc golf tournament in 7th Brigade Park, where husband and wife team Wade and Sarah pulled off an excellent event together for their love of community, sport and driving female participation. And Saturday night, where the Growl Theatre's production of Arsenic and Lace brought down the house, thanks to the tireless efforts of Rhiannon and Jason, who wear all the hats for their love of the dramatic arts. The next morning, a group of 40 of us are armed with sickles and hessian bags along the banks of the Kedron Brook, under the leadership of Caroline and Tanya from the Gilbert Road Bush Care Group. Of course, I see Jason there again, because even a late night at the theatre can't keep a good volunteer down. There was also the Padua Open Day, where some lovely volunteers sold me a sausage and bread and a cupcake from the cake stall, saving me from an impending toddler meltdown and raising funds for the instrumental program. And then, that afternoon, my husband and his almost 40-year-old body ran onto the AFL field at Hickey Park for the Grange Gorillas, well supported by a coach, a team manager, and thankfully a first aid officer. All of them volunteers, all of them doing it for their love of their game, their love of the community. As the Lord Mayor said, it is true that volunteering numbers are down over the past decade. Time pressures, cost of living and COVID have no doubt contributed to that. However, raising awareness of the different ways people can volunteer will help improve those numbers. The theme of National Volunteer Week this year is something for everyone. And as you would have noticed, from bush care groups to disc golf to theatre, there is most definitely something for everyone. And so that is why saying thank you to our volunteers, highlighting what they do, and singing out for our unsung heroes is so important this week and every week. Our society simply wouldn't function without volunteers. And with that, I'd like to say thank you. Thank you to Rob Jamieson, who is not only on the North Brisbane Catchment Group, he also leads the Rainbow Lorikeet Bush Care Group and also volunteers at Parkrun every single weekend. To Richard and Debbie at the Lions and Derek at Rotary, thank you for everything. Thank you to Tony and Keto and the Gibson Park Committee who fight for their clubs and for local families to continue to play sport. To Joel and Rachel and the parents from Craigsley PNC and all the PNCs who give so much time and effort for their kids. Thank you to the inimitable Britt Bev and everyone from the Chermside District's Historical Society who helped preserve and celebrate the history of our community. To Peter Saxon, who is on the Kedron Wavell RSL subcommittee and heads up the Voyager Centre. His wife Joy, who's on the Chermside West Neighbourhood Watch with Loma, thank you. And indeed everyone who delivered such beautiful Anzac Day ceremonies in my ward. We had so many and they were so well attended, and that's thanks to the Kedron Wavell subcommittee. Peaky and Ken in particular. And finally, thank you to Jack Poole, a local legend who's back at the helm of Stafford Meals on Wheels, where he's been serving his community more than a meal for more than 3 decades. A man who lives and breathes service, a man we could all learn a lot from. And to everyone who willingly gives their time for the common good without financial gain, thank you and happy National Volunteers Week.
Hear, hear.
Further speakers. Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on this motion. Volunteering is an important part of enabling the continuation and support of community groups, sporting clubs and other organisations, and the delivery of mutual aid across the city. In truth, volunteering provides substantial benefits to our city and society, but it is also one of these amazing acts that provides significant benefits to volunteers themselves. And it continues to be important that the personal benefits of volunteering are recognised and fostered, especially as we see volunteer numbers drop across our city. Across Brisbane City Council and across Brisbane, I want to recognise the volunteer work of people at the environmental centres, at Homeless Connect, Brisbane Youth Week, Botanical Gardens, Habitat Brisbane, community composting hubs, creek catchment programs, and of course the Brisbane Greeters. Across the city, Greens thank and recognise those who volunteer at school PNCs, guardianing groups, events, community building or otherwise, festivals, sporting clubs, aged care conservation groups, community groups, and those that activate during disasters and beyond. I want to also take a moment to recognise the volunteer work of activists who organise, attend and activate for change. I'll also take this chance to thank people within the Gabon ward. I want to thank Volleys for the free and accessible festivals in the ward. Karilpa, Derby, Laura Street Festival, Maganjan Reggae Festival, and of course, NAIDOC Family Fun Day. I want to thank and recognise those who volunteer in mutual aid from the grassroots, including but not limited to Northwest Community Organisation, Anti-Poverty Network, and Community Defence League, aka Cuddle. I'd like to finish with a couple recent experiences. Just in a couple of weeks, I had the pleasure of meeting Jane, the CEO, and Lisi from Rosie's, Queensland, at their Murray head office. Connecting to them about their work across Brisbane and the state was incredible. Their work of connection and friendship often is intangible, but crucial when isolation is at its highest. And so when so many need gentleness of friendship to get through tough times. Rosie's has about 2,200 outreach activities across Queensland per month. And this is made possible with the 1,500 passionate and dedicated volunteers who spend a few hours each month creating meaningful connections, sharing friendships with individuals who are homeless, at risk of homelessness, socially isolated or lonely. This is incredible. Just this week past, from Wednesday to Sunday, the Musgrave Park Rough Sleepers Hub was open. I take a moment to thank this council's Community and Arts branch for supporting this hub, but also I want to take the time to thank Feeding 4101 volunteer Rhiannon Ellis, who has been working tirelessly for weeks to ensure the delivery of this hub. This hub facilitated respite, meals, hot drinks, information and referral, advocacy and support, and opportunities across services for rough sleepers and those temporary housed, across services like the Department of Housing, Micah Projects, Centrelink, Murray Watch, Basic Rights Queensland, and Drug Arm, and more. Working with Rhiannon during the weeks leading up to the hub opening and volunteering my time with about 23 other volunteers to deliver this hub was terrific. I thank Rhiannon and each and every one of the volunteers who serviced well over 100 rough sleepers or those temporary housed. I also want to acknowledge this dedication. Since after 5 days of volunteering, Rhiannon and also another volunteer, Dione, spent yesterday packing up the hub, delivering clean clothes to other places that might use the service, delivering foods to community pantries, and ended up at my office at 9 p.m. Last night we shared a pizza and some garlic bread, and I think it was well worth it for their incredible efforts. I want to finish on one last story about volunteering. And to me, this is a really special one. I want to thank Crystal, who volunteered this weekend at the Rough Sleepers Hut. I met Crystal about 5-6 months ago. At the time, she had been sleeping rough and had been homeless for about 8 years. With the support of Rhiannon and a little support from myself, Crystal was finally housed earlier this year. Since finding housing stability, Crystal has been volunteering with grassroots groups, as she did this weekend, to deliver support to rough sleepers. She is driven by the need to support and help her community. Thank you, Crystal. There are many, many others to thank, and the Greens share our appreciation and thanks to every single volunteer. Our wards, our city is better because you volunteer, and we should work tirelessly not only in our wards, but within this council to support, recognise, and create means to increasing volunteers and support organisations that need volunteers. Thank you, Chair.
Further speakers, Councillor Wolfe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak in support of the Lord Mayor's motion of appreciation as well. It is with a deep sense of gratitude to this week be celebrating National Volunteering Week. I wanted to draw our attention to the special significance it plays in our community and to take a moment to acknowledge and appreciate the invaluable contributions of volunteers make, not just to the Walter Taylor Ward, but to the wider Brisbane community as a whole. Dear to my heart is the act of giving. Giving to others and volunteering knows no bounds. It transcends age, background and profession, uniting us in a common purpose of service and generosity. As we come together today in Chamber, I'd like to take a moment to share some of the inspiring experiences that I've had over the past week attending various community events and celebrating our wonderful volunteers. One particular event that stands out was the National Volunteer Day celebrations at Mount Cootha Botanical Gardens yesterday, where I had the honour of thanking our Brisbane City Council volunteers. The event served as a reminder of the remarkable contribution our volunteers make to Brisbane Botanic Gardens at Mount Cootha, the City Botanic Gardens and the Sherwood Arboretum. Thank you to Marilyn Williams, Volunteer Programs Coordinator, Brisbane Botanic Gardens and Public Space Operations. These volunteers' unwavering dedication and enthusiasm truly enrich our community and make our beautiful Brisbane city a more vibrant and welcoming place for all to visit to enjoy our flora and fauna. Last week, I had the pleasure of witnessing the volunteers of Thread Together at St Andrew's Anglican Church in Indooroopilly. This organisation partners with charities and social service agencies to clothe individuals, families and communities in need. They provide hope to those facing tough times. Again, the volunteers are truly heartwarming and reaffirm the profound impact that acts of kindness have for those in need. I also had the opportunity to join a group of older volunteers, aptly called the Square Knitters. They gather weekly at Taringa Parkside of AO, where they knit blankets for the Red Cross and the Salvation Army. Their dedication to providing warmth and comfort to those experiencing hardship is a testament to the powerfulness of community and also solidarity. Furthermore, I was delighted to attend the Queensland University Alumni Book Fair, St Lucia campus, where hundreds of alumni friends volunteers came together to set up an impressive 110,000 books. Through the success of this event, they raised an astounding $226,460, and this is a testament to the unwavering commitment of the volunteers, with all funds raised going to scholarships and critical research at UQ. Last Thursday, I had the delight of personally volunteering and joining you, Madam Chair, Councillor Parry and Councillor Collier at the Homeless Connect event, where again hundreds of volunteers came together to provide essential services and support to those experiencing homelessness. The compassion and dedication displayed by all involved underscored the importance of community solidarity in addressing pressing social issues and ensuring that no one is left behind in this city. Lastly, on Saturday, the Walter Taylor Ward community celebrated together the National Community Language School Day at Indooroopilly State High School, organised by the volunteers from the Ethnic Schools Association of Queensland. This community of volunteers, from young children to teenagers and adults, came together to celebrate culture, diversity and language. It was an absolute privilege to witness firsthand the incredible dedication and selflessness of the individuals who devote their time and energy to make our community stronger and more vibrant. Sincere thanks to Irene Balden, Raphael Alum and Tamay Kovacs from ESAQ. In conclusion, as we celebrate National Volunteering Week and reflect on the countless acts of kindness and generosity that define our Brisbane community, let us remember that it is through our collective efforts that we can create more compassion and be an inclusive society for all. Thank you to each and every volunteer for your unwavering commitment to making a difference. And may we continue to work together to build a brighter future for generations to come in Brisbane. Thank you.
Further speakers, Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on the motion of appreciation for our wonderful volunteers. And I came across a posting that there was Volunteers Week some days ago, and I was going to speak about this in GB, and I thank the administration for bringing this up as an appreciation so that we all get a chance to speak on it. Volunteering for me, it kicked off in 1993 when someone that I had known for many years came along and said, listen, I just had a change of work environment, if I can put it that way. And he says, you got some extra time on your hands, why don't you join my Lions Club? And I said, what's that about? And he told me, and I thought, well, that sounds a bit of fun, because they socialize as well as do a lot of hard work. So Forest Lake Lions Club, of course, is celebrating their 30th anniversary. this year, and looking forward to that event. But like as the Lord Mayor says, a lot of people, as I found as well, in these volunteer roles, volunteer for many organizations, not just one. I've known some of them to be up to 6 different organizations, believe it or not, all taking a executive role. Now they're mostly retired people, but not all. It's really a testament to the community, to the citizenship of citizenry, and of Australians that really. I'm sure we're not alone in the world as far as our volunteer nature, but I'd say we were probably towards the top of the list. Now, one thing we've done since 2003, or the state member has done since 2003, is hold a Queensland Day Award, starting with Henry Palaszczuk, and then Anastasia Palaszczuk, and now Margie Nightingale. Now, the Queensland Day Awards are just the local ones, right, that we hold every year, and we've accumulated, because I've been to virtually every one of those, of course, because I work for both members. And then as councillor, we're able to contribute as well. And we've been able to gong probably 200 or 300 over that time. It's about 20 odd. And then we also incorporate also the leaders of the schools as well into the Queensland Day Awards. So these are awards that people have to be nominated by another. Nominations close this week on Wednesday. They were opened up a week or so ago, and it's amazing how many volunteers there are actually out there. So, anyways, they close off, and then we'll have it. We'll hold the ceremony on the Saturday after the 6th of June. As I say, my own volunteerism started with Lions Club, but you know what you get to know when you join one organization is that the blinders come off and you just see all those other ones that are out there doing some terrific work as well. The Rotary Club of Forest Lake, it's going to be celebrating their 30th coming up very shortly as well. But of course, the seniors groups, which is an integral part of any awards, because the seniors are the ones that do have a bit of time to volunteer. But so the seniors groups, of course, have to be run, and so there is also in every ward there is a core of probably a dozen or 2 dozen people that are actually always putting their hand up to take on an executive role in these clubs and organizations, and there's always that small core of people, because being secretary or president or treasurer isn't for everyone. They just want to do volunteer work other than being on the executive. So it's challenging at times, as we all know, to find people that will undertake those roles. Now, currently at the moment, our history group, the Richlands and Nulla History Group and Suburbs History Group, they're looking at actually, because they can't actually regenerate and find people that will want to take on those executive roles, looks like they're going to have to close up in October of this year. Now, this is a group that has done amazing work since 1993, publishing at least a dozen publications on the history of the just not Anala, but at Durack and Wacol and Dara, and a lot of the suburbs, along with some of the community groups and organizations as well that they've been tasked to do as well. Now that all came about because in 1993, I believe this is what they're telling me, that Jim Sorley, the Sorley administration, put a challenge out through all the libraries to try to establish some more history groups. There obviously was some that existed at the time, but there wasn't enough. And he thought that the history of the city was going to be lost if we didn't actually have history groups out there to record, especially out in the suburbs, what was transpiring out there. And so the take-up, I believe, was quite good. But of course, that was 30 years ago. And of course, maybe we need to revisit that. Maybe the Lord Mayor needs to revisit that, especially when the anniversary of the City of Brisbane is happening next year as well, 100 years anniversary. Maybe that would be a great project to try to regenerate some of those history groups that have fallen by the wayside and establish a few more as well. So I think, as I say, we can all get up and speak about our volunteers, and they are the glue that keeps our wards together, whether it be school volunteers, whether it be service clubs volunteers, or any of the other ones. If we didn't actually have them, I don't think our functioning society would not be as cohesive as it is. And I just want to take my hat off to all those volunteers. Thank you, Chair.
Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak on the motion of appreciation for volunteers in Brisbane as part of 2024 Volunteer Week. I'm acutely aware that volunteers are a critical part of our community. Government fails to deliver so often on what is important about building a strong, creative, vibrant and resilient community. Government might be able to provide a little bit of money every now and then, but not much. Government makes laws which it may or may not enforce. But the reason that we live in a fantastic city, and I have a great ward and great neighbourhoods, is because we have a community full of dedicated and passionate people who want to contribute to our life as a city, as a community. Tennyson Ward has an extraordinary range of volunteers. We are a very diverse ward, and we are, I think, a very active place, because many of the suburbs in Tennyson Ward are very old suburbs, 150, 160 years old. Many of the organisations and community organisations that I represent are more than 100 years old. Our schools are 155 years old. Our croquet club's 105 years old. Someone's turning 50 next week and I'm like, oh, that's nice. It is. But we are a very established part of the city, and it is reflected in the way that Tennyson Ward goes about its life, that there are so many volunteers that help make things work. Now, I don't want to single anybody out here today as others have. There are too many, and I will leave someone out, and I don't want to do that. If there's 16 schools and 15 kindies, I couldn't just name one. Yeah, it won't work. But what I will say is every single person who volunteers in my community, whether they are in their 90s, and we have active community volunteers in their 90s in my area at Meals on Wheels, through to very young people who volunteer through their school or their sporting club, they are all extraordinary. They are all amazing. Every single time someone even spends a couple of hours volunteering, whether it's once a year planting some trees or pulling some weeds out or manning the stall at the school fete, every single time someone does even a couple of hours, it contributes to how fantastic our city and our community is. I know that there are so many people in my ward that I see every weekend because they are volunteering every weekend, and I know we all have people like this. But we cannot afford to sit back and take them for granted. And this is unfortunately what council does in many cases. And this is a great opportunity to call out how we can more fully support these volunteers who are doing this incredible work in our community, that we all acknowledge, respect, admire and support in our own way through our everyday work as the local councillor. But council can do more in this space. Yes. They can and should do more. It shouldn't be down to a croquet club to organise a major rebuild of their structure that is falling over, and to have to seek a grant and to do all of that work, which is what the Graceville Croquet Club had to do. Council didn't offer to fix their 104-year-old building, which is on council leased land. Council said, no, you get a grant, and you did it. The club volunteers had to take on a major building project, resourcing it, doing the grants, getting the money, engaging the contractors, oversighting the building works, acquitting the grant, all of this. This is what Brisbane City Council makes community organisations do. It is not reasonable. There needs to be more support for community groups so that they can concentrate on delivering the services and the activities and events that are where their bread and butter is. Their bread and butter is not rebuilding the Croquet Club Hall. No. That's what councils should be doing. Their bread and butter is providing sport and recreation for older people so they can continue to actively participate in life. Be healthy, fit, enjoy community, enjoy fellowship, and not sit at home being lonely or unwell or isolated. But instead, this is what they're doing. They've become major building contractors because council doesn't properly resource this part of the city. Or our bush care groups who've got to struggle to get some mulch or some water or some trees. It's extraordinary what people say to me that they have so much trouble getting. Or groups that, a little kindy's having their 75th anniversary at Yeronga. Council's told them they need like 24 toilets. I mean, it's insane what this council does. They have forgotten that they're not here to make it harder for the community. They are here to make it support the community, do more for the community, resource the community, because as the Lord Mayor has noted, $1.17 billion otherwise government would have to find the money to do, or would just not get done. Would not get done. These volunteers are like the little engine that could in our community. They are passionate, they are dedicated, but even they get worn out, even they get disillusioned. Now, this is not just a council problem. The state and the federal government have a huge role to play in this space as well. So yes, it's a good thing that the Lord Mayor has brought this motion forward of appreciation for Volunteer Week. But what the Lord Mayor should have done is talk about how he was going to help more properly resource these volunteers and their community groups so they can deliver the essential services that are needed. And I'm sure he'll stand up when he wraps up in a minute and say, I don't know what I'm talking about, or we provide plenty of resources for community groups. Council provides some. Some groups in my community get nothing. It is not good enough that some groups are favoured and others are neglected. It is not good enough when groups come to me and say, well, we can't get any mulch for our bush care group and I've got to go and nag somebody at council to get some mulch for the bush care group. It should not happen. We've got buildings that basically, the Lord Mayor gave the Carrington Boat Club $39,000 to put a new roof on the boat club. That's literally all they've done. There's still gaps around the place. It didn't improve the facility, it didn't make it any better. They literally patched the walls back up that were broken and whacked a new roof on the top. How do we reckon that's going to go next time? Is there any thought? I still have volunteers from the last major landslip at Ken Fletcher Park, where the Brisbane Canoeing Association used to have the association's headquarters when the major landslip happened into the Brisbane River 10 years ago. 10 years ago today. 10 years ago Easter, I think. 14. It'll be 10 years ago this year. 10 years ago, that building that council had given them fell into the Brisbane River along with half the Ken Fletcher Park, and they moved back into a container in the Graceful Riverside Parklands near the Sea Scouts a decade ago. Council promised to find them an alternate place to carry out canoeing activities. A decade later this year, they are still there. No home, nowhere to go, no water. They're in freezing cold containers that are just sitting in the park. I doubt anyone, because probably the same people at council still aren't even there. We're waiting. Not 5 years ago, council did a master plan for the Graceful Riverside Parklands, which would support these community groups. Not a single cent's been spent. So volunteers are the lifeblood of this community. They are essential to this community. I support them every single day in what I do. I am only here by the grace of volunteers in my community. I know how important they are. I work with them every day. I am in awe of what they do. And it is just so important that this council and all levels of government resource them properly, make it easier for them so they can concentrate on the critical services, activities and events that they deliver to make our community better.
Further speakers? Lord Mayor, right of reply. Thank you. We'll now put the motion of appreciation. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Confirmation of minutes, please.
Chair, I move that the minutes of the 4,733rd meeting held on Tuesday the 14th of May 2024 be received, taken as read and confirmed.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Givney that the minutes of the 4,734th meeting of Council held on the 14th of May 2024 be received, taken as read and confirmed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. I would like to call on Mrs Carol Galashay and Ms Kelly Howard, who will address the chamber on the high-rise development application at 7 Light Street, Fortitude Valley. Please proceed, Ms Galashay and Ms Howard. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Lord Mayor and councillors, thank you for allowing us this time to address you this morning. My name is Kelly Howard. This is one of my neighbours, Carol Galashay, and we want to speak to you about a development proposal that's currently before your council at 33 Hines Street, Fortitude Valley. Carol and I reside in an area described in the Fortitude Valley neighbourhood plan as the Light Street Hill Precinct. This precinct comprises about 6 narrow streets that lies between the Audi dealership on Wickham Street, east of the railway line and north of Brook Street. There are about 150 houses, a few small businesses, and housing is characterised by 1 to 3-storey dwellings dating back to the earliest 20th century and also some modern homes. Our neighbourhood is colourful and mixed. We have public and private housing, a mix of renters and owner-occupiers. The proposal we are here to address neighbours my property directly on Hines Street and proposes 23 residents comprising of 8 townhouses and a 16-storey tower. It also sits opposite a block of social housing apartments. So we address you today not to object to the entire proposal, but to speak on behalf of the 76 emitters opposed to this 16-storey component, which sits nearly at the top of Light Street. We've also left a copy of the developer's elevation drawing. You know better than us that neighbourhood plans are very important to local communities as they're developed in good faith and cooperation with council. And these plans provide certainty for property owners as what is permissible and what's not. Local communities have a rightful expectation that council will uphold the provisions and requirements of these plans. We welcome progress and development. In fact, we both live in modern houses, but what we object to is a 16-storey tower that does not comply with the local plan, will tower over neighbouring houses, block sun, block light and deny privacy to many.
In response to the developer's proposal, Council's senior urban planner, by way of an information request, rejected the height of the building. Her response to the developer's application in November 23 stated, and I quote, "The proposed 16-storey tower is not commensurate with the immediate surrounds, given the adjoining site and nearby sites have limited building height potential. excuse me, to demonstrate compliance with the Fortitude Valley Neighbourhood Plan and the Centre or Mixed Use Code, submit A, amended plans showing a reduced number of stories and overall height for the multiple dwelling, plus B, C, D and other requests. Despite Council's request to reduce the number of stories and height of the tower to comply with the local plan, the developer completely ignored this request and resubmitted his application in March this year. We are in total agreement with the opinion of your assessment team and submit to you that a 16-storey tower is completely inconsistent with the neighbourhood plan and in no way appropriate to the character of the neighbourhood. To approve such a building height would abandon the faith that our community has placed in our neighbourhood plan and our council. We are restricted in what we can do in our homes. However, this developer seems to think he does not have to comply at all. We understand there's a housing crisis and are not opposed to development. In fact, we like the proposed townhouses in the existing application. The 16-storey development, however, is comprised of one apartment per floor, each a high-end individual penthouse that we understand will sell for around $3 million. The housing crisis affects people who are in low and middle incomes. These apartments are high-end, aimed at a wealthier demographic, and in no way or form will ever assist the present housing affordability. There are other matters that were raised by, we had 76 submissions, and there were other highlights about parking, traffic, pedestrian safety, etc. in an already dangerous local traffic network. We simply, we just want to point that out, but we're confident that your officers will address those issues separately.
So in summary, we don't oppose the entire development, and we understand good planning is about getting good outcomes for local communities, but we don't see this development will provide any benefit at all to the existing neighbourhood. And we think it would be a sad day if council acquiesces to a disrespectful proposal by someone who doesn't respect the need to adhere to council codes or planning. I mean, our houses were both constructed to be fully compliant with council's planning, which requires us to be under 9.5 metres. As a note of irony, you might like to know that this same developer opposed an application for number 5 Light Street.
Thank you, ladies. Your time has expired. Ms Galashay and Ms Howard, Councillor Allen, our Civic Chair for Development, would like to respond now.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mrs Galashay and Ms Howard, for coming in today. You're clearly very knowledgeable and passionate about the area in which you live, and certainly that pocket of Fortitude Valley does certainly have some background in terms of character. The area around Fortitude Valley, Newstead, Tenerife and Bowen Hills is probably some of the most sought after and desirable sites to live in Brisbane. It's certainly one of those areas that has great public transport and great amenity. And so from a city perspective, we acknowledge that we are a rapidly growing city, and recently we released a number of strategies looked at unlocking opportunities for housing around the city. And much of the supply that we're looking to provide in Brisbane to support this growing population is around inner city locations that are sort of well serviced by transport and have good amenity. So turning to Light Street and Hind Street in particular, this development's on a corner, so I might interchange between Light Street and Hind Street, but we know the site. This particular application is still before Council's independent planning officers, and so it is still in that decision phase. A decision has not been made on it. For those reasons in particular, I can't opine on what the outcome might be, but nonetheless, what I want to do is provide some context as to the environment in which the council officers operate. So, Council's Development Services team will assess the application referencing the Brisbane City Plan and also under the umbrella of the State Planning Act. Now, it's worth bearing in mind that the State Planning Act provides for a performance-based planning scheme, which in essence means the scheme needs to be flexible and that the officers need to assess applications that might be different from what the neighbourhood plan might envisage. That's part of the framework in which they operate, and they can look at applications that are different to the neighbourhood plan, provided that it meets city plan requirements. So that's an existing framework under which they operate and which they'll have to operate under in this particular case. So Council is obliged to assess the applications. They do need to come in. They need to go through an assessment process. They can't be refused point blank. They need to go through that process. So the assessment team in Council are extremely knowledgeable. They have very experienced town planners, architects, engineers and quite a long list of experts within house who look at these particular applications. Submitters' submissions, such as the ones you've made, also feature in the consideration that the officers go through. So there are a wide range of experts, submitters and stakeholders who feed into the assessment process. Now, over coming weeks, Council officers will make a decision on this particular application. The rationale or the reasons for their decisions will be outlined on Council's website in something called a notice about the decision. In that particular document, they outline...
Point of order.
Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. Madam Chair, I seek leave to suspend standing orders in order to move an urgency motion calling on Council to bring the proposed development application at 7 Light Street, Fortitude Valley, to full Council for decision at the appropriate time.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Johnston to suspend standing orders and seconded by Councillor Massey. Yep. All those in favour...
You-hoo.
Councillor Johnston, as it is a motion that you're moving, you do have some time to establish why it couldn't be put forward yesterday by 1 p.m. So just to establish why you couldn't do it.
Yes, I've moved this urgency motion today because on the agenda before us today, which we got moments before we got here, there are 2 public speakers, Ms Carol Galashay and Ms Kelly Howard, who've outlined a number of significant concerns with the proposed development at 7 Light Street, Fortitude Valley. Now, we all know in this place...
Thank you, Councillor. You've established why you couldn't put it on.
No, I have not. I'm sorry, I'm speaking and I've got 3 minutes.
Councillor Johnston, it's when you are suspending standing orders, as you know, it is to establish why you couldn't get on by 1 p.m.
And I am still speaking. I have not finished speaking. And I would appreciate the
Councillor Johnston.
exercise my right
Councillor Johnston,
local law to speak.
when the chair is speaking...
3 minutes to do so and I would appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Councillor Johnston. Division 10, 51(1). When the chair speaks during the progress of debate, any councillor then speaking or offering to speak shall immediately be seated. I was speaking and you are not to speak over the top of me. I have accepted that you couldn't get it on by 1 p.m. yesterday, and that is what you are establishing. It is not for debate.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Collier.
Just seeking your clarification, under what part of the meetings local law or standing orders does it say that you can dictate how long it takes for urgency to be established? Because I was of the understanding that it's up to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Councillor Collier. All the councillor has to do to propose to suspend standing rules by way of motion is to establish to the satisfaction of the council appropriate reasons for not meeting those requirements of having it on by 1 p.m. There is not a set time to speak. There is a limited time to speak. And I've accepted it,
hang
so
on.
we can move to that.
I'm sorry, can you please, point of order, can you please explain, Madam Chairman, where it says in the meetings local law that you accept what is urgent? Yeah, and you decide how long it is. Can you please tell us which meetings local law you are referring to?
I'm referring to Councillor Johnston that this is not when you debate. This is when you...
I'm not. I'm
Councillor
establishing
Johnston,
why
please
the
be
meetings
seated.
I've asked
Point of
you
order,
a question,
Councillor
Madam
Lyons.
Chairman, about why you are restricting me from speaking about the urgency to establish this as an item on...
Councillor Johnston.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Lyons.
I'm seeking a ruling. We've got guests in the chamber, and I think it's inappropriate to have this tete-a-tete in front of them. Can I either ask that Councillor Allen conclude his remarks and we allow our guests to leave, or we allow them an opportunity to leave before this travels down the normal path that Councillor Johnston takes it down?
Councillor Johnston.
Now, point of order, Madam Chair.
Councillor Johnston, what's your point of order?
Yes, I've asked you to tell me where it says in the meetings local law that you can decide, you personally can decide what is acceptable, because as far as I understand, that is a motion that goes to the full council meeting, and I have up to 3 minutes to establish urgency. I said one sentence, which was about 30 seconds. I have more to say, because the main reason I stood up was because Adam Allen is giving poor information.
Thank you, Councillor
to these
Johnston.
residents.
One moment, please. I'm speaking, so no councillor should be speaking. I'll read it out to you. The procedure for dealing with business must be in accordance with the standing rules, or, in the absence of standing rule governing a particular matter, as decided by the chair.
Point of order, Madam Chair. There is a standing rule on this.
Point
so
of
you
order,
cannot
Councillor
exercise
Johnston.
some
I had not
unknown
asked you
jurisdiction.
for your point of order.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Madam Chairman, there is a very clear rule about how the meetings local law is suspended to allow urgency motions. You must follow that rule as you have just outlined. So can you again please point to me why you are not following the meetings local law rule about this, and you are personally deciding, as you have just done,
Thank you, Councillor Johnston.
What is urgent?
What I am doing is listening to your reason for wanting to... Excuse me.
You wouldn't let me give
Councillor
any.
Johnston. You established why you couldn't have it on yesterday, and once that is carried, debate can then be taken.
And you know
so
it's going
I
to be
will now
carried.
move to the debate.
Hang on a minute.
Point of order, Chair.
Sorry, to the suspension.
Point of order, Chair.
To the vote.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
I'm just seeking some clarification about this now, please. On your previous ruling, where you read the rule, which said it was up to council to determine whether Councillor Johnston or any councillor had established a reason to suspend standing orders.
Thank you, Councillor
but you were
Cassidy, which we're
deciding
going
as
to
the
vote
chair.
on now. Okay?
No, I think you need to...
I do not have to debate with you all about this. We were, as I was trying to do, was to take why Councillor Johnston couldn't have that on yesterday, and I accept it. That's what we've accepted, so we can vote on that, as we do have guests in the chamber.
Point of order. Point of order.
Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, sorry. My question is, is it for you as the chair to determine whether a councillor has established that, or the council? That's my question.
Yes, I've determined
and
that.
so it's, you
the
believe
reason.
it's up to the chair to determine,
Yes.
not the council?
Thank you.
I think that's wrong.
Point of order.
Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For my 21 years in the chamber, it has always been that people have been given 3 minutes to make their case. It isn't determined by the chairperson, and then there's a vote in the chamber. So that's been how it's been done for the last 21 years.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So once it has been established, then we can move to that debate. Councillor,
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Deputy Mayor.
I know that Councillor Griffiths has been here longer than anybody, but he may have missed the changes to the meeting local orders just recently. This is not an urgency motion. There is no such thing as an urgency motion. It's a move to suspend standing orders. We've been told because, and we agree, it couldn't be put on yesterday because the ladies are with us now, and we move to the vote. Thank you.
And I'll now put that to the vote.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Madam Chairman, just to be clear for the record, I have not been allowed to explain my reasons or engage in my rights to speak to this motion under the local law. You are directing me to stop speaking contrary to the meeting's local law, and I have more and clearer reasons to provide to the chamber who makes the decision about whether this motion can proceed. So I say to you, Madam Chairman, I dissent in your ruling.
Seconded.
Councillor Johnston has moved dissent in my ruling and seconded by Councillor Massey. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division.
It has been moved by a division has been called by Councillor Massey and seconded by Councillor Johnston. Councillors ayes to my right and noes to my left. Yeah. Ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 18 against.
The motion is lost. Back to your motion to suspend standing orders, Councillor Johnston. Just to be clear, it's not that you will get up and just speak for 3 minutes on this, but I will give you the opportunity to repeat, which I already heard, the reason why you couldn't have it on yesterday. So please do that, but I do ask you not to debate. Councillor Johnston, I was very clear that it wasn't for debate. That was not time to start the debate. It was to establish why you couldn't have it on yesterday. Councillor Johnston, I am speaking.
Yeah, I know, but why I don't know, because I can move my motion.
Councillor Johnston, you may do it and establish why you couldn't have it on yesterday, but do not debate. No, you don't need to move it again, just
yes,
establish.
I do have to move the motion because I suspended standing orders. Now I have to move the motion.
Yeah. What I'm talking about is your suspension of standing orders. That's where we're at. And as I said, I'm giving you the opportunity.
Oh.
That's what I'm talking about. We've just done, yeah. If you wanted to repeat why you... Yeah. Okay.
I'm sorry, are you now saying that I can speak
Councillor
on why suspend...
What we are at as to why you couldn't have it on the... No, that's right. And as I said to you,
your behaviour
and I'm saying
is
to everybody...
Unacceptable. Unacceptable.
No, Councillor Johnston, I'm giving you the opportunity...
This is wrong.
Point of order, Chair.
Councillor Massey.
I'd just like a ruling on the fact that you stated that you decide when the urgency motion has been moved and then call that and are now saying that Councillor Johnston can now speak. It seems like we've moved past that now.
No apology, no clarification.
Councillor Johnston,
I'd just like a clarification because it does seem like we've moved past that now. And I think, like, are we moving forward?
One moment, Councillor Massey. I'm going to say it again. What I'm trying to establish here is that when you want to move to suspend suspend council to move the motion, we were just talking at why you could not have it on yesterday. And when it is 3 minutes that you are speaking about, that is not that you will get up and speak for 3 minutes. All you need to do is give your reason why you couldn't have it on yesterday. We will vote on that and then we'll move on. And what I just said then was, to make sure everybody is clear about this every time you do this, is you have told me, and I heard you, of why you couldn't have it, and we could move to that vote. We accepted that, but it's not for debate. If you want to repeat that, you can, and then we'll move on.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Massey.
I think we all understand that. I think the question that we're asking within the Brisbane City law is about who makes the decision that urgency
Councillor
has
Massey,
been
I don't
delivered.
uphold your point of order.
So,
I now... Thank you,
hang on,
Councillor Johnston. Go.
So,
thank you.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Just to be clear, we dissented in your ruling that I wasn't allowed to speak to the suspension of standing rules in order to move the motion.
That you were not to debate it.
That was voted down, but now you say I can speak to this and I am allowed to speak to this.
That
Is
you
that
were
correct?
not to debate it.
Well, I know that, but I haven't been allowed to speak, which has been the problem. So, you know, how long have I got left, please?
Councillor Johnston.
I appreciate you've made a mistake and you're going to let me speak.
No, Councillor Johnston.
I want to know how long I've got left.
If you don't want to speak, we'll just put it to the vote.
I definitely do, and I've made that very clear.
Please.
So how long have I got left, please?
2 minutes.
Okay. I just want to say that the reason this is so important is not only...
No, Councillor Johnston, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
The
We're not debating it. It is why you couldn't have it on... No, it is why you couldn't have this yesterday. You did tell me that it was because we had the speakers here and you've heard what they had to say, and I accept that. So we now move to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
No, hang on.
Those against, no.
What are you doing?
The noes have it.
What are you doing? This is outrageous. Division. What are you doing?
This is just crazy. Division.
Did you move a motion while I was speaking?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
What are you doing?
I ask for your ruling when a councillor continually verbals, attacks and screams at the chair, whether that is misconduct in this place.
It is, thank you, Deputy Mayor. And Councillor Johnston, I do warn you to please show more respect in the chamber and do not speak while other councillors are speaking. Thank you, Ms Galashay and Ms Howard, for coming in today.
We've called a division, which you've ignored.
Sorry, Councillor Johnston. Yes, I did hear that, and Councillor Massey.
Well, then you've got to move the division.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston.
Are you going to move the division?
I have warned you to
I know. And guess what?
Take your seat.
I'm more than happy for you to do whatever you're going to do, because this is all on the public record and your behaviour here has been extraordinary. I mean, I thought Angela was bad, but this is epic.
Madam Chair, point of order.
Point of order.
I'm sorry, I know you're going through this, but Councillor Johnston's behaviour is outrageous. There are standing orders in this place. You are in charge, not Councillor Johnston. I ask you to reprimand her.
Councillor Johnston, I consider that you are displaying unsuitable meeting conduct, and in accordance with section 21(4) of the Meetings Local Law 2001, I hereby request that you cease interjecting and calling out across the chamber and refrain from exhibiting this conduct. Moving to the division, a division has been called by Councillor Johnston and seconded by Councillor Massey.
I move dissent in your ruling. Can I have a second, please?
No seconder.
I rose on a point of order before that.
After the division. Councillor Cassidy?
Thanks. Yeah, point of order, Chair. Councillor Adams has continued to make the same repetitive points of order that you haven't ruled to be valid. That is a breach of the meeting's local law. Will you be taking action against Councillor Adams? I don't uphold your point of order.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. A division has been called by Councillor Johnston, seconded by Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Yeah. Yes. Seconded by Massey. Yeah. Yep. You're correct, Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Johnston.
No, council officers have a positive obligation not to sit and watch bullying happen.
If you get serious, you can reprimand. You can order like that. Okay. Unless you wish to do that, but that's entirely up to you.
No.
Okay.
Clerks read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 18 against.
Thank you. Councillors, please return to your seats. Thank you, Ms Galashay and Ms Howard, for coming in today. Sorry, Councillor Allen, you are right. You were interrupted. I'm sorry. My apologies. Please continue.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. I will be quick. I'll finish off quickly. Sorry for that interruption. Now, just quickly, as talking about the notice about decision, once a decision's made, there'll be a notice on Council's website that outlines the reason for the decision, the summary of the submissions, and also a response to each of the issues raised. As you're aware, this is an impact assessable DA, so submitters have a right to appeal any decision that Council might ultimately make. And while at this point we don't have a decision, please rest assured that all of the submissions will be considered when Council officers make their final decision. Thank you very much for coming in today.
And thank you very much, ladies, for coming in. We apologise for it taking so long. Thank you. Is there any questions of the Lord Mayor or a Civic Cabinet Chair of any of the standing committees? Councillor Parry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Transport Committee, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Murphy, you have previously updated the Chamber on the negotiations for Council's new bus contract to our desire to, and our desire to have the state government share in our vision to grow our public transport services. Can you please update the Chamber on the latest in these negotiations?
Well, sorry, Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Councillor Parry for the question. It was only a couple of weeks ago that I shared with the Chamber that I'd met with Minister Mellish to discuss the next bus contract for our city. And after that meeting, I had boundless optimism, Chair. We presented a proposal that would lock in funding for the future of buses in Brisbane. Our plan would ensure that we can increase capacity of our network, deliver more services more often. It would see Brisbane Metro services commence in December and allow us to work with the state on the next expansion of Brisbane Metro for our city. And the Minister seemed open to our proposal. So I felt excited that the city might finally get the funding for buses that it deserves. But one, now two, almost 3 weeks have passed, and what have we heard from the Minister? Nothing yet. Since that meeting, we've sent several follow-up letters to the Minister. The state have been making numerous information requests of Council. And sadly, though, we are yet to receive any concrete feedback on our proposal. Perhaps I should not be surprised, Chair, because sadly it's a tale that is all too familiar. The Schooner Council proposed the Gold City glider and submitted a business case. The state said that it sounded promising, but they needed more information to properly consider the proposal. We went back and forth, providing more information, getting asked more questions, but today, still, we don't have a formal answer from the state, and we still don't have the Gold City glider. And then there's zero-emission buses. We've submitted proposals, depot plans, business cases. The list goes on. But you guessed it, Chair, still no answers. No funding from the state and still no meaningful progress on transitioning the South East Queensland bus fleet to zero emissions. The thing is, Chair, when the state refused to properly fund public transport in this city, it's the people of Brisbane who lose. When the state government fails to adequately invest in Brisbane buses, it makes our public transport less convenient for commuters, and it makes congestion right across our city even worse. This year, our council will tip in $120 million for bus services. Our investment in Brisbane's bus network has more than doubled in the last decade. That's without counting the massive investment in Brisbane Metro due to start this year. But across the same period, the state's funding share for Brisbane buses and ferries has plummeted from 56% to 37%. All the while, the state continues to pocket 100% of fare revenue. Brisbane's public transport is stuck in a funding gridlock. In Brisbane, buses carry 2/3 of all public transport passengers, but only 1/3 of the state's public transport investment is directed back towards buses. That means we can't deliver new services for commuters who want more reliable buses today, let alone deliver the network growth that we need for the future. It's a bit like the famous UQ pitch drop experiment, Chair. Funding for Brisbane buses is frozen in time. You watch, you wait, you anticipate, and nothing happens for years. The state government has funded Brisbane buses with inflation-only increases for 10 long years, Chair. But the cost of delivering services has gone up far more than inflation. This means that Brisbane now delivers 82,000 fewer bus trips than it did a decade ago, giving us the shameful title of the only capital city in the country where public transport has gone backwards in the last 10 years. It is funny, for all the talk about Olympic venues, Chair, the only gold medal Brisbane has won in the last 3 years of navel-gazing about the Games is the podium finish for the least improved bus network in the country. And it's not for Council's lack of trying, Chair. Look at every major improvement to Brisbane buses in the last 10 years. The Metro, the Blue City Glider, the Gold City Glider, the City Loop, the Spring Hill Loop, the Maroon City Glider. It's all been us. If anyone can find a growth service that the state government has delivered in Brisbane in the last 10 years that isn't a rail replacement bus, can you please let me know? Brisbane residents deserve better, Chair. It's time the state government backs Brisbane buses. We want to keep Brisbane moving, and we know that investment in public transport is critical. In just a few weeks, the state government will hand down the 2024-25 budget. And if the state government doesn't give Brisbane a better deal, more bus services could be cut and residents will spend more time in traffic. Very soon, we'll be seeking the support of Brisbane residents to get a better deal for Brisbane's buses. And we will be telling them about this loudly and proudly, and right up until October if we have to, Madam Chair. We need a new deal for Brisbane buses.
Councillor, your time has expired. Councillor Collier.
My question is to the Civic Cabinet Chair for Finance and City Governance, Councillor Fiona Cunningham. You have displayed your ideological hatred towards unions in this chamber many times. Unions are, of course, made up of real-life, hard-working council staff, including librarians, bus drivers, cleaners, road crews, waterways officers, compliance officers, and many others. These workers chose to join their union. Why do you have such little respect for them?
Councillor Cunningham.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And thanks to Councillor Collier for the question. You see, when it comes to sensible management of our budget and making financially responsible decisions, that's what residents expect us to do. And that's what we're doing with our workforce as well, Madam Chair, because residents expect their council to not splash around money. They expect their council to be agile and to respond. And that's exactly what we will do with our workforce and with the work that we have to do as a council. The Lord Mayor has been very clear. We have a strong track record and a fantastic EBA. There will be no reductions of permanent staff, despite our organisation as a whole having to find sensible savings to live within our means. Because at the end of the day...
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Collier.
Chair, I'll just ask you to bring Councillor Cunningham back to answering the question, of course, which was about
Thank you,
the
Councillor
respect
Collier.
that this council has for workers.
She still has about 3.5 minutes to respond.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Here we are, another week. You'd expect that the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, like the Leader of the Opposition, would come in here and fight for residents. But sadly, they're not. They come in here and they fight for their union mates, they fight for their union masters. Tell me where, if the opposition has specific examples...
Councillors, please do not call out. The Chair is answering your question.
Just because they don't like the answer to the question, Madam Chair, doesn't mean they can continue to interrupt me. This is a level of behaviour that I've come to expect from them, however, because week after week I've come in here and I've had to explain that this is the sensible thing to do. This is the grown-up thing to do. They come in here week after week after week advocating on behalf of their unions. I come in here every week advocating on behalf of residents of Brisbane who...
One moment, Councillor. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Cunningham.
Madam Chair, this council has a very fine track record of protecting council workers. In fact, we respect workers more than any other level of government because, and I'll tell you why, Madam Chair. Just this week, I heard from our areas in council that Brisbane City Council is the only level of government that doesn't have forced redundancies.
Yeah.
We proudly have a policy of no forced redundancies in this organisation, something the Queensland Government doesn't have. You see, we are actually standing up for our workers when it comes to this, because if you look at our EBA, Madam Chair, you will find that we have some of the best conditions compared to the Queensland Government and indeed compared to the Commonwealth Government. So, Madam Chair, when the opposition come in here, instead of advocating on behalf of unions, how about they start to look through the prism of the ratepayer and residents? We have been elected on a platform, Madam Chair, again.
Councillors, please remain quiet and listen to the answer. Councillor Cunningham.
If Councillor Collier, through you, Madam Chair, has a specific example where she thinks that the EBA has been breached, then she should put it up. Not come in here and scaremonger when our workers know we have fantastic EBA here in council. How dare they come in here and scaremonger when you compare
our EBA to the Queensland Government, and you will find...
Councillor Collier. Councillor Cunningham. Your time has expired. Any further speakers? Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is also to the Chair of the Finance and City Governance Committee, Councillor Cunningham. Councillor Cunningham, last week's federal budget left a lot to be decided for Australia's fastest growing capital city. Can you please update the Chamber on what Brisbane is missing out on over the next years?
Councillor Cunningham.
Thanks, Councillor Huang, for the question. Well, many of us in the chamber know that Brisbane has been the fastest growing capital city in Australia in recent years. But the federal budget handed down by Jim Chalmers just last Tuesday night, we missed out. We didn't receive any, not one, additional dollar for major road or transport projects to keep our city moving. This risks locking Brisbane residents into a cycle of worsening congestion. While the budget does cover the rising expenses of the state government projects outside of Brisbane, it completely neglected the capital city of Queensland. The federal government has overseen a substantial increase in migration, and that's something that's even been called into question most recently by the Miles government. But compounding the challenge is the lack of investment in the transport projects needed to accommodate this growth in our city. The Schrinner Council is doing the heavy lifting when it comes to major road, public transport and active transport infrastructure projects here in Brisbane. But we need all levels of government, Madam Chair, to collaborate to fund and deliver the roads, tunnels and bridges that our growing city needs. Last week, we heard the state government calling on the federal government for a greater share of revenue for Queensland. But certainly, when you look at the figures, the local government sector is the level of government which actually needs the most support. The federal and state governments collect over 97% of all taxation revenue in Australia. According to the ABS, in the past 4 financial years, federal taxation revenue has increased by 38%. State taxation revenue has increased by 37%. That compares to a just 11.5% rise in the local government sector. So I would submit to Jim Chalmers and to Cameron Dick that more needs to be done in addressing the equity of funding between other levels of government. Quite simply, the cost shifting needs to stop. Through local government peak bodies, we have called on the federal government to increase funding for financial assistance grants and provide a pathway to restore funding to at least 1% of Commonwealth taxation revenue. The post-budget media release issued by the Australian Local Government Association last week says it all, Madam Chair. And I quote, "Councils left out in the cold on budget night" was the headline. ALGA noted in the lead up to the 2022 election, Labor committed to providing fair increases to financial assistance grants to councils, and that last week's budget was actually their last chance to deliver that in the current term. The level of financial assistance grant support outlined by the budget papers fell far below the fair increases that were promised by the Albanese government. ALGA President Councillor Linda Scott, a Labor councillor in fact, from the City of Sydney, said, and I quote, "This year's budget will be incredibly disappointing to many councils and communities that have been waiting for the government to deliver on its fair funding promise over the past 2 years," end quote. Over the last 10 years, grant funding from the federal and state government went to local governments in Queensland only increased by 12%. That's well below an operating costs increase of over 30%. Most recently, Phase 4B of the federal government's Local Roads and Community Infrastructure program locked out selected city councils like Brisbane and Logan from $250 million in funding, yet providing millions of dollars to other neighbouring councils on the Gold and Sunshine Coasts, Moreton Bay and Redlands. It was quite surprising, actually, Madam Chair, to see Labor councillors last week vote for a motion congratulating the federal government for a nationwide $25 million per year active transport program, despite last year failing to support a motion calling out the federal government for locking Brisbane out of a share in $250 million of desperately needed funding. To cut funding from cities like Brisbane is deeply disappointing, and I think on reflection, an incredibly short-sighted move for the federal government, given how our population continues to grow. Because it is the cities, not the regions, which are carrying the lion's share of population growth.
Councillor Cunningham, your time has expired. Further questions? Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee, Councillor Tracy Davis. Last Friday, Queensland's Planning and Environment Court dismissed an appeal to build a service station and food outlets at 415 to 427 Beckett Road in Brisbane Downs. This land is a critical link in the Mountains to Mangroves wildlife corridor and home to many threatened native species, which you are well aware of because it's in your ward. We are now told that this block is for sale again. Despite refusing to do so in the past, will you answer Labor and the community's calls to buy this bushland, protecting and preserving this unique wildlife corridor for generations to come?
Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I was very pleased to hear the news on Friday that Council had been successful in the Planning and Environment Court and the appeal against our decision regarding 415 and 427 Beckett Road that it had been dismissed. And it's a great outcome for the local community and a great outcome for the local environment. Madam Chair, the decision by Judge Kent made it very clear that the most important consideration in rejecting the DA is the environmental management zoning over these two blocks. And last week in the chamber we had some quite spirited debate about this sort of zoning over another parcel of land, or three parcels of land that had come up for sale. And we made it very clear at that time that the purpose of the bushland acquisition program is to protect land, but not just land from development. That's the job of the planning scheme, particularly that has an environmental management zone overlay. So those opposite made some quite ludicrous suggestions in response, but I think that the decision on Friday has actually proven them quite wrong. So according to Judge Kent, and I quote, "The land is protected from inappropriate development to maintain its natural and ecological significance, and ecological corridors are to be protected and enhanced." So I don't think it gets any clearer or better than that, Madam Chair, and I wholeheartedly agree with that assessment. And it's in no small part, Madam Chair, to the Brisbane Downs neighbourhood plan that this land has in fact been able to be protected and preserved for generations to come. And you might recall, Madam Chair, that the opposition refused to support the Brisbane Downs neighbourhood plan. In fact, they've opposed 16 of the 18 neighbourhood plans that have been brought into this chamber. And I do understand that one of these blocks has already been listed for sale. And if you read the notes on realestate.com, it comes from some pretty heavy caveats. I also note that the listing highlights that the block's lush, mature trees as one of its features. So we now have a decision of the Planning and Environment Court backing our council planner's decision to protect these lush, mature trees. Coming to this outcome was not easy, and it was not without cost. We spent a significant amount of effort in court to make sure that the right decision was made here, and it's important that we followed through through the Planning and Environment Court, and I think it's a testament to the Brisbane Downs neighbourhood plan, and it sets a precedent for anyone else that wants to lodge such a development on an environmental management zone. So those opposite, I guess, are suggesting that we spend even more money to buy back this land, even though it's now no longer under threat. Effectively, Madam Chair, The opposition are asking us to spend millions of ratepayers' dollars to underwrite the losses of a developer who spent years fighting us in court, and that does not sound like good governance to me. What kind of precedent would that in fact set, Madam Chair? You can take council to court, and if you don't like our decision, then don't worry, we'll pay for it in the end. It's ludicrous, absolutely ludicrous. What we have achieved here is the very best possible outcome. The land is protected from inappropriate development and its natural values are retained. I'd like to take a moment, though, to thank Councillor Adam Allen and his planning team, and also the city legal team for taking the time and effort to pursue this through the courts and getting such an outstanding outcome. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. This thing is on. You did hear that. I move suspension of standing orders to enable me to move a motion.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier to suspend standing orders. Three. Yep. Councillor Cassidy.
I have 3 minutes. Thank you very much, Chair. So the reason we couldn't put a motion, which I will now elaborate on the notice paper yesterday, is because I just assumed that the administration would take this opportunity not to, as Councillor Davis just said now, underwrite the losses of a developer, but to protect one of the most significant pieces of the mountains to mangrove corridor this city has. So I would like to move that Council initiates the process of purchasing 415 to 427 Beckett Road, Brisbane Downs, for the purposes of bushland preservation. There is a strong precedent that was set by Councillor Krista Adams and the LNP administration to overpay developers using the bushland acquisition fund to purchase land at Upper Mount Gravatt. What we're seeking to do today is for Council to use the Bushland Acquisition Fund for its intended purpose to protect bushland.
So this is just to move to suspend the orders before moving that motion, Councillor. So all those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division has been called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Councillors, ayes to my right and noes to my left, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 18 against.
The motion to suspend standing orders has been lost. Further questions? Councillor Wolfe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the Chair of the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee, Councillor Allen. Councillor Allen, the Shrinner Council is supporting the creation of new housing from all angles. Can you please update the Chamber on the latest decision by the Shrinner Council to make housing more affordable?
Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Councillor Wolfe, for the question. Recently, Councillor Cassidy accused this side of the chamber of having no new actions or plans to address housing. I don't know about you, Madam Chair, but the Shrinner Council are clearly getting on with the job and have instigated a wide range of initiatives to support housing.
Just one moment, Councillor Allen. Councillor Collier, I've told you this before, you cannot call out to somebody while they are on their feet speaking. Councillor Allen, continue answering your question.
Just last week, the Lord Mayor announced the Inner City Affordability Initiative, an initiative that will make new homes in well-connected areas of inner-city suburbs.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Just on relevance, Councillor Wolf asked a question about what this council is doing in terms of amendments to City Plan. There is no amendment to City Plan as to what Councillor Allen is talking about, so he's not being relevant to the question.
That is not a point of order. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Allen, you still have 4 minutes to answer your question.
So, Madam Chair, this particular initiative is aimed at inner-city suburbs more affordable, making them more affordable by removing mandatory minimum car parking requirements. Madam Chair, the initiative wasn't made in isolation or lightly.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Again, on relevance, this package is not before Council. Councillor Allen, in answering a question...
Thank you. The Chair has been asked a question which he is answering, and he still has 4 minutes to answer it.
He's not being relevant.
Please allow him to answer it in silence.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and hopefully there won't be any further interruptions. Now, this particular amendment was informed by this particular initiative was informed by our engagement with the industry, and in particular with peak bodies and industry participants. We are seeing the composition of households changing, with more than half of households in Brisbane being single person or couples with no children, yet less than 1/3 of housing choices are 1 and 2 bedroom homes. We understand that the housing crisis can't be solved without the private sector building homes, given they are responsible for construction of 96% of new homes. But the private building sector is facing extreme challenges. There has been a 96% rise in construction costs compared to 2019 and a 73% increase in the time taken to complete projects. And it should be further noted from the Australian Bureau of Statistics, approximately 85% of residents in Fortitude Valley own one car or no car at all. In Newstead, this figure is 75%.
Please, Councillor Allen. Point of order, Councillor
Chair,
Collier.
just on relevance, I think it's quite disrespectful to Councillor Wolf because the Chair is not answering the question and talking about a hypothetical thing that is not before us.
Thank you. Councillor Allen, please resume. It is not a point of order. Councillor Allen, please resume. You have 3 minutes.
Point of order, Chair.
If it's the same point of order, Councillor Collier.
No, just
what's your point of order?
Just seeking your clarification. Seeking your ruling on relevance is a point of order, and consistently you respond and say that's not a point of order.
Thank you, Councillor Collier. I rule that the councillor is speaking to the question and still has 3 minutes to answer the question. Please remain relevant, of course, to the question, Councillor Allen.
Yeah, I'm getting to that. Thank you, Madam Chair. So, we do know that in Brisbane, and particularly in places like Fortitude Valley, Newstead, Milton, the car ownership is incredibly low. But the most telling and relevant figure is the cost of a car park. Industry experts estimate the cost of supplying an underground or podium-level car park within a new Brisbane high-rise development is often more than $100,000 per parking space. We believe that removing mandatory car parking requirements in designated inner-city zones will reduce construction costs, provide more spaces for housing, encourage greater public and active transport use, and reduce congestion across our city. And in turn, it will put downward pressure on the price and rental of new inner-city apartments, helping more people live closer to high employment and amenity areas like the CBD. Madam Chair, the Leader of the Opposition was interviewed about this initiative, and instead of backing yet another action to help reduce construction costs and get more homes built, he used his one soundbite to mention suburban developments. I want to reiterate, this initiative will not be citywide. Rather, it will be rolled out in designated inner-city areas close to high-frequency public transport, active transport options and amenities.
Point of order, Chair.
Councillor Cassidy.
I know I am the object of some obsession, But this isn't relevant to the question. Councillor Wolfe asked a question about actions this LNP administration are taking. Councillor Allen is talking about things that are not before council. They're not amendments yet.
Cassidy. Councillors, please don't call out across the chamber as a councillor is speaking. Councillor Allen.
Chair, we are talking about the Inner City Affordability Initiative. Anyway, let me move on. So we are aware the car parks cost $100,000 per
One
parking
moment,
space.
please, Councillor Allen. Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, under the meeting's local law, Madam Chairman, you are required to address a point of order, not ignore it and simply call the person to continue. So could you please address Councillor Cassidy's point of order?
Councillor Johnston, that is not a point of order. Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Allen.
Point of order, Madam Chairman. You are required to deal with points of orders that have been raised and to properly dispose of them. You just simply
Thank you, Councillor Johnston.
Councillor Cassidy.
Will
you address his point of order as you are required to under the meeting's local law?
And I said Councillor Allen is addressing the question and still had time
Then you
to do
ignored
so.
mine.
Councillor Johnston. Do not call out across the chamber. Thank you, Councillor Massey.
So, point of order, Madam Chair.
Councillor Johnston.
Just to be clear, when exactly do you think you addressed Councillor Cassidy's point of order as you're required to
Councillor
under
Johnston,
the meeting's local law?
That is not a suitable point of order. Questioning my decision and my response. Thank you, Councillor.
I am seeking...
Councillor Johnston, I rule that that is not a point of order. Thank you. Councillors. Councillors.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Wolfe.
Madam Chair, I'm not sure exactly what's going on the other side of the chamber, but indeed Councillor Allen is trying to answer the question and he is on the topic.
Thank you, Councillor.
So I'd love to hear from him.
Thank you, Councillor Wolfe. Thank you.
And I look forward to hearing the response. Thank you.
Councillors, making excessive points of order. I rule in accordance with section 53(9) that you make no further points of order during this current speech. All councillors. Councillor Allen.
Now, Madam Chair, I am and would have liked to answer the question. However, we've had a lot of interruptions today and both Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Collier have been talking about an amendment. Now, the reality is the amendment was not in Councillor Wolfe's question. There was no reference to an amendment. It was about what we were doing to support housing supply, what we were doing to support housing supply.
One moment, please, Councillor Allen. Councillor Collier, I have warned you already to stop calling out across the chamber just because you do not like what someone is saying or the answer to a question. Councillor Allen.
Madam Chair, after all the interruptions, I've got about 20 seconds to go in my response, but it's plain to see these guys on the other side of the chamber do not want to hear my response. They don't want the response because they don't want to know what we're doing about housing.
Yes, we do.
And you know
we
what?
want you to bring the
They don't
amendment.
care about it.
Your time has expired.
Bring it.
Further questions? Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for the Lord Mayor. This morning, as I entered City Hall, I couldn't help but notice a ghost bike memorial. On closer inspection, I realised that it was Philip Palsey's ghost bike who died cycling on Nudgee Road. Since 2001, 26 cycling incidents have happened on Nudgee Road. Bike users, residents, cycle advocates have called for bike lanes on Nudgee Road for their safety, and their calls remain ignored. What do you have to say to them today?
Lord Mayor.
No administration in the city's history has ever invested more into active travel infrastructure than this one. We are very proud of our record. Any cyclist fatality, pedestrian fatality, any road fatality is a tragedy, and one that we must always push back against and work to make our city safer. But I would simply say that our record shows that we are determined to invest in active travel infrastructure to make it easier to get around the city on bike, on foot,
Point of order.
by a scooter.
Point of order, Councillor Massey.
The question was specifically about bike lanes on Nudgee Road.
Thank you, Councillor. Lord Mayor.
And we've made it clear that we also approach this in relation to any kind of accidents or tragedies that occur. We work very closely with accident investigators in the Queensland Police in particular. And if there are recommendations to come out of it, then that's something that we take seriously. We've always had that approach. We've always worked closely when it comes to accidents to make sure that measures that are practical that can be taken are taken. And so that will be the case ongoing with any part of the city where improvements are recommended. But we do know that some of the activist groups that Councillor Massey is referring to they will not be happy until there are bike lanes on every single road across the city.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Massey.
Relevance, again, we are asking, this question was specifically about these groups asking for bike lanes on Nudgee Road.
Thank you,
I haven't heard the Lord Mayor say Nudgee Road
Thank you,
once.
Councillor Cassie. The Lord Mayor is being relevant to the question and I don't uphold your point of order.
Look, Councillor Massey is referring to groups. I'm not sure what groups. I'm not sure what groups Councillor Massey is referring to, but kept on bringing. They're talking about bug groups. Okay, groups that have allowed themselves to become political activists in support of the Greens. That's what we're talking about here. Groups that used to have legitimacy but have zero legitimacy and credibility now because they have simply become Green mouthpieces. They used to be groups that people listened to and took seriously. They are no longer that because they have allowed themselves to be infiltrated by Greens activists and they have lost all credibility. We deal with Bicycle Queensland. We do not take those activists seriously. We do not.
Thank you, councillors. Do not call out.
We do not take these Green activist groups seriously because they have lost all credibility.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Further questions? Councillor Atwood. One moment, Councillor Atwood. Again, just because you do not like the answer, you do not call out across the chamber while someone is speaking. Councillor Atwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Community and Arts Committee, Councillor Howard. Councillor Howard, last week's Homeless Connect event achieved everything it set out to do. Can you please update the Chamber on the importance of having one central, reliable Homeless Connect event?
Councillor Howard.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, I thank my deputy for her question, because I know how interested and keen she is to hear about this wonderful event that we hold throughout Brisbane. So I know that a lot has been said recently in this chamber with respect to the delivery of our Homeless Connect events, and I'd like to take this opportunity to explain some of the valuable benefits of delivering this program in its current form. Since November 2006, Council's 29 Homeless Connect events have helped more than 22,000 people and is part of Brisbane City Council's commitment to improve the quality of life for residents. This event, which brings together a range of service providers offering respite and referrals to those out there in the community doing it tough. I would like to provide the Chamber with a bit of an overview of last week's Homeless Connect event, which took place at the RNA Showgrounds on Thursday the 16th of May, and highlights the importance of a single, accessible location. The delivery of Brisbane City Council's 29th Homeless Connect saw more than 270 volunteers enable more than 830 guests to benefit from more than 460 health checks by medical and allied healthcare professionals, more than 190 haircuts and personal care appointments delivered, more than 4,200 engagements with 57 services providing housing, employment, legal and community support, and the provision of 38 pallets of donated goods comprising of non-perishable food items, toiletries, clothing and more. We acknowledge that this event really does have a tremendous impact and would simply not be possible without the hundreds of volunteers and valued service providers who attend to make the event a reality. I think that it's important to provide the Chamber with a bit of an overview of some of the service providers who participated in last week's Homeless Connect. These service providers include MICA projects, who offer help and advocacy such as outreach support and tenancy sustainment through their Lotus support services, Care Finder program and Home for Good initiatives. The Salvation Army, whose dedicated homelessness teams focus on assisting individuals and families to find immediate accommodation, transition into sustainable and long-term housing, sustain tenancies and other targeted casework support. The Caxton Community Legal Centre, who represent persons who are disadvantaged or on a low income when they come into contact with the law, providing legal advice and social work services and building community awareness about the issues faced by the people that the organisation helps. This year we had the Registry of Births, Deaths and Marriages, who returned for the first time in a number of years to provide registration, copies of births, deaths, marriages, changes of name and adoptions, and provided free birth certificates on the day to people born in Queensland. I really do want to highlight that the works provided by the registry is such an important service. We were very grateful for their attendance at last week's Homeless Connect, ensuring the relevant ID was available for people for using when registering for housing, loans and employment. And I want to say a big thank you to our team, because I know that they worked very hard to get the Registry of Births, Deaths and Marriages back to the Homeless Connect. Some of Council's own services were also in attendance on the day, including our immunisation services, the Visible Ink Hub, waste recovery services and library services, who provided free books for attendees. As I previously stated, bringing together all of these service providers into a single, centralised and connected location is critical to the success of the event, and enabled over 4,000 referrals to support services made on the day. Service providers noted that not only is it hugely beneficial to provide services to more than 800 guests, but the scale of Council's Homeless Connect ensures that they are able to network and develop connections with other services to improve referral pathways so that the best holistic service can be provided to vulnerable people. We also recognise the importance of ensuring that Homeless Connect is well connected for all those doing it tough across the city, which is why Council provides free bus services to get people to and from the event, including an inner city, north and south service, an Inala and Yeronga service, a Sandgate, Aspley, Zilmere and Nunda service, and a Wynnum and Morningside service. These free buses were staffed by council officers who compassionately ensured first-time event attendees felt comfortable navigating the event and were supported to get their donated goods home safely. Madam Chair, I really want to say a huge thank you to all of the team, to all of our council staff, but also to the councillors who were there. And I acknowledge that you, Madam Chair, and Councillor Parry, Councillor Wolfe and Councillor Collier, who were present on the day. It is really such a great opportunity, and I really thank everybody that was involved.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Your time has expired, and that is the end of question time. Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I move that Council now adjourn for afternoon tea for 15 minutes, which only commences when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Givney that the meeting adjourn for a period of 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. The meeting will adjourn when all councillors have left the chamber. Thank you, councillors. I want to raise my concerns with the behaviour of Councillor Johnston in the debate earlier, where she spoke inappropriately to the clerks during a division. This is inappropriate meeting conduct, and I rule that it is to be noted in the minutes. We'll now move on with the meeting. Establishment and Coordination Committee. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting held on Monday, 13th of May 2024 be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by the Deputy Mayor that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting dated Monday, 13th of May 2024 be adopted. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Before I go any further, I'd like to amend today's agenda so that the presentation of petitions and general business occurs immediately after the committee reports.
Thank you. It has been moved by the Lord Mayor, has requested that motion. Yep. Thank you.
Okay, this week is National Palliative Care Week, and last night we lit up our assets in orange to support this campaign, which recognises and supports workers in the palliative care sector. As we also know, this week is also National Volunteer Week, hence our motion of special appreciation earlier. And tonight we're lighting up our assets in red to support Brisbane's volunteers. 2024 Queensland Volunteering Awards are being held in City Hall tomorrow night as well. Tomorrow night, the Victoria Bridge, Story Bridge and Radcliffe Place will be lit up in orange to support Wear Orange Wednesday. This National Day celebrates and thanks our SES volunteers and takes place every year on the 22nd of May. Thursday night, our assets will be lit up in yellow to support Australia's biggest morning tea. This is a major community event that raises funds to make a difference for those impacted by cancer. And this year marks 30 years of the biggest morning tea. On Friday, our assets will be lit up in green for the Green Heart Fair. It's held each May in Victoria Park to promote sustainability and other clean, green initiatives to keep our city healthy and sustainable. On Saturday night, City Hall will be lit up in purple for the annual Dancing CEOs Dinner, which is held in the main auditorium. This is the major fundraising event for the Women's Legal Service each year, and an incredible amount of money is raised through that wonderful event. Also on Saturday night, the rest of our assets will be lit up in red for the Red Shield Appeal of the Salvos. Salvation Army has been supporting Australian communities since 1880, and the Red Shield Appeal does that in an amazing way. Finally, on Sunday, we mark Sorry Day, and our assets will be lit up in black, yellow, red, blue, white and green to recognise this day, Sorry Day, and to commemorate colours of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander flags. Obviously, we will again commemorate Sorry Day as a council, and we support Sorry Day events happening in different parts of the city with local Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities, and we thank them for their ongoing efforts to make sure that the lessons of the stolen generation are learned and never repeated. It's been a big week right across Brisbane in many ways, but obviously we've had an incredible weekend for the Magic Round. It's incredible for a number of reasons. First of all, anyone who enjoys NRL would have had a fantastic week. And we had 200,000 people across the Women's State of Origin, the NRL Magic Round, attending events as a result of those games. There was 27,000 people at the Brisbane Lions as well, 7,000 people at the Doomben 10,000 race day, 8,000 people saw Macklemore at River Stage, 50,000 people across 2 days visited Panegyri. And so as a result of all of these things happening in one big weekend, the hotels were full, the restaurants were busy, local business was being patronised, and it was a good outcome for everyone that enjoyed the wonderful lifestyle our city has to offer. And so we're pleased to be part of the deal done together with the state government to make sure that Magic Round stays in Brisbane for another 3 years. And that is obviously something that we've continued to support in the past and will continue to support going forward, and is a good outcome for Brisbane. It's a good outcome for local business as well, and also just an opportunity to promote our wonderful city and its lifestyle, not only for local residents, but to residents coming from interstate. And there were many of them coming from interstate on the weekend as well. Item A in front of us is the significant contracting plan for traffic control management services. This SCP seeks to establish a panel of traffic control services that will supplement Council's internal teams when it's required. Council typically uses this panel for planned work such as road resurfacing, construction projects, landscape maintenance jobs. There is also a need for the panel when ad hoc and emergency circumstances arise. The current panel arrangement will expire in January next year, and so today's item seeks to establish a public tender process for the SCP, open up that opportunity to any interested and eligible companies, and Council currently has multiple suppliers on the panel, and it's our intention to continue this sort of method going forward. The estimated expenditure over the maximum potential 9-year term is significant because of the amount of work we do right across the city, and that is at least or expected to be in the order of $180 million over 9 years. Item B is the appointment of the Brisbane City Council Audit Committee membership and the delegation of certain powers. We have, in line with the Section 200 of the City of Brisbane regulation, an independent audit committee, and that independent audit committee plays a really important role that is separate to Council's ongoing day-to-day operations. And our audit committee works independently with the Queensland Audit Office to ensure we meet all of our audit requirements. The audit committee is independent of the business of Council, as I've mentioned, and the responsibilities and scope are outlined in the the Brisbane City Council Audit Committee Charter. This item seeks approval for the reappointment of the current independent chair and current independent members of the Audit Committee for a further 4-year term until the 30th of June 2028. As was the case with the previous term, ENC has proposed to have the delegation to appoint vacancies during the period should they arise. So obviously we expect, or we would like to see this committee serving for the further 4 years, but if there are vacancies, there's a mechanism to ensure that those vacancies are filled. Gail Jukes is to be reappointed as the chair of the Audit Committee. Gail has extensive experience in Chief Financial Officer roles, and particularly is the current CFO of the University of Queensland. I want to thank Gail for the work that she has done as the independent chair for a number of years to this point, and thank her in anticipation of her efforts and service going forward on this important audit committee, role. Gail was appointed as a member of the Audit Committee in 2020 and became the chair in July 2021. Mr Michael Wills and Renita Gerard are also proposed to be reappointed to their existing position as members. They're all very experienced people who continue to serve the people of Brisbane in doing the important work of the Audit Committee, and I commend this item to the Chamber.
Further speakers, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on both of these items before us today, and flag at the outset we will support these submissions with some qualifications, of course. The result, we support starting with item A, we support this going to market and want to see the result of that test, I guess, in terms of the services being provided to Council. We want to raise some important issues to be considered when it comes to the use of contract labour for traffic control versus in-house staff where appropriate. It should be no surprise to any council that I'll talk about that. Firstly, we do acknowledge in the tender documents or in the request for proposal the criteria for fair wage and employment practices. Certainly something new that is explicit in there, and I guess there are lots of changes that are happening at a state and federal government level around protecting workers' rights when it comes to casuals and contract labour, making sure they align with permanent staff as well. So it's good to see that council officers are looking at that and inquiring around that, and that should be included in every contracting plan coming to council and going out from council, because we are continually assured that contracting out's not about cheaper wages or worse conditions. So we want to make sure that there are checks and balances in place when we have contracts coming through, that workers have decent conditions and decent pay. There's a question as well that council officers put and answer when these submissions are brought to council, and that is, can council provide these services in-house? Now, the answer to this one and to so many others we see at the moment is no. It's not the real answer. The real answer is yes, council could do that, but unfortunately under this LNP administration, council doesn't have the capacity to provide the services we need under the contract we're seeking to provide road closures and traffic management for council projects. That always does seem to be the answer. So we'll continue to advocate for looking more closely at a genuine value for money proposition in employing people by council, through council, in certain circumstances where it's advantageous to the residents and ratepayers of Brisbane. We certainly want to know why some of these services aren't provided in-house and in council, so we have a workforce that is ready to be deployed. You know, a good test of that, I guess, would be to see how many people have been engaged through these contracts over the last 5 years or 10 years externally, and whether council or the administration or the relevant chairs or Lord Mayor has done an analysis of the cost benefit of reducing the reliance on external providers for basic ongoing work. I would like to know how many traffic control staff and what equipment we do have internally to be able to minimise the cost of outsourcing this work as of today. We certainly will officially ask those questions, but I'm sure the Lord Mayor and the relevant chair will be able to answer that. I'm actually probably quite sure that it's less than the 60 comms staff that council has on the books, as we found out today. I know the answer to that question as of February 2022 was not enough. And I'm sure we all had that experience when roads were flooding and needed closing. I witnessed council staff and stood right next to them as they were making those panicked phone calls to private companies to be basically having to beg them to be able to close flooded roads and provide traffic control to sandbag depots and things like that. And then after hours, and in some cases days, those same council officers having to make those calls again and again because there's not enough staff or equipment within council to provide those services. It became extremely evident through that process and now through the contracts we continue to see coming through council, that council's workforce, internal workforce now has been so hollowed out that external contract staff have to be engaged not only close roads but even fill sandbags in the case of disasters. So I guess this is an important one when we look at these services to understand what lessons the LNP learn through a contract process. Obviously this one has wound up. What work and due diligence and lessons have the LNP learned from the previous contract, and what lessons have they learned from the February 2022 flood disaster? Who knows the answer to that? We can speculate based on what's before us today, but we don't really know what the LNP learnt from their experiences. Events like that show that we do need more basic equipment and staff trained to be able to deploy on both planned projects, whether they are footpath upgrades and footpath work, filling potholes, doing road resurfacing that's done in-house by council workers, even though there's less and less of that, putting in, installing splitter islands and safe school travel projects, to be able to have council staff deployed to do council projects as well as deployed during an emergency. is a critical function of council. And the experience that we have had as local councillors and that the residents and ratepayers and renters of Brisbane had during the last major event was that council wasn't able, ready and prepared to respond with its internal workforce. So there are lessons to be learnt from that, and I'm not sort of 100% confident that they have been in these papers before us today. We want to know if it's better for council to provide a portion of that work in-house so staff can be employed internally in an ongoing and secure way. Ultimately, traffic control is very important. You go back to the 3 R's, roads, rates and rubbish and everything in between. We use an awful lot of traffic management and traffic control in daily operations here in Brisbane City Council. We support managing this contract appropriately, where we can transition to a more responsive internal workforce that can work on council projects and respond to disasters, as I said, maintain decent wages and conditions for workers and a high level of service delivery to the people of Brisbane. Now, I come back to the main point that I started on. I certainly hope that the Lord Mayor and the relevant chairs have done that due diligence and they are confident, and he can explain in summing up today how council came to the position that they again decided not to expand this work to in-house council workers and purchasing more equipment rather than just rolling over these contracts. We understand that in the absence of that, a contract does need to be in place, but continue to put on record our strong preference for an enhanced council workforce to respond directly to projects and disasters as they arise. Moving on to Clause B, the appointment of the Audit Committee in Brisbane City Council, their membership and the delegation of certain powers. I speak on every single Audit Committee report that comes to Council and make clear at the time that the information that we are provided as councillors from that committee is not sufficient for us to know what strategies and actions this LNP administration is putting in place to the issues that the Audit Committee are raising each and every month. We have no concerns with the expertise and the work of Audit Committee members. They are doing an important job in raising concerns about projects that this LNP administration are undertaking, about financial risks, about reputational risks to council because of projects this LNP administration are undertaking. But we do remain concerned that the high-level minutes that we are provided as councillors, and we clearly have duties to appoint these people to the Audit Committee and to make sure that council is responding to these issues is not sufficient. We know those issues have been numerous in the past, whether it's around fraud issues, invoice fraud, we all remember that, the $500,000 lost by this administration, project delay issues, budget cuts, staff losses within council, resulting in council officers and council staff having to do unpaid work, in having to do more work that's not backfilled. We know all these issues are there and the Audit Committee will be looking at those, but we are not given enough information as council as how this administration will act on the recommendations of the Audit Committee and how they will rectify issues that they are raising on an ongoing basis. So, we'll continue to raise issues around the reporting from Audit Committee meetings and how this administration acts on those issues that are raised, but we do support having an Audit Committee because it is an extremely important function of a government and of a council like Brisbane City Council.
Further speakers, Councillor Adelman.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on item A, the significant contracting plan for traffic control management services. The item before us today seeks council approval to establish a public tender for qualified traffic control management services when the current panel arrangements expire in January next year. This panel ensures we can continue to meet our traffic control needs seamlessly and without interruption. It is important to note that council staff are deployed in the schedule first, and if required, the panel is utilised for the balance of the work. This prioritisation allows us to operate our internal resources effectively while engaging additional capacity as needed. During this process, there may be negotiation with applicants on these categories if required. Chair, quick mobilisation of resources is crucial to maintaining safety during emergency situations such as natural disasters. Council currently has multiple suppliers on the panel, and it's the intention to continue this method moving forward. This approach provides us with flexibility and a range of options to ensure we can always meet our traffic control needs effectively. This plan is not just about maintaining the status quo, but improving our capacity to manage traffic control more efficiently and effectively. Should this item receive approval today, the tender will go live next week and close in late August. As always, the SCP cost estimate is based on historical spends, which is the consistent methodology used when going to market. And I commend this item to the chamber. Thank you.
Further speakers? No further speakers. I now put the report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Deputy Mayor, Economic Development, Nighttime Economy and the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the report of the Economic Development, Nighttime Economy and the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee meeting held on Tuesday, 14th of May 2024 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Dixon that the report of the Economic Development, Nighttime Economy and the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 14th of May 2024 be adopted.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I get to last week's committee presentation, don't forget the Business Hub, still at level 2, 155 Queen Street for another couple of months, but there is a workshop on Thursday lunchtime, 12 to 2:30 on build individual and business leadership using the neuroscience of trust. So it's about attending the workshop. You learn what trust is and why it's essential for leaders, teams and businesses, how to assess who you can trust and how to make decisions that build and enhance interpersonal and business trust. And that's being held with our business partner, Neuro Trust Institute. So a good one to share with your business connections through your ward. Last week we had...
One moment, Deputy Mayor. Councillors, if you're having conversations, please take them outside. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last week in committee we received a presentation on our Brisbane 2032 Games programs and preparations, including an overview of the current governance structure, roles and responsibilities of hosting the Olympic and Paralympic Games. First of all, I just need to make clear the difference between the Games responsibilities for OCOG, which is the organising committee for the Games, and for the Games delivery partners who pick up everything else that is needed to host the Games. To put it simply, OCOG is responsible for staging and running the operations of the events, and the events only. They are the event organisers. That's including preparing the sports programs, the accommodation and travel for athletes, officials and media, ceremonies, ticketing, volunteers, branding, marketing and broadcasting. Everything that directly relates to the event itself, which is a big job. They have a very big job on their hands. Hosting the Games in Brisbane, though, will be very different to any other Games that we've seen in the past. We don't have an Olympic city like other cities had, where the venues are located within the perimeter of one mega precinct with a defined, secured and ticketed boundary. We are going to be set right across Brisbane, Sunshine Coast, Gold Coast, other cities in the region and the state, with Brisbane as the host city where the majority of the Games activities will be held. And as I've mentioned before, most of that within the 5 kilometres of the city radius, which is about the closest we get to an actual Olympic park. But that is why the city becomes the venue. This is where the Games delivery partners need to band together and start planning in all the in-between spaces and places that have a role to play in hosting the biggest sporting event in the world. Just this weekend, we saw the Magic Round hosted. It was a major 3-day event. The biggest the Brisbane's seen for a long time, where the whole city came to life. Suncorp Stadium hosted more than 175,000 spectators over the 4 days, and even more out and about in our city. But by comparison, the London 2012 Games saw 180,000 spectators each day in Olympic Park, with over 8 million tickets sold over the Games period. Now, this would be all right if every athlete and spectator just hopped on a plane to Brisbane and got off at the door of Suncorp Stadium. But that's not the reality, and wasn't even the reality for London that had an Olympic Park. And it certainly won't be the reality for Paris either. They're expecting to hit the $10 million mark in ticket sales, with over 500,000 people expected to attend opening ceremony on the river alone. So, over 15 million people expected to visit Paris over the whole Games period. Similar to Brisbane, there's no Olympic Park, so there's millions of keen sporting fans that will be in and amongst the city for the duration of the Games. So not only do OCOG have the enormous job of putting on the event, we in the city have to make sure we set the stage, host the fans, gear up the transport, the city services that will be needed to be in full force to cater for the masses over this mega month in Brisbane. And that's what the non-OCOG responsibilities and programs are planning for. These steering committees are made up of representatives from Games delivery partners, IOC, AOC, Paralympic Australia, federal and state governments, Sunshine Coast, Gold Coast, SEQ Council of Mayors, and of course Brisbane as the host city. The program of works covers planning and delivering of infrastructure, operations and experiences, with 10 steering committees and then subcommittee working groups in venues and villages, transport, city operations, procurement and supply chain, utilities, safety and security, accessibility and inclusion, legacy, sustainability and First Nations. We are there to represent the interests of Brisbane and coordinate the whole of Council approach to planning and delivering the Games. Council is represented on all of these committees and heads up the City Readiness and Operations Committee with the Gold Coast and Sunshine Coast Councils as co-host cities. These programs will be fundamental to ensuring host city operations are carefully planned and integrated to run seamlessly during the biggest event in Brisbane's history in 2032. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further debate. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I am thrilled that we have an Olympics presentation to debate out of the Olympics and Paralympic Games Committee. And what I got out of the presentation and from Councillor Adams in debate now and in committee earlier today is that Council is spending $123,000 to send a couple of LNP politicians and senior staffers over to Paris to confirm that Council's role and responsibility is to make sure the rubbish is collected during the event. Roads are open and clear and footpaths are free of cracks and breaks and they're not dangerous. And bikeways are there and safe, which obviously the Lord Mayor doesn't seem to care about anymore about that. So of the 10 key program areas, and we heard the Deputy Mayor say that OCOG is responsible for the event, for the Olympic and Paralympic Games 2032, Brisbane 2032. So yes, we know that. That is confirmed there. They do have a big job to deliver that Games, and the associated work around the Olympic and Paralympic Games is taken care of by these 10 program areas, 10 key program areas, which include venues and villages, transport, utilities, security and safety, legacy planning, sustainability planning, First Nations, accessibility and inclusion, city readiness and operations, and procurement and supply chains. And the Deputy Mayor confirmed that Brisbane City Council has responsibility for 10% of that. 1 in 10, which is city readiness and operations.
Madam Chair.
Point of order, Deputy.
Claim to be misrepresented.
I note your claim.
So Brisbane City Council has the direct responsibility in heading up one of those 10 program areas. That's a fact. And I acknowledge that there are 25 other positions that Council fills across those 10 areas in supporting the work of those other program areas. And I think of the 25 positions Council fills, there's about half a dozen Council officers filling them. They do multiple jobs each. So we do know that Council has responsibility for one of these key delivery areas, city readiness and operations. When it comes to legacy and a suburban legacy and a sporting and community legacy, Council can of course go over and above that if they choose to. If they choose to, we can see a program rolled out within Council to support our community and sporting clubs to take full advantage of the legacy of Brisbane 2032. But none of that's been included in this presentation because To date, that doesn't exist. To date, this LNP administration have no plans. We're only 8 years away now. The LNP have no plans to capitalise on the legacy of Brisbane 2032 outside of what is dictated under the host city agreement. So we heard all this talk from the LNP, all this talk from the Lord Mayor and Deputy Mayor about the legacy that we'll get here in Brisbane. We've heard the Lord Mayor talk an awful lot about stadiums and major venues over the last couple of months, the last month particularly. It seems he's forgotten about the kind of transformational opportunity this is for our community and sporting clubs right around Brisbane. We need to make sure they're supported. We need to make sure that our accessibility when it comes to getting around our community and sporting clubs is enhanced, not just around those games venues. We need to make sure that we future-proof our city and we meet not just our obligations for Brisbane 2032 in terms of a net zero games for the event, but also genuinely net zero in the future as well, about investing in waste reduction strategies like organic waste reduction for the future generations of Brisbane, for people to come. I was at a community club on the weekend. That is an Olympic sport, athletics. Yep. They lease their site and council. They work very hard in supporting the athletes and the Olympians of the future. One of their light towers fell over a couple of months ago. Council very promptly came in and ripped every single one of them out because they're old timber poles. Council then assisted the club in applying for some state government funding to get those lights replaced, except I found out the council stuffed up the application.
Councillor Cassidy, you
Council
are going
stuffed up.
off script now. Please return to the report.
Okay, thanks, Chair. So in terms of an Olympic legacy, you would expect Council to support our community and sporting clubs.
That's right.
Council made this application, stuffed it up, and now that club is without lights. This is an athletics club.
That's terrible.
These are the athletes of 8 years away. They're very keen. They're chomping at the bit to get involved, but now that club is losing members left, right and centre because Council can't seem to support them properly in one of its most fundamental responsibilities in supporting our community and sporting clubs outside of city readiness and operations for an event 8 years into the future. Yep. So it is really disappointing that when we hear all this rhetoric from the administration about what Council's role is, and we hear the Lord Mayor, join committees and then quit committees and then rejoin them because it turns out he actually faked his quitting of that intergovernmental panel all along. Turns out he never even quit, but he's back. We hear all that stuff happen at a high level, but then when the reality sets in, we actually see that this administration has no plan to capitalise on the Olympics for a suburban legacy when it comes to community and sporting clubs. We've heard that and this was in this morning's committee, but relevant to this report today, the Deputy Mayors say that those 25 positions across the 10 program areas, the way in which we are, I suppose, keeping an eye on the work that's happening across those 10 program areas and the work of OCOG is that those officers report back to the chair about the progress of that work. But our experience over the last 2 years is that the relevant chair, the Deputy Mayor, doesn't report on what's going on and the delivery of those program areas. We don't get that at committee meetings. We don't hear that at council meetings. So either the work's not going on, which I assume is not the case, or maybe the Deputy Mayor is not across the brief, or maybe the reality is that on the official organisational side of the Olympics, Council's role is extremely limited. So the real role Council should be playing is capitalising on that event to invest in the accessibility of our communities, invest in our community sporting clubs and invest in making our city more livable all over our city, across the 190 suburbs that make up Brisbane. But what's evident from this report, and I guess this is why the Deputy Mayor never brings reports about the Olympic Games and the Paralympic Games to committee, is because it confirms that. It continues to confirm that this LNP administration has no eye on the legacy that the Olympics could leave suburban Brisbane, because they simply don't care.
Deputy Mayor, your point of misrepresentation.
Yeah, Councillor Cassidy explained that I announced we had a responsibility for 10% of the planning. That is absolutely false.
Further speakers? No further speakers. Right of reply, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. And I was waiting to see the hater come out this afternoon. I wasn't disappointed. He hates the fact that, and of course he's left the chamber because he doesn't want to hear this, because if he actually wanted to hear it,
One moment, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Cassidy. Not the first councillor to state that somebody is not in the chamber, which is constantly done by other councillors. That is not appropriate behaviour. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I know that Councillor Cassidy doesn't want to hear this, because if he wanted to hear it, he could ask a question in committee, could have asked any of those questions in committee last week. But he needs to sit in caucus and come up with the nastiest things that he can say about the Olympics and the work that there is over a dozen officers working very hard in these areas, putting in hours over the weeks, making sure that we can contribute, because I'm not sure if the Leader of the Opposition understands, but who runs the biggest bus fleet in Australia? Who do you think is going to do that? Who has the biggest program of footpaths and bikeways and bridges that need to be coordinated? And to bring up food organics again, I think Brisbane made it really, really clear what they thought of that policy, Councillor Cassidy, but you keep going. You keep putting your head against that brick wall and see what comes out. Probably what we just heard for the last 10 minutes. And as for legacy, or nothing coming to committee, the Brisbane Host City Office reports every session, once if not twice, to committee. Every session since we have had this in my portfolio. And the legacy has been going from the get-go. Maybe hitting his head against the brick wall has made it a little hard for him to remember. But the Inner Spark campaign and engagement that we did with over 700,000 residents in Brisbane just 2 years ago was the beginning of our legacy campaign journey to 2032. I would love to see a legacy document right now that comes out from Brisbane City Council when it hasn't even been decided where the stadiums are going, where the indoor sports centre is going. Yeah, let's go and spend. This is the Labournomics that we have. Buy back land that we're going to get anyway. Do some planning when we have no idea what's coming from the state government. Labournomics. Spend the money, waste the money, don't worry about it. But when it comes to legacy, we have gotten started with the Inner Spark. We are working through those fantastic ideas.
Councillor Cassidy, stop calling out while other
We are
councillors
working
are
through
speaking.
those ideas which have led to the City Centre Master Plan, to the Karilpa, to the Inner City Strategy that has been delivered and spoken to in this place.
One moment, Deputy Mayor. Councillors will remain silent while other councillors are on their feet speaking. Deputy Mayor.
I can assure you it may say the lead in transport is transport and main roads, but through you, Madam Chair, I'll ask Councillor Murphy, how much do main roads rely on our transport officers to get anything done in this place? 100%. Transport, buses, ferries, metro. They are going to be the most integral part of moving people around these games, particularly when we get ideas like QSAC, which doesn't even have a train station for our major Olympic stadium. How do you think they're getting out there, Councillor Cassidy? It was okay in 1985 when I walked to Bruce Springsteen from Garden City, but I don't think it's going to cut it in 2032.
Councillors.
I take the interjection from Councillor Cassidy. He said something about the Lord Mayor said he was going to support QSAC. He also said we support Victoria Park. We would just like a decision made. But what do we hear over here from the groin rub of the ALP? Nothing. Nothing. Sit on that fence, keep it rubbing. Our road network operations, our local transport, our traffic plans, our road closures, our detours, that is what we need to be collaborating with our game delivery partners now. As I said before, we operate one of the largest fleets of buses in Australia. That is going to be vital to make sure that our Brisbane transport team are there at the forefront, making sure it's planned sooner rather than later. Because you know what? As we know, buses don't turn up in the last 6 months. It's got to be planned well ahead. It needs to be at the forefront of sustainability, and I can assure you right now, as the largest carbon neutral government in Australia, maybe the only carbon neutral government in Australia, we are leading the conversation when it comes to sustainability, and our experts in this field are invaluable, and OCOG has told us, invaluable to making sure that our games delivery partners are keeping with our sustainability commitments through procurement, through transport, through venue management. We'll be working with local businesses, building capacity, supply chains. We will be working with local community clubs. We will be working with local schools. We'll be working with local students. But Councillor Cassidy wants it to all happen now or it's not happening. And the presentations are bought, but he doesn't ask, but he loves a good grandstand up here so he can put it on his little TikTok and said, I asked the question and this is the answer we got. Well, the answer you'll get, Councillor Cassidy, is we're working hard. We're working hard through the program overviews. And the feigned indignation from Councillor Collier is just embarrassing. I'll take that interjection. Councillor Collier just said, I don't know. I totally agree. She has no idea. Undoubtedly, the critical success behind the Games is getting the independent authority up and running as soon as possible. We cannot be operating at arm's length for this to work, but they need to be operating at arm's length from the government with bipartisan political support. And we look forward to continuing our work with our Games delivery partners, with the independent authority, to deliver the best games we can for our city, region and state, and that will only be done under this Schrinner administration.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll now put the report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, no. The ayes have it.
Point of order, Chair.
Councillor. Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Just seeking your advice and ruling. Is calling a councillor a groin rub an appropriate term?
Councillor Cassidy, I did not hear that and I don't uphold your point of order. Moved. Councillor Murphy, Transport Committee.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I move that the report of the Transport Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 14th of May 2024 be adopted.
Moved by Councillor Murphy and seconded by Councillor Parry. That the report of the Transport Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 14th of May 2024 be adopted. Councillor Murphy.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll shortly get to the committee presentation last week, but before I do, I just wanted to reiterate to the chamber the importance of what we have coming in front of us with the negotiations between council and the state government on the bus contract. I don't often hope for bipartisan support in this chamber, but I think, I hope we can all agree that a public transport system that delivers fewer trips than it did 10 years ago is not one that is being funded in a healthy way, one that has not achieved a strong collaboration between the various actors that provide it. You know, I don't want to get into the blame game of the past and things that happened, 10 years ago, but I will say since I've arrived here in this chamber in 2012, there has never been a really strong model for operating public transport in this city. TransLink was started effectively as integrated ticketing came into being around about 2003, with the idea of having a zonal system across various different modes where people could use one ticket, one pass to travel across the various forms of public transport, and they would be effectively the state authority that would federate all the different transport providers like Brisbane Transport and Redlands buses, and they would provide this integrated, multimodal approach. Queensland Rail is another one. I think that there were some really good and strong and obvious reasons to do that, and a lot of benefits have accrued to this city and its people from having TransLink there. But in the last 10 years, and particularly since the state government launched their failed bus network review in 2013, which was something that was embarked upon by the then Newman government and opposed by this council, which was also LNP at the time, TransLink have seemed very much reticent to undertake any kind of reforms or any kind of major changes to the bus network, and that has meant very few improvements to the bus network in the last decade. In fact, so much so that I can almost guarantee you that no opposition councillors could name new services that have been introduced in their ward in the last 10 years, substantial new services that have been introduced in their ward in the last 10 years within the Brisbane local government area. We know that that doesn't mean TransLink have not introduced bus services. They absolutely have. But they generally introduce those new bus services in Ipswich, in Logan, in the Redlands, in Somerset, Sunshine Coast, Gold Coast, everywhere but Brisbane. And so what that has meant, whether good, bad or ugly, it has meant that Brisbane residents have really suffered, because as the city has grown, and the city has grown a lot in the last 10 years, Mr Deputy Chair, you know that, services have not kept pace. The services that we have today are effectively, if you subtract the new services the council has brought on in the last decade, effectively the same services that we had a decade ago. There is no other capital city in this country where services have stood still, frozen in time, frozen in the permafrost. And we think that this is, it's a political failing, sure, of the previous minister, Mark Bailey, sure. But it's also a failing of the many bureaucrats and public servants within TransLink that have allowed that situation to take place. We have parts of our city that had almost no one living in them 10 years ago that have developed, have grown, have been subdivided, have all these people living there, and they still have no bus services. So the politicisation that we have seen, or the politicisation that was allowed to happen under the previous minister of TransLink, I think has really rocked people's faith in TransLink as a pseudo-independent transit authority, at least arm's length somewhat from government, that's able to make these decisions in the best interests of people, the people of the city. And so, we think that has to change. We think part of the problem is the fact that council, a political entity, an entity with elected officials along party lines, runs so much of the bus network, and they've been afraid very much to deal with us since that 2013 network review, lest we don't like some of the changes that they propose. That chilling effect has to end, and so we have proactively taken a proposal to TransLink, to Minister Mellish, almost 3 weeks ago now, which proposed an alliancing model between council and the state to deliver services, to make changes to the network, to provide improvements to the network, to unfreeze the freeze that we're in now in partnership, because we think that there will always be controversial changes that will need to be made to the network. There'll always be services that will be reshaped and remodelled and augmented in some cases and deleted in others. These changes aren't easy. We know that irrespective of whether the state government is ALP, LMP or anything in between, it is in the interests of this council to be able to, in a non-partisan way, make changes and improvements to the bus network without everything falling into a heap of people yelling at each other down partisan lines. So we have proposed that model to them. There has been some great optimism that was expressed by the Minister and the Director General at that meeting about the model, but it is now almost 3 weeks and we're yet to hear anything back about it. So it's with some level of concern that I answered the question in question time today, and that we now are preparing to have this conversation with the residents of the City of Brisbane, because we believe that when buses are doing 2/3 of the public transport task, when buses are doing the heavy lifting for our city, the buses will need to be in tip-top shape come 2032 if we're to move people around Brisbane to the games venues. But they need to be in tip-top shape before then, just because of the population growth that we're having. So reforming this space is not easy. It does take a long time. We have put that to the state government now. We've said, here is a model we think will work. It will fix the problem of buses competing with rail. It will get us involved in annual network reviews where we will reshape the network in various parts of the city to improve services for the residents. It will add the growth funding back in that we've been missing out on for the last 10 years and provide a 5-year agreement beyond the life of either this council or the state government that will guarantee and lock in funding growth for the city. I'm happy to talk to any councillors if they want more information about what we put to the Minister, but at the moment it seems heading down a path where this is not a conversation we'll be having with just the Minister, but a conversation we'll be having with the residents of the City of Brisbane. And so I think all residents will be interested to find out just what has happened, the story behind the story with buses here in the city for the last 10 years. And it isn't a good one. It doesn't particularly cover anyone in glory. But what I will say is this council has been doing everything it can to try and move in the other direction. It's why we've invested in bespoke new services like the Blue City Glider, the Maroon City Glider, why we proposed the Gold City Glider. It's why we are building the Brisbane Metro, a $1.24 billion investment, a gift to the state government to improve transport services that haven't been improved in over 10 years. We are doing everything we can. But this latest move is something that is fairly unprecedented for us, and it is a very significant offer of improvement to the state government. So we hope that they continue to consider that with this, in the spirit and the seriousness with which it has been offered. Chair, committee presentation was on the Kangaroo Point Green Bridge and the construction milestones. It was a fantastic presentation, and you'll have to take my word for it. Thank you. I know I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Further debate? No further debate. Councillor Murphy? Now I put a report to the vote. All those in favour of the report say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes got it. Councillor Wines, Infrastructure Committee report, please.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move the report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting held on Tuesday, the 14th of May 2024 be adopted.
Seconded, Mr Deputy Chair.
It's moved by Councillor Wines, seconded by Councillor Toomey, that the report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting dated Tuesday, 14th May 2024 be adopted. Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Mr Chair. We had a very interesting presentation on speed limit reviews and how and why and the system we use to review the speed limit of certain streets and how they can be reduced. Interestingly, they can also be increased, but rarely is that request ever made. So this comes in response. One of our committee members, Councillor Johnston, made a request to have more information about speed limit reviews, and as all councillors know, I am a responsive and considerate chair of committee and provided this presentation for her so that she could learn, her and all committee members could learn how this system works. There's a number of can I encourage all councillors to consider it? I know that these sorts of things tend to be of greater interest typically for councillors. These sorts of things tend to fall within a lot of the concerns that residents raise with them. So there is a lot of information available both in this report but also on the website, which also has a diagram that speaks to how information travels, or how the decision-making process is made and how we reach particular decisions. Now, I have to say this again. What happens once the recommendation? So I'll just do a really, really cliff note, fast version of it. A council engineer makes a very basic assessment of a speed limit. If it is determined that there may be some merit in its alteration, that is then handed, that material, that brief is then handed to an independent engineer. That independent engineer makes another assessment. If they believe that the speed change has merit, it is then given to a thing called the Speed Limit Reduction Committee. And that is a group that has one professional member of the council, one member representing the Queensland Police Service and 2 people from DTMR. Of those 4 individuals, 3 must agree to see a speed limit change. Now, that may seem a difficult or lengthy process, but there has been a great number of reductions, and I am just going to table this document here that speaks to what appears to be about a dozen speed alterations since October of last year. Thank you, Billy. I also wanted to take a moment to advise the room that there are further changes. There will be speed reductions on, bear with me, Mr Chair, there will be speed reductions on Honour Avenue and a speed reduction on Scenic Drive, Mount Cootha as well. I did have those notes, I must apologise, but both of those will also be seeing their speed limits reduced, some from 60 to 50 and other instances 60 to 40, in line with consistent application of those rules. That being said, there were recent elections where speed limits were a central question, and it was very much the view of the public that certain roads should maintain their speed for efficiency of the road network, and that widespread speed reductions were not necessarily, or what I said, favoured, rejected. The idea of mass speed reductions was actually rejected by, we'll say nominally 80% of the public. So that means that we have to now start taking that more into consideration as we move into the future. The fact that in some instances people wish to see speed reductions, but I think that there are a lot of residents of Brisbane who also want to see, particularly on major roads and arterial roads, those speeds maintained. In this morning's meeting, there was a number of questions about a particular LANI project, or a local area network improvement project. Councillor Johnston, I took some information and undertook to get back to her with a proper response. So Councillor Johnston indicated that she was of the view that the Kadumba Street Kingsley Avenue project was proposed to be cancelled. I can provide her community and this chamber a great deal of reassurance that early works have begun on the Kadumba Street and Kingsley Parade upgrade, and we expect them to be concluded this financial year. So I will also provide the room the brief, the image of what's to be done, and also the project information that was published to the public. So as I say, work has commenced on that project. Now, I think what happened was that Councillor Johnston received an email from the Executive General Manager of City Projects Office where he explained that, but he also has this second last paragraph, which I think must have thrown Councillor Johnston, and I'll read. The feedback from your constituent, which I've masked for courtesy, about the intersection of Kadumba and Fees streets was also noted by the project team. However, Council's consideration to fund this future upgrade, as in that future upgrade, Kadumba and Fees, is subject to an assessment of its priority relative to similar citywide projects. So I just believe that Councillor Johnston misunderstood. The Executive General Manager, CPO, was indicating that it was the Kadumba and Fees intersection he was speaking to. The Kadumba Kingsley project will most definitely be completed this financial year. And with those comments, I look forward to any contributions. As I say, speed limit review, please can all councillors take a moment to read that report, but also take an opportunity to review our material on the website. It is very helpful and can help you navigate what can sometimes be a difficult and technical process.
Okay. Any further debate? Councillor Strong.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Listen, I just want to make some comments in regard to that speed reduction presentation, mainly from a councillor's point of view. So about 18 months, well, I'm a beneficiary of one of those speed reductions in Johnson Road at Ellen Grove Forest Lake / And so how that came about was a bit interesting. So about 18 months, we did another presentation in infrastructure maybe 18 months, 2 years ago, and with the flow chart, which was very informative. And so I've been getting a lot of calls in regards to Johnson Road. The speed limits from Cobalt through to Woogaroo Street is an 80-kilometre zone, and residents have been asking for a reduction to somewhat below 80. So I asked for the traffic guys to come in, and we sat down and I raised this issue with them, amongst other things that they wanted to talk about as well that was happening around the ward. And so the next thing I know is some weeks later, we got a response in regards to the proposed reduction, whether it would be something that they could support going forward. We got a negative on that, and I was a bit disappointed, and of course residents were disappointed as well, because it is a dangerous intersection there at Woogaroo and Johnson Road, because the approach coming up to Woogaroo Street from Cobalt Street is a rise, and if you're travelling at 80 kilometres an hour, plus in some cases, of course, it's really hard to turn right or even turn left, because you're coming out of an intersection, cars are coming up at 80 kilometers an hour, and it's a bit dangerous. So that was that. And then the next thing I know, a few weeks ago, or about a month or so ago, we received the notification that the speed limit reduction was going to take place between Cobalt and Woogaroo Street, and the 80 zone was going to be dropped to 70. Which was really good. Very encouraged by that. And although, of course, our residents are wanting more than that, they're also wanting something to be done about the intersection as well. But there was the reduction, and then there was another reduction from the 70 zone down to a 60 zone from Woogaroo Street through to the Mount Lindsay Highway, which again makes sense if you travel along that road. It's a very busy road, and there's a lot of vehicles coming out onto the road. There's a lot of industrial units being built, and of course there's a lot of truck movements in and out of those industrial estates now. But what really irked me a little bit was the fact that the flow chart says that the initiator is potentially the councillor, right, at the top of that flow chart. And I'm thinking, well, I did that, but then we were knocked back, and then all of a sudden it happened. So I'm a little bit confused, right, as to what actually happened there, right? So maybe the chair can address that in summing up. But again, these issues do arise from time to time, and it's good that someone listened and moved on it, and the group got together and supported it, and so we've got that reduction now. So that's just some comments on one of those issues in my ward. Thank you, Chair.
Any further debate? No. Councillor Wines?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Look, can I just thank Councillor Strunk for his comments and his contribution. I can't speak to the specific example of why Johnson Road was declined and then re-engaged and reduced. I can't speak to the specifics of what that sequence of events that led to that was. However, I appreciate, or I hope he appreciates, I should say, that the outcome was achieved. And at a recent I must apologise to Councillor Strunk as well. At a recent meeting, he asked for the advice of when that would happen. My notes, and I apologise, I'm working from memory again, was it was the 14th of May, and that the reason for the difficulty in pinning down the time is because it's a boundary road. Johnson Road is a boundary road between Brisbane City and Logan. There had to be a level of coordination between the two, which left us to be not as precise as we would have liked. I was able to find that information I was speaking about earlier. So the reduction on Honour Avenue, Graceville, sees Honour Avenue between Hanlon Street and Mortlake Road reduced from 60 to 50. Honour Avenue between Mortlake and Long Street East to be reduced from 60 to 40, and Honour Avenue, Long Street and Marlborough reduced from 60 to 50. And I can also advise that, when I said Scenic Drive, that was not correct. It was Mount Cootha Road between Scenic Drive and the Centenary Highway at Toowong will be reduced from 60 kilometres an hour to 50 kilometres an hour. Also, just to make sure that people don't think that we are ever not diligent, I've also found the questions on notice response from October of last year, October 2023, that outlines further speed limit reductions that have occurred, and I also table the document that is available on our website that I hope all councillors take a moment to have a look at. Now, I hope that the councillors also take the opportunity to reflect that what was once a very difficult process has been a lot easier. Now, I would typically say in my first 3 terms in council, I got the speed limit reduced about once a term. So I can tell you Blackwood Street, Mitchelton, Kedrenbrook Road, Wilston, and Northey Street, Windsor. Like, I can name them off the top of my head. Then, somewhere along the line, between working with DTMR and council, we were able to make this process a lot easier and a lot more responsive. And so we see a much greater number of speed limit reductions approved. So I hope people take that into account as well. So I've got those documents for further consideration, and thank the council for their consideration of the report.
Yep. Now I put the infrastructure report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Councillor Allen, City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee report, please.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I move that the report of the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee meeting held on Tuesday, the 14th of May 2024 be adopted.
Seconded.
Yep, it is moved by Councillor Allen, seconded by Councillor Wolf, that the report of the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee meeting dated Tuesday, 14th May 2024 be adopted. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. Before moving to the committee report, I did want to touch upon the inner city affordability initiative that I spoke about earlier. Now, it's interesting to know how supportive the state government is about this particular initiative, and so the initiative mirrors what's already in place in Brisbane CBD and recently expanded to South Brisbane under the Kurilpa Sustainable Growth Precinct, which was supported by the state government. Mr Deputy Chair, speaking of state government support, Premier Miles was quick to back the car parking initiative, saying it was ludicrous people living in areas well serviced by public transport were being made to pay for 1 or even 2 car parking spaces. He said, and I quote, "A shortfall of 27,000 homes every year, and in that environment I cannot, in good conscience, stand in the way of good ideas that will allow industry to build more homes and more affordable homes." The state government is on board, Mr Deputy Chair. The state government's 2023 regional plan, Shaping SEQ, also states maximum car parking rates and innovative car parking arrangements that are reflective of greater access to public transport will be supported. Yet again, the state government is on board with this. So it's a shame that Councillor Cassidy can't see the merits of this proposal. It's a shame that only 2 weeks ago he criticised our housing supply action plan. An action plan that focuses on decreasing the cost to build and it's Punch and Judy are at it again. You guys remember Punch and Judy? What an analogy. Anyway, this initiative, in addition to the Housing Supply Action Plan And these two initiatives work hand in hand to make much needed homes in existing inner city, high density areas more affordable to build, while preserving Brisbane's character and low density areas. Mr Deputy Chair, the Schrinner Council will continue to implement initiatives to help guide Council's actions in responding to the current housing challenges and ensuring Brisbane continues to be a great place to live, work and relax. So we are seeking to bring a submission to Council in this particular term of Council to facilitate the required amendment. Now, moving to the committee report, it was a presentation on a development at 33 Brisbane Road, Brisbane Downs. The proposed development sits on a 9,687 square metre site that borders Brisbane Road and Graham Road, Brisbane Downs. The development divides the current single lot into 17 lots, providing additional dwelling supply to accommodate a growing South East Queensland population and Brisbane Downs area. It supports the demand for detached housing, which is a preferred housing solution for many residents. Not only does the development provide more housing for Brisbane, this location benefits from convenient access to major arterials, Gympie Road and Beckett Road, the Castledine train station and the bus interchange at Aspley Hypermarket. The subdivision offers a logical extension of the existing development pattern, ensuring a seamless integration with the surrounding neighbourhood. Pinnabar and Stirling Streets will be extended to connect Brisbane Road, enhancing the accessibility and connectivity within the subdivision. The existing cul-de-sac on Brisbane Road will be removed, improving traffic flow and facilitating better movement throughout the area. The proposed development is consistent with the surrounding residential community in terms of density, lot size and dimensions. 33 Brisbane Road provides infrastructure and services that comply with planned infrastructure standards for the site, and of particular interest is the inclusion of stormwater treatment asset trees to be used to collect and treat stormwater along the curb and channel. This reduces the amount of stormwater that enters the network and sustainably irrigates the trees. The subdivision layout is designed to be functional and serviceable by refuse and emergency vehicles, ensuring practicality and safety for residents. Given the nature of the plans for this site, it is hoped that the proponents will be able to progress this opportunity promptly to bring additional supply to market. The application supports the Schrinner Council's commitment to housing diversity in Brisbane while maintaining coherent urban planning principles and enhancing local infrastructure, and I'll leave further debate to the chamber.
Yep. Any further debate? No further debate, Councillor Allen. Now I put the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against say no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division code.
Yeah. Sorry.
Code by Councillor Allen and seconded by Councillor Dixon. Those in favour to the right of my right hand side, and those against go to the left hand side. Please ring the bell. Yep. Yep, thank you. Yep, please stop the phone. Yep. Clerk, please close the bar. Yes.
Mr Deputy Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 23 in favour.
The motion's carried. The report's carried. Councillor Davis, Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee report, please.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Deputy Chair, I move that the report of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee meeting of Tuesday, 14 May 2024 be adopted.
Seconded.
It is moved by Councillor Davis, seconded by Councillor Marks, that the report of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee meeting dated Tuesday, 14th May 2024 be adopted. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Last week's committee presentation expanded on the introduction into the major projects area of news with a deep dive into the Nudgee Recreation Reserve Precinct project. Nudgee Recreation Reserve, which was completed this year, is part of the Shrinner Council's commitment to create more to see and do across Brisbane's open space network. And I'm sure Councillor Allen will tell you what has been delivered is absolutely world-class and well received by his local community, not only the local community but across Brisbane. And not only has the former landfill site been transformed into the crown jewel of football in Brisbane, but it's also delivered a fantastic new community asset. Nudgee Recreation Reserve actually has a sporting history dating back to the 1940s when the site was used for cricket and football. In the 1970s, the reserve was also used as a landfill, and sporting activity at Nudgee Rec Reserve was suspended sometime between 1996 and 2002. Since then, the condition of the landfill capping deteriorated significantly. Remediation was a mammoth task, but looking at the new clubhouse and sports fields now, Madam Chair, it was certainly worth it. Brisbane is renowned for having the best lifestyle in Australia, and delivering more open spaces like this helps keep our residents happy and healthy. Earlier this year, we all witnessed the remarkable efforts of our homegrown Matildas, who now have their very own mural on the new clubhouse. And as participation in football continues to increase, not only for women's football, but across all ages. Even before the reserve officially opened, fields were booked at 100% capacity, which is really quite remarkable. So a decision to transform Nudgee Recreation Reserve will help Football Queensland meet growing demand to play football, as I said, amongst boys, girls and people of all ages. Madam Chair, we also had a park naming and 2 petitions, and so I'll leave further debate to the chamber. Thank you.
Thank you. Further speakers. Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I will speak on report items A and B. I might just begin on B because I want to make sure I get this on the record. I rise to speak on Derby Park. It's renaming to Dr. Manning Griffiths Park. Dr. Manning Griffiths was a forest entomologist with a strong interest in environmental protection who passed away in 2019. Manning was also active more broadly within the community, involved in social sciences, women's groups, school activities, and leading conservation through volunteering. Derby Park being renamed recognises Dr. Manning Griffiths' long-term contribution to the site's rehabilitation. Large natural areas barely exist within the Gabba Ward and the Kurilpa Peninsula. But during her life, Manning and her neighbours, who continue her work today, worked hard to change that. For over 20 years, this group of neighbours worked to conserve and restore a gully from decades of neglect. The park is a site with challenges. It is a deep gully extending from the river's edge up to Highgate Hill. Access is difficult as the slope down from Derby Street, the only parkland boundary that abuts public land, is steep and challenging for those that are not sure of foot. In the past, people would back their utes up to that area on Derby Street and tip any and all contents down the alley, down the gully. Walls, including brick walls, road waste material, sinks, toilets, bottles, you name it, it went down that gully. However, the gully is identified as an area of general ecological significance and an important wildlife corridor along the river. When Dr. Manning Griffiths started working with her neighbours, apart from the debris and rubbish, most of the park had actually succumbed to a range of invasive species, included but not limited to cocoa palms, guinea grass, cat's claw, and asparagus fern. Through the work of Manning and her neighbours, they began with clearing the debris and materials. patiently using brick walls from the gully to create tiering and pathways into the gully. Through their work, they cleared invasives, planted an understory, and shored up the embankment. With the support of this restoration plan that Dr. Manning supported, and with Dr. Manning's work in revegetation of the gully, using a scientific approach to weed management, including biological control of the most noxious weeds, and guiding the selection of plant species to re-establish some natural values. What we have today is now a thriving rainforest ecosystem. Native plants support a habitat that supports a wide range of wildlife, including small birds, butterflies, insects, lizards, frogs, and even possibly bandicoots, and swamp wallabies, which some community members bragged to me about seeing, though many others say, "Are you sure?" I visited the park in October last year, and I was not only awed to be in a lush restoration of a rainforest gully, but I saw native grasses and ground plants whose seed had long been buried in the ground, once again sprouting to the surface. But also, I was lucky enough to see 2 wedge-tailed eagles who had made the area home. While October was too late, I was also told of the large firefly population that emerges early in the summer, creating a beautiful, if not surreal, light display in the gully. I'll be sure to join this community group well before the onset of summer to help continue the work on the ground, and we'll be celebrating the naming of the park. This naming will be received by the local community very well. I thank the chair for their support and correspondence during this process. Dr. Manning's family has also indicated their support and how excited they are for this renaming, especially her very elderly father, who was recently informed and was very pleased with the fact that we were honouring Dr. Manning's work and honouring her work in this area specifically. Secondly, I'll speak very briefly to the Natural Recreation report. I actually found the whole process very fascinating and very interesting. Seeing the process from, understanding the process from the start to the point of completion was really interesting. Learning about how there was I think from memory, 2018, there was a consultation that was done to look at gaps within recreational community sporting fields, etc. And also I found the work that they did for capping the area pretty incredible. It was great to understand and see this. And my main interest in this, of course, is the fact that Gabba Ward has 2 recreational playing fields, and one of them has a lot of waste and hasn't had a lot of upgrades in very recent years. I think understanding this process has undeniably helped me, and I'm very happy to be on this committee, because for an area that is increasing population in Kangaroo Point, in West End, in South Brisbane, the fact that this area only has 2 recreational playing fields and one currently isn't really in use. The West End Patriots have been a part of the area for 30 years, currently don't even play their home games there because too many people have broken their legs. So I'm looking forward to continuing my work on this chamber, on this chair, in this committee, because I am of particular interest in this space. We need recreational playing fields in the Gabba ward. We need kids to be playing. I think it's great that they're able to play footy, and football, I mean soccer, not the other football, a sport that I played when I was younger. The information was really interesting, and I hope that we can work towards doing something very similar, because there is so much waste at Riverside Drive, there is so much waste at Davies Park, and we need to create community facilities that community can use, and they're not able to use it currently. So I think I'll leave it to that, but again, I'm very pleased with this renaming, and I have been finding the information we've been receiving in the committee is very interesting. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Massey. Further speakers? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd rise to speak on item A, the Nudgee Recreation Reserve, and certainly when I became a councillor out there in 2016, it was evident that this large former landfill site had great opportunity. It had ultimately become a bit of a field for people riding motorbikes and what have you, but the opportunity was there to remediate that old landfill site and turn it into something special. So in about 2018, Council started looking at the possibilities for that site, getting a sense of the sporting and recreation outcomes that could be achieved there. And then in 2019, we started community consultation to just try and tease out what would ultimately work in that location. And ultimately there was a plan devised, and the use of the site was broken up between sporting uses, recreational uses, and also a clubhouse. So the site currently contains a number of sporting fields to support football. The head lessee there is Football Queensland, and a number of clubs are using the site. The local club, Virginia United Football Club, uses the site, and then there are a range of recreational facilities there, including a BMX track, a dog off-leash area, a walking path, training facilities or fitness facilities. As I mentioned, a brand new clubhouse with toilets, playground, barbecue and shelters. So a really great sport and recreation outcome at the end of the day. A significant car park there to support sporting teams and people who visit the location. And so the project took probably a little bit over 2 years to complete. As Councillor Massey indicated, there was a remediation and capping process on the old landfill site before the turfing and the hard infrastructure could be completed there. So the facility opened late last year. We had a terrific opening and event, and with any of these things, Council is looking to see what the community response is like and what the community usage of the facilities is like. Fair to say, at the opening event, it was incredibly well supported by the local community. They loved what was being... Sorry? Yeah, it was a great day. They loved what was being delivered. I kind of described the use of the BMX track, which is just so popular with the young kids, a bit like, ants on a cream bun. They were just all over this thing. So it's been amazingly popular. And it wasn't just the opening day. Every time I go up there, particularly on weekends, the whole facility is being incredibly well used. So from a council perspective, it's a wonderful project. It was a wonderful commitment for my local community. I was very grateful to Councillor Davis and her team, who worked very hard to get this project across the line. It was a big undertaking. There was lots of moving parts to it, but we were always committed to it. The Lord Mayor threw his effort behind it. So we were committed to delivering this facility in full, and that's exactly what we delivered in sort of November, December last year, and I'm sure that the community will continue to love it.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Collier.
Thanks very much, Chair. And just remarking on the presentation in particular for this committee, item A, I have heard remarks from, both sides of the chamber tonight about the positives and the community sentiment regarding the work done at the Nudgee Recreation Reserve, especially in the context of, the benefit for the broader community, for community sporting organisations and for children right across the board. And there is a real opportunity to expand on this work at Vector Street Park in Norman Park. I know this has been it's a very similar site in terms of maybe not size, but the issues that Nudgee Rec Reserve has had. It's a former landfill site, heavily contaminated land, but also, like Nudgee Rec Reserve, has the opportunity to really address the challenges that are facing local sporting groups. I've heard from local soccer clubs that are spending upwards of $60,000 a year or more renting spaces that are 10 or 15 kilometres away from their home bases because there is no available land. Vector Street Park is, of course there is an investment required, but time after time the community has asked for this of council and been knocked back. So we have heard through this presentation, through the remarks, made from the local councillor in Northgate, who has spoken very highly of what benefit that has had for his local community and beyond, and I know the same outcome could be achieved at Vector Street Park. So I really do urge the council administration to deeply consider this. It's of course a smaller site than that. We know that there have been reports done to consider that. It's already zoned for sport and recreation. It would solve a lot of problems. There's been a bit of talk today, of course, on what our legacy is for the Olympics, and certainly I think that unlocking that council asset for even better use for the local community from Morningside Ward and beyond would be an incredible outcome.
Further speakers? Councillor Davis, right of reply. Oh, sorry, Councillor Griffiths. It's slow to get up.
Thank you, Councillor Davis.
Please. Go ahead.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Through Madam Chair. I rise to speak on Nudgee Rec Reserve too, and once again I think it was covered by Councillor Collier that this is a brilliant sport and rec facility for the people of Nudgee and that side of the city, and my understanding was it cost $35 million for this project. $35 million, which is a big delivery in the suburbs, and I know from the presentation there was a lot of community and sport and recreation outcomes, which obviously all of us would like to see delivered across the city. There was a master plan developed after a community survey. They got the community and the sporting groups heavily involved. The park does have lighting, it has a number of green spaces and plenty of capping of the landfill. So it was interesting how much money has been spent on this site. On one site, yes, one site, and I understand it's a very marginal site, but the money was spent there. But similarly to this site, I have Mortimer Road, Acacia Ridge Rec Reserve, and at Acacia Ridge, and we have also done a master plan. We have been through the costings of it, and we're trying to get things to happen out there, and it happened about the same time, maybe a little bit after this master plan was developed. So it's nice to see a master plan developed, then delivered. And in my community, I have a master plan that has been developed 5 or 6 years ago. It would be nice to see it delivered. It's in limbo. And I know that the state government has come on board with some money, and Brisbane Racing Club have come on board with some money. It'd just be good if council came on board with a bit of money so we could deliver some lighting and car parking out there. And I also agree with what Councillor Cassidy was saying before. This is the legacy we need to be leaving for the Olympics. So all our community facilities are upgraded. Imagine having that. All our community facilities are upgraded to the same level and they're all accessible for everyone in our city. Wouldn't that be a brilliant achievement? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Davis, right of reply.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Can I thank the councillors who participated in the debate. Nudgee Rec Reserve is a fantastic facility. It's a district-level park. As was discussed in the committee meeting, the Parks Planning team and CPO look at areas across the city where there is a gap, and it was determined that there was a gap in the northern suburbs of Brisbane, and that's why Nudgee Recreation Reserve was identified, required significant remediation, and the community benefit has been outstanding. Just to Councillor Massey's contribution, where she spoke about wanting more park space or areas for kids to play sports on. I would say, Councillor Massey, you may not be aware of this, your predecessor, Councillor Sri Rangan, or then Councillor Sri Ranganathan, actively encouraged local residents to put in submissions against DA on Montague Road at West End, and what that would have achieved would have been an additional field for South's Rugby Club. Unfortunately, that didn't go ahead, and so that sporting club was unable to expand their offering to your local community, or through your chairs to Councillor Massey's local community for sporting and healthy activities. But again, thank you to everybody that participated, and thank you to the team in our major projects area of news who do fantastic work and will continue to do so. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I'll put the report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Councillor Adamant, City Standards Committee.
Thank you, Chair. I move that the report of the City Standards Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 14th of May 2024 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Adamant and seconded by Councillor Dixon that the report of the City Standards Committee meeting dated Tuesday 14th of May 2024 be adopted. Councillor Adamant. Councillor, can you put your microphone on? Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Last week's committee presentation provided an overview of a warm asphalt mix. Council's asphalt and aggregates branch is committed to leveraging new technologies, innovation and sustainability to address the evolving demands of Brisbane's complex road network, enhancing productivity, cost efficiency and environmental benefits. ANA's laboratory team designs asphalt and aggregate products to high standards, incorporating recycled materials like asphalt, rubber tyres and warm mix additives to promote sustainability. The team is currently testing several warm mix asphalt additives that lower asphalt temperature to improve worker safety and enhance compaction, leading to longer lasting pavements. During the committee, we were also briefed on Council's ongoing collaborations with universities in South East Queensland. For example, our extensive involvement with the University of the Sunshine Coast has resulted in our Eagle Farm laboratory housing several of their research and development machines for use in student and council research projects. These include a pressbox asphalt slab compactor, a dual wet-dry smart tracker for analysing and testing the deformation resistance of asphalt mixtures, and a wheel tracker slab compactor. I would like to extend my gratitude to Troy for his thorough presentation and for bringing in samples of the different bases for the committee to examine. And I'll leave further debate to the chamber.
Further speakers? No further speakers, so we'll put the report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Councillor Howard, Community and the Arts Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the report of the Community and the Arts Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 14th of May 2024 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Howard and seconded by Councillor Atwood that the report of the Community and the Arts meeting dated Tuesday 14th of May 2024 be adopted. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just before moving to the report, there are just two items that I would just like to thank River City Pride for the number of Ida Hobbit events that were held recently, and particularly for the flag raising on Friday the 17th of May. And I'd also like to thank the organisers of Penieri for their wonderful cooperation with the entire community, and it was a great event, and really want to say a huge thank you to everyone that was involved. Moving to the report, we had a committee presentation on the aquatics overview, and the report is there for everyone to see. It's a fantastic opportunity for people to learn a little bit more about our 22 public swimming pools, and I will leave further debate to the chamber.
Is there any further debate? Councillor Strunk.
Right, yes, Madam Chair. Right, where do I start? Where do I start? Well, anyone who knows me and has been around the chamber for a few years knows that one of my passions is pools, or the lack thereof. Now, I was just looking at the portfolio breakdown in the presentation, of course, and if I can just read through that, just to inform everyone who wasn't there in the presentation of what we heard. There's 22 aquatic facilities across Brisbane. There's none in the Forest Lake ward. There's 14 splash and play areas, but there's not one in the Forest Lake ward. Over 60% of all pool basins are heated for use all year round, but not in the Forest Lake ward. 23% of all pool attendances are programmed learning. I assume that's learn to swim, but not in the Forest Lake ward. Private lessons managed day to day for operations and activity offerings, but not in Forest Lake ward. And ongoing investment in the facility and maintenance. I'd love to have that, but I don't have a pool in the Forest Lake ward. Now, the reason we don't have a pool in the Forest Lake ward is twofold. One goes back some years when urban renewal was being rolled out in areas across Queensland, one, and of course, in the Inala area. And there was money put aside for a pool, a full facility pool at the old Richlands High School site. And all council had to do was come up with $100,000 a year for maintenance, and that was a lot of money back then, right? But it was knocked on the head by a former Lord Mayor, Campbell Newman. And I don't know why it was knocked, because it was a great deal for council. I mean, you got this whole facility that was going to be delivered for you, and all you had to do was lease it out and then pay the maintenance bill. But the leaseor was going to do that anyways, I suppose. Anyways, now, the other reason is that we don't have one is because Carroll Park has a pool. But Carroll Park used to be in my ward, but then the ECQ, in their divine wisdom, decided to split up a suburb. And, of course, that ended up in Jamboree. And so the answers we used to get back on petitions after petitions to actually ask for a pool in the Forest Lake ward before and since I've been councillor, they always come back with the response, well, you have a pool just down the road at Boundary Road at Wakehall or Carroll Park. It's a very small pool. It's probably the smallest pool in the group, right? It's in the school grounds, so it's owned by the Queensland government, but we manage it. We have for many, many years on behalf of the small community of 720 houses in Carroll Park, which is now called Ellen Grove. Now, what happened over the last summer? $2 splash. And guess what happened? People decided to go to the pools. And guess what happened? Carroll Park pool had an increase of 103%, the most across Brisbane as far as percentage-wise goes, right? So the capacity now for the people of the Forest Lake ward to go to Carroll Park is pretty much out of reach now, really, because with that increase, right, I'm sure the leaseors are absolutely over the moon, right? Of course they are. And they're great people. I've met them on a couple of occasions and have helped with a couple of promotions as well, even though they are in the Jamboree ward, right? But the next closest pool is the Jamboree pool, which increased by 100%. There's no capacity there, or there's probably not a lot of capacity there for people in my ward to go swimming. And I definitely know there's nothing over at Corinda, which is one of the most popular pools in the western suburbs, has been for many, many years. So all I can say is that the 50,000 or 55,000 residents now that live in the Forest Lake ward deserve a pool. They've been asking for a pool, especially the people from Inala, have been asking for a pool for probably about 30 years, since the last private pool that they used to go to, including a skate rink as well, closed down. And they really miss that activity. And I just encourage the administration, and I know there's no pools planned. I think I did ask that. There's no specific pools planned in the next 12 months or whatever, or the near foreseeable future. But I ask if there is one that's going to be planned in the foreseeable future, that you consider the Forest Lake Ward for a pool, because it will be well patronized. I can assure you of that. If you give us the pool, I can assure you that it will be well patronized and well loved. Thank you, Chair.
Further speakers? No further speakers. Right of reply, Councillor Howard.
Oh, well, thank you, Madam Chairman, and I thank Councillor Strunk for his contribution. Unfortunately, of course, our pools aren't dictated by wards, and as I said, we do have 22 across Brisbane, and perhaps Councillor Strunk might be able to get the Electoral Commission to help him out in the next redistribution, because I think there's a few other people in the chamber that might like a pool in their ward as well. But can I just say that 22 pools across this city is a magnificent opportunity for all of the residents of Brisbane to participate. And of course, we saw how very popular they were with the $2 dips in summer. And of course, it is unfortunate that we can't have one at every street corner, but that's just not how it works. So, Councillor Strunk, I do thank you for your contribution. I know that you are a great advocate for your area, and I would encourage you to ask your residents to make use of all of the pools that are around this wonderful city of Brisbane. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now put the report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Councillor Cunningham, Finance and City Governance Committee.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I move that the report of the Finance and City Governance Committee meeting held on Tuesday, the 14th of May 2024 be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Cunningham and seconded by Councillor Huang that the report of the Finance and City Governance Committee meeting dated Tuesday, the 14th of May 2024 be adopted. Councillor Cunningham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I begin, I'd like to speak further about the question that Councillor Collier asked me in question time. You see, the premise of the question was that I simply have an ideological hatred of unions, but that absolutely is not true. I respect unions and the role that they play, but what I strongly object to is the behaviour of the ALP councillors who have no overall regard for the management of this city, and they are just simply puppets of the union movement. To the report, our presentation last week was about supplier engagement with Brisbane City Council. Oh, she's doing it again.
Thank you, councillors. Please be quiet while Councillor Cunningham is speaking to the report.
Really disappointing. There was an opportunity for councillors to learn more about council's procurement processes and how local businesses can engage with council, which is often something that does get raised with us as local councillors. There was also an update on the uplift of council's procurement platform to SAP Ariba. For suppliers, the new portal allows for the update account details at any time, the convenient management of tender opportunities and the tender process, and of course a faster onboarding process, which was outlined. This is in addition to significant internal benefits to council and council officers. Councillor Collier asked a question about the cost of the transition. The new supplier portal will cost approximately $1.6 million to implement as part of our overall ERP program, which is focused on transforming and uplifting the efficiency, effectiveness and experience across a broad range of critical corporate functions, and I commend the report to the chamber.
Further speakers? No further speakers, so we'll put the report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Councillors, are there any petitions? Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a petition requesting local area traffic management for Parkview Place in Bridgeman Downs.
Councillor Huang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have three petitions. One requesting council install traffic lights at Rochdale, and one about naming of a park and the other one was about traffic management in Upper Margaret.
No further petitions. Councillor Dixon, may I have a motion for the receipt of the petitions?
Chair, I move that the petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report.
Second, Chair.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Strunk that all petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Councillors, are there any statements required as a result of an Office of the Independent Assessor or Councillor Ethics Committee order? As there are no councillors rising to their feet, are there any matters of general business? Councillor Atwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to rise today to celebrate the life of Eric Smith Scott and thank the many volunteers like him in our community. Last Thursday, we gathered to celebrate the life of Eric. He founded the Meadowlands Men's Shed 15 years ago behind the Carina Church of the Nazarene. It was a smaller but very close-knit shed that welcomed and supported every member. In 2008, Eric, alongside the church's secretary, Carol, started to see these men's sheds pop up and see the dramatic impact they had on so many men's lives, particularly men who were retiring, such as Carol's father, who she said wasted away after he retired and unfortunately passed away very young as he lost his life's purpose, which broke her heart. Eric, Carol and the church all pitched in $10,000 each to build a small shed, and over the years they saw many upgrades and expansions to keep up with demand. Eric was the president of the shed from 2009 until last year, when at age 96 he decided it was time to pass over the baton. But this year he had a title of chairman, as he helped Sam from Recharge Cafe in the Menippi Parklands restore his cafe chairs. Eric loved going for a morning walk every day around the Menippi Lake with his new lady friend, singing hymns and grabbing a cup of coffee from Sam. And hearing his love story at his funeral filled my heart with such joy at finding love at 95 years old and what that looked like. Such as sharing medication and helping each other put on their shoes. But every speaker at his funeral echoed Eric's love for the community and for his family and God. Like so many of our volunteers, his dedication to our community and helping others at the men's shed, his church, his retirement village and anywhere else he could see a need, such as Sam's chairs, he helped. On behalf of the Doughboy Ward and in particular the Carina community, I want to thank Eric. You will be missed but never forgotten. Madam Chair, I also wanted to take a quick moment to thank every volunteer in the Doughboy Ward. No matter if you've given an hour or hundreds of hours, it helps. But I think we can all agree that volunteers are the most caring people, and as a society, I believe Brisbane always looks out for each other because volunteering is so entrenched in our community. I remember a reflection a resident mentioned to me a number of years ago about Mud Army and how incredible that as a city we all stood up in our own community to help residents and community groups clean out their homes, scrub walls and share meals. Meanwhile, 8 months later, a major hurricane and flood went through Florida. Unfortunately, the government had to implement a curfew because looting was happening right across the city and so much further destruction. But Brisbane, we certainly never have ever seen that. But no matter where you turn in our community, there are dozens of volunteers helping out, like Ken, who's been president of Carina of the Ageing for nearly 30 years, and Lawrence Christie from Warehouse Cricket, who isn't far behind him. Both men don't do this for the accolades, but for the love of their sport or community group. So I wanted to sincerely thank every volunteer right across Brisbane for giving up your time and sharing your skills to support others. Thank you.
Further speakers. Councillor Strunk.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just want to speak on a couple of events that have taken place over the last week. And the first one was an event that was held by Nolla Community House. And this was the first time they'd actually had what they called a community-free event. Probably wasn't a title I would have settled on, but anyways, because I don't think it really expressed what they actually did. Now, what actually happened was they had been receiving some household items and along with toys and even food for dogs and cats and things like this. They've been collecting this from various organizations over probably the last 6 to 12 months. And they wanted to hold an event which would try to address a lot of those issues that a lot of families are having with the cost of living. And so they advertised it, right? And it was advertised for the whole community. They decided instead of necessarily having it over at Inala that they would come across to the Forest Lake Community Hall and have it over there as well, because, you know, families that are doing it tough just don't live in the lower socioeconomic areas. It's right across Brisbane that families are doing it pretty hard. So I just want to pay tribute to the fact that they looked after 100 families that came in over that 2-hour period that it was open and being patronized. There was plenty of it was nice to sort of have it in Forest Lake as well, because the facility there at Forest Lake Community Hall is a nice one, because it's got a lot of good parking as well, which is very helpful, especially when you're holding an event like this, because a lot of people came away with many bags of, as you say, household items. But probably the biggest hit, of course, was Lego for the kids. They must have had thousands of dollars worth of Lego there. And the kids, of course, you know, it's pretty hard. I mean, that stuff, like that Lego stuff's pretty expensive, right? But it was, it is, because it's a lot of fun too, of course. And but anyways, no, the Community House are probably our biggest agency in the Forest Lake ward. They undertake a lot of work within the communities, just on even the settlement service, which has been going for many years for refugees. They do that, and they, I should say, they just do so many projects. It's really hard to remember them all, but they've been going probably for, 60-odd years now, I suppose. And they just keep getting better and better at what they do. And they do occupy a bit of space in some council buildings across the ward, but they're put to very good use, very, very good use. Now the other, and of course I've just closed off my phone. Sorry about that. It was under there. I'm going to miss out. And now I've lost it now. I think I'll probably close my comments there, and I'll address the other event next week. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Strunk. Further speakers? Councillor Gibney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today, I rise to share a community initiative that is gathering significant interest in the Doughboy and Wynnum Manly wards. Last year, in collaboration with Councillor Atwood, I had the privilege of engaging in discussions with Father Michael Twigg from Iona regarding the establishment of the Friends of the Hemet Cemetery Group. Following an initial registration of interest session, we were fortunate to host speakers from the Friends of the South Brisbane Cemetery and the Tingalpa Pioneers Chapel and Cemetery. With the invaluable support of the Wynnum Manly Historical Society, the Facebook group has already rapidly grown to 210 members. Last week, Councillor Atwood and I had the opportunity to meet with Cemetery Manager Ben to explore avenues which the group could extend its support of the cemetery. I am pleased to acknowledge the commendable efforts of Darren Sibley and Jeff Harrison, who have taken the lead in this initiative. We look forward to supporting them in the establishment of their committee and formalising the group's structure. Darren's passion for grave history is both admirable and infectious, and we recently learned that the cemetery will commemorate its 150th year in 2025. The group are exploring opportunities to support the cemetery with events surrounding significant dates such as Mother's Day and Father's Day. They hope to organise community historical walking tours and collaborate with schools and community organisations on meaningful projects. I'm particularly proud to highlight the commendable efforts of the students of Iona in Lyndham, who have diligently been assisting with grave cleaning on a weekly basis since 2020. Their involvement underscores the ethos that community engagement that lies in the heart of this endeavour. In closing, I wish my sincere well wishes to the Friends of the Hemet Cemetery as they embark on the next phase of their journey. Both Councillor Atwood and I stand ready to offer our support as they establish their group, plan their events, and share the history of this sacred place with our community. Thank you.
Further speakers, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak about Council's so-called, we don't know that it exists yet, but the parking changes that Councillor Allen spoke about earlier in the council meeting today, and inappropriate language in the council chamber. So Councillor Allen must have been confused about the public comments that I made, and I believe the Leader of the Greens made as well, in terms of our support for what the LNP are proposing when it comes to the parking ratio changes. I think he tried to make something exist that didn't exist. Yeah, just sort of shouting into the void. I very clearly said that we would support, let me take it one step back actually, over the last 3 weeks, calling on council to outline its actions, short-term actions, medium-term actions, long-term actions, on every lever they can pull in terms of addressing the housing crisis. This is clearly one of them. This is clearly one of them, and for the last 3 weeks the LNP have got up in here and said there's nothing to see here. And all of a sudden they now have an amendment that they can bring. I very clearly said when the Lord Mayor announced this, he was at the Property Council breakfast, I believe, talking to developers when he announced this, that we would support ideas like this. When we get the details, we'll obviously pore over them. Councillor Allen said he thought that it may come to council this session. So he's talking today as if it's a fait accompli, but we haven't seen the details of that. But we need to make sure that the balance is struck right in that this delivers an affordable housing outcome, which is what we're all seeking here, not simply more profits for developers. It needs to be structured in a way in which there is a measurable outcome that units and townhouses, well, units, because they're happening in certain areas. We don't know about townhouses because we haven't seen the details. Units in certain areas will become cheaper because the ratios are reduced. That's what we want to see, and that's what we will support. In terms of inappropriate language in the chamber, I took what Councillor Allen, I didn't know what Punch and Judy, we said some of us don't remember what Punch and Judy was. I was not around in Victorian English times, but I understand it carried on as well as a puppet show. But I think it's a bit of a strange analogy to make in 2024 in the Brisbane City Council chamber to describe the concerns that a group of councillors make, or that individual councillors get up and make and debate that we make, to be described in this way, of which Punch and Judy is described as Punch behaving outrageously, struggling with his wife Judy and the baby, then triumphing in a series of encounters with the forces of law and order and the supernatural. Typical shows performed where Punch introduces Judy and then they kiss and dance before Judy requests Mr Punch look after the baby. Punch will fail to carry out his task appropriately. He may well sit on the baby in a failed attempt to babysit, or drop it, or even let it go through a sausage machine. In any event, Judy will return, will be outraged, fetch a stick, and the knockabout will commence. A policeman will arrive in response to the mayhem and will himself be felled by Punch's stick. This is all carried out at breakneck farcical speed. It's a bit of a strange analogy to make when we're actually debating affordable housing. A very strange thing for Councillor Allen to enter into the debate. I don't think that is appropriate. I don't think it's an appropriate analogy. And what I am particularly surprised about today is that the Deputy Mayor thought it was appropriate to call another councillor a groin rub. And when I raised
Point
that...
of order.
Point of order, Deputy
Claim
Mayor.
to be misrepresented.
Note your claim to be
and when I raised that, the Deputy Mayor quickly followed in calling a councillor a groin rub and said, sit on that fence, keep it rubbing.
Point of order, Councillor Deputy
Claim to be
Mayor.
misrepresented again.
Claim. I note your claim.
And when
to
I
be
raised that with you, Chair, you said you didn't rule on my point of order, and you just ignored that. And granted, if you didn't hear that, I accept that, and I would just ask that you review the transcript and the video of tonight's meeting. It's very clearly said that Councillor Adams referred to me as the groin rub of the ALP, and she then said for me to...
Point of order.
Claim to be misrepresented.
And she then said to me to sit on that fence, keep it rubbing. I just think that's really inappropriate. When I have said things, certainly not to that extent, where other councillors have found them to be inappropriate or offensive, I have withdrawn and apologised about that. And sometimes in the heat of debate, we do say some things that we may regret, and because there's a certain decorum in here, withdraw them and apologise for them. And I realise that, behaviour on all sides of the chamber can sometimes get heated. We can interject and challenge when there is a robust political debate going on. And, we try and follow your rulings, Chair, as best we can. But when the second in charge, one of our city's leaders, uses that language, I can only assume what she meant when she said it, to describe another councillor in here and sort of deny it, even though it is extremely clear to be heard on the streaming, on the council video. I just think that is extremely inappropriate, and certainly hope the Deputy Mayor would reflect on that, and you will reflect on the Deputy Mayor's behaviour, and maybe next week you can make a ruling on that after you've reviewed the transcript and the video from this meeting.
Claim of misrepresentation, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And maybe we're all back in the Victorian ages, but it is a common, maybe I'm a little bit of an old lady, to talk about politicians who can't make a decision sitting on the fence and getting groin rub. I did not call him a groin rub. I did not say he was an ALP groin rub. I said he must be getting groin rub from never making a decision. And let's just say, breaching the local laws...
Councillor Cassidy.
Breaching the local laws and putting it on Twitter and now playing it in the chambers is inappropriate.
Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Cassidy. Several points there that you should not be recording that and playing that in the chamber and calling out across the chamber, or using council debate or footage inappropriately on other media forms. Thank you. The Deputy Mayor was responding to the point of misrepresentation and should be heard in silence too.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
I am happy to apologise if that is how Councillor Cassidy took that, but that was not the intent. It was on the basis that he cannot make a decision. It's long been a term used in politics, but I apologise, maybe not on their side of chambers, but I apologise if he took that...
The Deputy Mayor is making an apology and will be heard in silence. Councillor Collier. Deputy Mayor.
They don't like what I say, they don't like when I apologise, but they'll go out...
Councillor Collier, I warn you not to call out across the chamber, please.
I sincerely apologise if Councillor Cassidy took that the wrong way. It was a comment about politicians not being able to make a decision.
Thank you. Okay, councillors, thank you very much. It was very clear. It was a very clear apology. And please, you requested that and you received it. Stop calling out across the chamber, councillors. Okay, councillors. Councillor Collier, I have warned you not to call out across the chamber. You do not debate with other councillors across the chamber. Councillor Collier. Is there any further general business? Councillor Collier.
Yeah, thanks very much, Sharon.
Councillor Collier is on her feet speaking. Please refrain from speaking in the chamber while she is speaking. Councillor Collier.
Too many times, I feel, in the last 4 weeks, I have stood on my feet in this place and made remarks about the way that us as colleagues speak to each other, the way that people are treated in this place, the inconsistencies of ruling. And I think that it is, again, time to have it read on the record that the way that we treat each other as city leaders in this place, quite frankly, leaves a lot to be desired. And I want to talk about the inconsistencies in the ruling from chairs regarding various times when councillors have interjected, and it only seems to be that when it's ALP councillors interjecting, we get reprimanded by name. And I'd love for you, Chair, to go back and check the record and figure out how many times you have reprimanded any councillor from the administration by name about their various interjections, because it's not that it doesn't happen, it's that you choose not to reprimand them in the correct way. And that is a double standard. Genuinely, the role of chair in council, it should be, to referee and to implement the standing orders. And too often I am seeing that it is turned into a political plaything. You know, when someone makes an apology, it should be unreserved. That is the genuine. And too often when I speak in this place, certain councillors turn their back towards me, which we all know about that. Like, genuinely, if you want to play childish games, this is not the place for it. I believe that this place should be a place where we can come in and respectfully debate ideas, not resort to deeply offensive personal attacks, and then when an apology is requested, instead of making one unreservedly, say, I'm sorry if you felt that way. What sort of behaviour does that remind you of? For me, it reminds me of gaslighting. I'm sorry that you made it up that you felt that way, not...
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Sorry, point of order, Deputy Mayor.
In GB, you can say many, many things.
Is this a point of order?
But
councillors,
there is no privilege in this place. Councillor Collier has injected. Councillor Collier has interjected all day, then called us gaslighters.
Thank you, Deputy Metz. I don't uphold your point of order, but I do want to say before you continue, Councillor Collier, councillors, remember that if someone does call out a point of order, the Speaker will sit down, the person who is calling the point of order will be heard, and then you can continue and address that. So,
yeah,
Councillor
I guess
Collier.
just speaking generally, it is really disappointing the conduct of multiple councillors who are in administration. You have the absolute majority in this place, and you use your power and your advantage to shut down genuine political debate. I remember when I was, new in this chamber, the Lord Mayor directly said, debate the idea, not the person. And I think it would do well for councillors on the administration side to reflect upon those comments made by the Lord Mayor. It is really disappointing that, tonight I could name at least 5 different instances of where I believe that the behaviour is not reflective upon the standard which we set upon ourselves as elected officials of this city. And that is deeply disappointing. It really is. We could talk about the fact that, the chair of city planning in the city is making pop culture references that are so out of touch, they would only reflect the LNP's values, really. Yeah, it is completely bizarre, and we could talk about the sustained and systemic attacks on one particular councillor because the administration doesn't like it when she speaks up. That is the only reason why. It is inconsistent, it is systemic in this place, and I implore all all councillors on the administration side to raise this in your own avenues, in your own party room. We could do so much better. And every time one of us raise it and say this is not acceptable, your silence is complicit. You are complicit in the decision makings of this process. Sitting there with your heads bowed, not saying anything, not speaking up when there is inappropriate behaviour, when there is inappropriate name calling is not okay. Well, yeah, and some will take it even further. Some will take it even further. You know, simply, in my view, not calling it out is, you know, pretty low, but actually finding it amusing and funny is worse. When we talk about the fact that we are having, you know, a continuing national conversation about the way that we treat women and why violence is prevalent in our society, it starts from insidious behaviour like this, where you think that you can speak down to someone consistently over and over again and wear them down, call them names, and engage in this sort of behaviour. It's simply not okay. It is simply not okay.
Further speakers. Councillor Marx.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Speaking of it's simply not okay, I'm going to speak about a post that was put up just in the last, I don't know, 15 minutes, I guess, 5:17. It is simply not okay. Can I read verbatim the post that was written on a Facebook post for a councillor that's in this chamber who has just stood up and lectured us about behaviour? The post reads, LNP councillor Kim Marx just said that the reason why a part of Brisbane doesn't have a council pool is because they vote Labor. Shameful that the LNP that think that parts of Brisbane shouldn't get looked after and have confirmed they will only neglect and pork barrel. I know we're not allowed to use the word lie in this chamber, so I will not use that word lie. Here we go again, getting lectured.
Just one moment, Councillor Marx. Yeah. We just sat through...
Yeah,
quiet,
I'm serious.
councillors. Councillors, we just all sat here in silence listening to you, Councillor Collier, and you are calling out again while another councillor's on their feet, and you just gave us all your opinion about the behaviour in the chamber, and you are calling out while she is speaking. Can all councillors remain quiet during the councillors? Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Marx.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to put on the record, and I'm more than happy for you as the Chair to listen to the recording of the record, as you have been requested to do by the Leader of the Opposition already. What I said quite clearly, because Councillor Strunk, through you, Madam Chair, was talking about the lack of a pool in his ward. I made the comment, that's because they have a lake. That was the comment I made. Agree or not agree, should I or shouldn't I have potentially, no, I shouldn't have said it. I did call out, I admit that. But I did not say what was put on that Facebook post, which is an outright, blatant LIE. So I am requesting that that comment be removed from Facebook. I'm happy for you to put on that I said they have a lake.
Councillor Marx.
You know, this is the behaviour that we have to put up.
Thank you. Point of order, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. I asked 3 times and was ignored. So I'm
and
sorry,
you,
I didn't think you could hear me.
Once you wait. And
I didn't think you could hear me.
If I'm speaking, you wait.
You clearly did not hear me.
Councillor Johnston.
Thank you.
What is your point of order?
Yes. We're not allowed to use the word lie in the chamber. I've been expelled for doing so. Is that still the rule, and will you now warn Councillor Marx?
Councillor Johnston, I believe it is calling somebody a liar.
No, no, no.
Not talking about telling lies.
Lie,
and I don't uphold your point of order.
I'm sorry, we've had this. If the rules have changed, you can tell us the rules have changed, but it was very clear. Any use of the word lie, liar, lie, whatever. So if it's not the rule anymore, we all need to know.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
I'll just deal with one point of order at a time, please, Councillor Marx. I would like to say that it is calling people a liar. I believe, Councillor Marx, you're talking about people, excuse me, councillors who are channeling lies. Councillor Marx, would you like to withdraw something or do you want to clarify?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy to clarify. What I said was I know we are not allowed to use the word LIE when we're referring to someone, so I did not. What I did refer to was the comment that was put on a Facebook page that I saw as a lie. I am more than happy to change my wording and say mistruth. Now, I've been in this chamber for 12 years. I have never got up in this chamber and got cranky about something that's been said or done either to me, about me or for me in this chamber. Never. But this is beyond the pale. To have to sit here and listen in a GB from somebody else who just decides that they want to lecture us on our behaviour but sees no problem with putting in something that was a complete untruth. Now, I'm more than happy to apologise to Councillor Strunk for telling his residents that the reason they don't have a pool is because they have a lake. My apologies. It was said as a joke, and obviously the joke fell fat. I'm fine with that. I'm happy to apologise. He's had plenty of goes at me over the time about my card making. Whatever, take it on the chin. But the point is, I will not tolerate someone putting something on a Facebook social post that is incorrect, and I ask that it be removed or corrected. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any further general business? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I too rise to speak on the chairing of the meeting today. I don't think it's any shock to anybody that I think at this point the actions of the LNP councillors, including Councillor Sandy Landers here today, are corrupt. I don't think there is any other way to describe...
Point of order, Councillor Johnston. Thank you. Deputy Mayor, point of order.
There is no privilege in this place and she cannot defame councillors.
It is a point
I ask you to make a ruling.
Yes, I ruled that your comments could be defamatory, Councillor Johnston, and I asked you to be very careful with those comments.
I am 100% certain that this is organised behaviour, organised by the Deputy Mayor and other councillors, including yourself, Councillor Landers. It is astonishing to me today that the Deputy Mayor of the City of Brisbane has stood up and said about a male councillor in this place that he is an ALP groin rub.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
I know Councillor Johnson hasn't been with us all afternoon, but I claim misrepresentation.
I note your claim of misrepresentation.
So the Deputy Mayor's sorry, not sorry, only sorry if you feel hurt by it. But it's pretty clear to me. I came back in the chamber and heard all this. I heard the Deputy Mayor doing her half-hearted apology and said that's what she said. But what I am concerned about is that the Chair of Council, the person who is a statutory officer, who is responsible for administering the rules of the Meetings Local Law and the City of Brisbane Act, who has statutory obligations to act ethically, with integrity and fairness, has taken no action against the Deputy Mayor for such a sexist, gendered, outrageous and inappropriate comment in this place. If it was said about a woman, we would be going nuts. And I am shocked that as a matter of public record, the Chair of Council is taking no action against such appalling behaviour. Yep. I've been ejected for calling someone a liar when they were actually lying. Apparently now that's perfectly okay. It's good to know the rules have changed. But we've got the Deputy Mayor standing up and saying something so offensive about another councillor and nothing happens to her. And the person who is responsible for administering the rules does nothing. Now that's on top of the serious mistakes made earlier today with respect to the chairing of the meeting. And they're not the first with respect to me over recent weeks. In a motion about City Plan, I wasn't actually allowed to speak to City Plan just 2 weeks ago. Today, when moving the suspension of standing orders, I was not allowed to speak at all, and the Chair of Council unilaterally decided that I had done what I had to do under the Meetings Local Law. The Meetings Local Law don't give the Chair of Council that authority. That authority is placed in me to move a motion, to speak to it, and to convince the chamber, who then vote. Instead, the dictatorship of Councillor Sandy Landers, the Chair of Brisbane City Council, decided herself that that was it. The one thing I don't know, I mean, back in the day, Graham Quirk used to text Krista Adams, Councillor Adams, when she was the Chair of Council, and she would be told to kick me out. Over and over and over and over again this happened. I presume that doesn't happen anymore, but that's what happened for all those new councillors in the room back 13 years ago. This is not like this has started today. 14 years ago this was going on. 13 years ago, the Deputy Mayor used to get text messages as the Chair of Council, time for NJ to go, kick her out. And it happened every second week. I'd be kicked out and kicked out and kicked out. It is corruption. It is corruption. And it's been corrupt for 14 years. 14 years. The LNP don't seem to get over the fact that I'm not part of the LNP anymore. They don't seem to get the idea that I don't agree with them, but I have a right to speak in this place. And that is the fundamental problem that has been going on under the chairmanship of Councillor Sandy Landers. Now, it is not just me, but it is there are other councillors who are experiencing this, but there is a distinct pattern of conduct which today was out of control, to the point where the Chair of Council ignored the Meetings Local Laws, made a decision that I couldn't speak because she just decided because she was the Chair, ignored the rules of procedure and refused to let me speak. Then, apparently, I didn't even know this, but that was a mistake. She didn't say that, and I was supposed to be able to speak, but then I wasn't allowed to speak then either. And then I moved dissent in that motion. That wasn't allowed to be voted upon. So not only am I not allowed to speak, I'm not allowed to move dissent. And this behaviour and what happened afterwards, you can speak now, was astonishing. After telling me over and over for 10 minutes, you can't speak, suddenly you can speak. This is bullying. This is inappropriate behaviour. This is an abuse of your statutory position as the Chair of Council. And your failure to take action against Councillor Krista Adams today regarding her appalling behaviour towards Councillor Cassidy is the tip of the iceberg with respect to the problems that you now have. If a councillor can stand up and say something that offensive and it does not warrant action from you, a warning, expulsion, then what does? What does? Because that is not appropriate. I just want to also say a big thank you to Councillor Griffiths, Councillor Collier and Councillor Massey, who have spoken up over the last few weeks about what is going on in here. It is not right. Don't think that you can sit there protected, because you will not. It is not acceptable what you are doing, and it is and the usual suspects are there, Councillor Adams, Councillor Wines, they're there in the background just murmuring away, because from their point of view, this behaviour is all acceptable. We've heard, and Councillor Marx, I would say, don't agree with her all the time.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Deputy.
Claim to be misrepresented.
I note your presentation.
Councillor Marx doesn't, generally has a fairly sensible head on her shoulders, but to stand up and claim that because there was a post saying you didn't support, or there's an issue around a pool and a lake in Forest Lake, is the same as Councillor Adams saying Councillor Cassidy is an ALP groin rub. One is an issue about debate under which this council has responsibility. The other one is a gross personal insult against a fellow employee that no one took any action against. they're not even in the same chapter of the same book. They're not in the same library on the same continent. The failure of the chair to take action has become a damaging part of what is going on in this council. It is unacceptable, Councillor Landers, that you are refusing to take action, that you are taking action when you don't have the authority to do so, and in particular that you are preventing me from appropriately speaking in this place on the issues that are before us today. I will be certainly taking action about what has happened today. It's just unacceptable that you can unilaterally decide something that is set down under the meeting's local law, that has a procedure for how things are handled. And also, it is just not acceptable that you set a standard in this place that says calling another councillor an ALP groin rub that is appropriate
Point of order,
behaviour.
Madam Chair.
Point of order.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Got that?
It's not. It's not. And I honestly think that you should step down because it's been, what, 4 or 5 weeks now? It's getting worse, not better. You are not an appropriate person to be chairing this meeting.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
On your behalf, this is misconduct, attacking the chair in this place. This is bullying, and it's not acceptable that you or your family should be listening to this.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Finished, Councillor Johnston?
No, point of order, Madam Chairman.
Point of order, Councillor
The Deputy
Johnston.
Mayor has just stood up and said that I'm bullying, and I find that offensive and I ask that it be withdrawn.
I don't uphold your point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Are you done?
Of course not, Madam Chair. I knew that would be the case. I knew that you will at every step defend the behaviour of the LNP council in this chamber, and this comes back to what I said. This is a corrupt process. Councillor Adams does the call and you do the response. And it is clear from her repeated engagements in my speech here today that she is attempting...
Councillor Johnston, your time has expired.
Point of order.
Deputy Mayor, point of misrepresentation.
There was 2 misrepresentations that were the same, the first and the third, that repeated the defamation on me that I called Councillor Cassidy an ALP groin rub. I have already apologised unreservedly. I am sorry that he thought that is what I said. It is not what I said. I was making a comment around not making a decision, and I have apologised unreservedly for that. Secondly, there was some indication that because I had murmured to Councillor Wines that I found the behaviour in this chamber acceptable. I can assure you I do not find the behaviour in this chamber acceptable.
Point of order.
Point of order. Councillor Dixon?
Chair, I move that council now adjourn for a dinner for 1 hour, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
It has been
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Givney that council adjourn for dinner for a period of 1 hour, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The meeting will be adjourned when all councillors have left the chamber. Thank you, councillors. Further general business. I believe Councillor Cassidy has general business.
Point of order, thank you. I move that the chair leave the chair.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier that I leave the chair. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division.
Division has been called by Councillor Cassidy. Is there a seconder? Councillor.
Division.
By, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Collier. Councillors, ayes to my right and noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 7 in favour and 17 against.
The division is lost. Councillors, please return to your seats. Councillors, is there any further general business? Councillor Massey.
Thank you. I rise to stand on a few different topics tonight. We'll see how many I can get through before the time runs out. Firstly, I want to rise on the suppression of debate and the inconsistency of rulings for weeks in this chamber. And this is something that I have to speak on. Rulings on point of orders that are acceptable, naming councillors via interruptions, decisions that are not clear how they are made, and simple demonstration of that has been shown tonight. On the word lie. On the 29th of August 2023, a ruling was made on the following, while the former chair stated, and I will read this from the minutes. I have formed an opinion that the use of the word liar is a reflection on councillors and council officers' character, is against the Queensland Government Council Code of Conduct under Section 2.1 and under Section 2.2, as well as Meetings Local Law Section 21(1) and Section 55(2). The use of the word in the form of a verb, noun or adjective in past or present tense is unprofessional in this place, and as a result of this ruling, further use of the word will be ruled out of order. That is within the minutes on the 29th of August. The verb of liar is lie. Today, with no notice, this previous standing on this ruling has suddenly changed. People have talked about various discrepancies on rulings, and I won't repeat them all, but I just want to highlight that that is another clear action of either favouritism or making rulings on the fly, and it was important for me to put that on the record. I'll also add that the term groin rub in reference or even allusion to a reference of any other councillor in the chamber is inappropriate. The meeting's recording will show clear enough what's been said. Inconsequential of that, the term itself was inappropriate in this chamber. And I know Councillor Johnston isn't here with us right now, but I want to acknowledge from what I've seen here in the 1 year that I've been here, there's been a clear difference of treatment. And yes, I know that other councillors on this side of the chamber experience this from time to time too. But from my experience, the suppression, the inequity of rulings for point of orders occur to Councillor Johnston more often than anyone else. And I am sure that people have noticed this too. I think many people have spoken about this tonight. I'll leave it there. Maybe some more will speak, but I just thought it was important to put those notes on. I'm going to move to some other topics of general business. Ethnic Schools Association of Queensland had Community Language School Day this weekend. I was pleased to not only attend and speak using both my languages, as I am someone that is culturally and linguistically diverse. I thank Irene and her team for the event, and of course to all the volunteers that were there. I know there was much confusion on the day as they weren't informed about a road closure with limited access to the school hall at Intrepidity State School, but they accommodated as well as they could. I also share my thanks to the participating 12 schools that included the language group of Shahala, Chinese, Urdu, Tamil, Romanian, Hungarian, and also Filipino Tagalog, my language. As I said on the day, speaking Tagalog wasn't an accident. My mother honestly was dedicated to me learning it, and I really did not find it fun at the time as a child. But as an adult, I am so grateful that she kind of forced me. She did force me, But I'm very grateful because it enabled me to not only speak with my family, but also connect with Filipinos that now call Brisbane home, and to children learning languages across the city who might also be facing that difficulty. I say keep at it and find a way to make it fun. I also rise to speak on general business about Neighbourhood Centre Week. Last week was Neighbourhood Centre Week and the theme was Stronger Together. Local neighbourhood centres are increasingly being recognised as vital for the well-being and support of communities across Brisbane and Queensland. Significant increase in people seeking support from neighbourhood centres. There is a significant increase from people seeking support from neighbourhood centres. They help with everything from disaster response to helping people keep a roof over their head during a housing crisis, to supporting people with pressures of soaring cost of living. As I said last week, the numbers are staggering. Each neighbourhood centre now in Queensland, and this includes in Brisbane, delivers 720 kilos of food relief. That is 7 times more than in 2019, and that is nearly double the time more from 2023. Our neighbourhood centres and our communities will be stronger, more resilient and more able to bounce back from natural disasters and more if we're able to work together and solve local issues. And if these neighbourhood centres are supported by local councils. Almost every councillor in this room has likely visited their local neighbourhood centre, and if you haven't, please do. But I ask, have you spoken to your neighbourhood centre about what they need and how you can support them? Some need more volunteers, some need funding, some need infrastructure improvements. There are things that we as councils can do to strengthen our local neighbourhood centres, and in turn, the fabric of our communities will be stronger and more vibrant. I ask you to do this. I think I'm going to get through all my topics. This is great. I want to congratulate the German Club. On Friday night, we celebrated their 141st anniversary. I acknowledge Councillor Atwood, who was also in attendance on the event. 141 years is a long time, and here's to 141 more. I will see you all soon for some of that delicious dunkel. And lastly, I'm happy that I have a bit of time, I want to talk about a show that I saw on Saturday night. The show was at BMAC. It was called First Creatives, and it was a powerful show which was a mixture of dance and documentary truth-telling based on Auntie Sharon and Auntie Shantae's life stories. It was an important night of truth-telling and reflection, where they touched on uncomfortable subjects that were important to their history and their stories, but also connected to the experiences of First Nations people across this country. I'll speak to this more later as we talk on the motion on Sorry Day National Reconciliation, but there was no topic that wasn't sensitive, that wasn't touched, and from a base of real care and honesty. I know that the audience enjoyed these only 2 shows, but the topics of domestic violence, grandmothers that were stolen, the results of that intergenerational trauma, and a call for us in the audience to come and help fix up the mess was an unforgettable experience. And I thank not only the dancers that put on the show, but I also thank Auntie Sharon and Auntie Shantae for their vulnerability and honesty in presenting their stories in this way for us to more deeply understand the challenges that not only they experience, but also First Nations women and Torres Strait Islander women have experienced for a long time. And these wounds are not gone. These wounds are still here. So thank you to them. I hope to speak to both Auntie Sharon and Shantae soon. I did try to call earlier today because I just wanted to thank them personally also for that vulnerable and open moment that I truly believed in a sellout house. Both shows were sold out. I truly believed changed a lot of people's hearts, minds, and also called us to action. Thank you.
Is there any further general business?
Yes.
Councillor Griffiths, you have 10 minutes, and can I just take the opportunity just to remind councillors to define your topic just at the beginning of your speech?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, I'd like to speak on the conduct of the meeting tonight and give my feelings and thoughts in relation to that. So I've been very disturbed by the meeting tonight and the meetings that have occurred since the election occurred. The meetings that have occurred in this chamber. I understand the democratic process throws us all together and we all have to participate in debate, but that is debate, not control. And in particular, I want to speak to Councillor Nicole Johnson about Councillor Nicole Johnson, who's not here at the moment, has left for the evening. But Councillor Nicole Johnson is a very robust, strategic and very articulate and smart councillor. She's one of the few councillors that actually adds to some of the debates in this chamber and certainly leads to debate in this chamber. Nicole, I find Councillor Johnson provides a true and independent perspective. And I'm saying that as someone who sits on the Labor side of the bench. And I know Councillor Johnston did used to sit, and I was here when she used to sit on the LNP side of the bench. And she was actually one of your greatest warriors. And I know I got a few roastings from Councillor Johnston when she sat on the LNP side of the bench. I met Councillor Johnston, got to know Councillor Johnston as she fell out with the LNP, and that was partly due to, my understanding was, some decisions in the party room that she did not agree with and she robustly opposed. And that was a very conflictual time for Councillor Johnston, but also for the LNP. It was actually a horrible time to observe in terms of the performance of the Mayor at the time and the performance of this chamber. It would be something that I think we would never want to repeat again. What I learnt from getting to know Councillor Johnston was through some of those meetings where there was, and I would say extreme bullying, extreme gaslighting, that I found it very difficult to watch. And actually I couldn't watch, and I would leave the chamber with Councillor Johnston and we'd go and get a cup of tea or a drink or something just to get away from what I was observing here. I even know in the Labor Party, we were tipped off with dirt about Councillor Johnston so that we could put it into the media and use it against her. The party room didn't do that, that didn't happen. It was considered pretty low life. So I suppose what I've had the experience of, and you don't make many friends in politics, is a fairly common thing for everyone out there. But I would say Councillor Johnston has become a friend of mine, a very, very good friend of mine, and she's someone that I respect. I don't always agree with what Councillor Johnston says. I don't always agree with what Councillor Johnston, how she argues a point, but I agree with her ability to do so, and I really enjoy the fervour for which she does that, and I also enjoy the way she will continue to do that. And I suppose what I've seen is Councillor Johnston is passionate about her community and her community is passionate about her. And the community has, for all of us, they have these glasses on us and we think, you know, oh, we can trick them. But they can't, they have a big BS detector. And when they look through us, they can tell when we're giving them BS and when we're not, when we're genuine and when we're not. And that's a great thing about people and a great thing about the community and I think a great thing about Australians. But Councillor Johnston wins all the time. People keep voting for her, people keep winning, wanting to see her succeed. They like what she does. She does something that's fresh, something that's genuine, something that is good for the community. And if we haven't all seen it already, Labor's votes dropping, the Liberals' votes dropping, the Greens' votes going up, but it will drop one day. People can see through the BS. And I think that's what they find refreshing about Councillor Johnston and about the stance she's taken. So I have observed, and I haven't observed it as bad as what I've observed it since we came back, but there is certainly, I believe, a systematic attempt to quieten Councillor Johnston at the moment, to really suppress her. And I don't think that's the role of this chamber. I don't think that's the role of any one person in this chamber. I think it's good and healthy to have debate. That's what we're all here for. That's what the democratic process has thrown up. It must be horrible for the LNP. They've won again for a sixth time, I say that. But they also, so has the opposition councillors. We've won again too, and our job is to keep things accountable. So this is the situation we have. This is how democracy works. And what I would say is that I don't think it's anyone's role in this chamber to be political in the way the chamber is run. I think the chairperson's role is to be non-political. I think the chairperson's role is to ensure that we are all safe in this chamber. We are all able to debate, and the ruling should be fair across the chamber. So the language we heard earlier tonight is not appropriate. If a man was to say that language, my God, it's not appropriate. It's not appropriate for anyone. And this, I think, comes back to leadership for me. And if you watch a good functioning organisation, you have good, strong leadership. And what I would say, and the message I would ask of the Mayor, because he's the leader of Brisbane at the moment and leader of the LNP in this chamber, is to look at what's going on in this chamber. Look at what is happening with how the debate is going, because his job is to ensure that the debate is fair. His job is to ensure that everyone gets a say, and his job is to ensure that no one leaves this chamber feeling worse off when they leave. No one should feel bullied. No one should feel belittled. No one should feel ashamed for speaking up in this chamber. Some people will hear this, some people won't hear it. It just seems to be the way we work, but I extend... I really think Councillor Johnston pays a big price for being an independent here, and I respect that she's been prepared to pay that price, step out of the Liberal Party and do that. I think it's a gutsy effort. I think the public like it, and I think we need to celebrate people who are prepared to do that. Thank you.
Further speakers, Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, I rise to speak about a number of activities of this week that I didn't get a chance to talk about earlier, namely Ida Hobbit. I'd like to speak a little bit more about that, a little bit more about Pennygeary, and then I'd like to also talk to the Chamber about Blue by Thomas Weatherall. And with your indulgence, Madam Chair, I will start with Blue. I had the privilege of attending La Boite on Saturday night to witness the opening night of Blue. Now, this is a young Aboriginal man who received a grant in Sydney. He's from Sydney, but it was the most amazing show. For a young 23-year-old to stand on the stage for about an hour and a half and be a one-man show, it was just absolutely inspiring and amazing. So if I can encourage all of my colleagues here in the chamber to take the effort to go along to La Boite to see Blue by Thomas Weatherall. And I think we should all keep our eye on that young man's name, because I think he's going to go very far in the future. I'd also like to talk about Panieri, which again was on this weekend. And I'd just like to thank Frida and Chris and Kotsis for the amazing work that they did. And through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to also thank Councillor Massey for assisting with some of the homeless issues that we had at Musgrave Park. And I want to say that this was a group effort. The state government certainly stepped up to the mark and helped to find accommodation for the people who'd been living rough in the park. But can I say that this was the 48th year of Panieri, and these are fantastic Greek people who made West End their home all those years ago. They do it for charity. There's all of the stalls are there to make money that goes all straight back into helping others. And it was a true community feel about it. And I think that it is fantastic to think that Brisbane has these festivals that celebrate our wonderful multicultural community. And very shortly we will be talking to some notified motions. But can I just say that Panieri is one of those festivals that really is about community. And Frida is the new president, has been there for about a year now. It's just such a welcoming and lovely event. And I think that we're all very fortunate in Brisbane to have so many amazing festivals. And I know it's not just Panieri, but that we have many other festivals right across Brisbane that really, I think, celebrate our multicultural community, and that is something that is really special. I was also privileged to be part of River City Pride, and I just want to really thank River City Pride for including me so much in what they do, and to invite me along to their panel discussion. But Ida Hobbit is such a wonderful day for people to remember and for people to celebrate where we've come from, and to know that it is so important that we do remember the bad things that have happened in the past, but that we also celebrate the amazing steps that we're taking into the future. And I think that River City Pride really do that every single day. So every single day they're talking to their colleagues at council, they're doing things that raise awareness, and of course Ida Hobbit is one of those days where we all come together, and for us to fly the flag raising is just such a fantastic experience. And we had many people from Brisbane City Council down at King George Square raising the flag very early in the morning. So we did have a bit of breakfast after that, but it was, again, just such an amazing opportunity for us all to come together and show them how proud we are of what our River City Pride do for us here in the city. And of course, on Friday night, we also had Light Up the Night Gala. And that is an LGBTIQ plus domestic violence. I know Councillor Collier was there, I think Grace and Di Farmer, and so many people that support the LGBTIQ plus community. It again grows every year. This is their third year, and we're very, very proud to host them here at City Hall. And I just want to say a big shout out to Ben Bajanson, who is the founder and who has put his heart and soul into it. I was privileged to sit at the table with his mum and dad and with his sister, and I know that there were people moving around all night talking to each other, and it was such a great vibe, and I think it's something that we should be very proud of, that this council is such an inclusive council. And the Lord Mayor was there, the Lord Mayor and Nina Schrinner. In fact, I think that the MC was trying to hit on the Lord Mayor because she felt that she would like to be the Lady Mayoress, but he told her that job was not available just at the moment. So it was such a wonderful evening. Dame Quinton Bryce, of course, is their patron, and she has always been there for them. And I just want to put on the record my great thanks to Ben and the team for such a fantastic event, but also the fact that it just, again, enhances the livability of our city. So on that note, Madam Chair, I'd just like to also put on the record my thanks to you for what has been a very difficult evening for you. I hope that you enjoyed dinner with your son. I know that he's very, very proud of you, as are we.
Are there any further speakers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just on behalf of Team Schrinner, I would like to just correct the record, particularly after Councillor Griffith's hyperbole that we heard around Councillor Johnson in this chamber. As one of the two people on this side that were here 16 years ago, no one plays it harder in this place than Councillor Johnson, especially when it comes to personal attacks. For Councillor Griffiths to stand there and rewrite history is just not acceptable. I'm sure Councillor Johnson has played the victim to him many, many times, particularly 16 years ago, but he does not know what happened and everything that happened in our team, and I'm sure Councillor Johnson did not tell him. I want to put on the record that claiming Councillor Johnson...
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Griffiths.
Claim to be misrepresented.
I note your claim to be misrepresented. Deputy Mayor.
I want to put on the record that claiming Councillor Johnson is a victim in this situation is absolutely outrageous, particularly after her behaviour in front of guest speakers today. I could not allow Councillor Griffiths or Councillor Massey's hyperbole to be allowed to let go without rebuttal. It is just not the truth.
Councillor Griffiths, your claim of misrepresentation.
That is exactly the toxicity I'm speaking about in this chamber. That
is not a claim of misrepresentation.
The Deputy Mayor is the toxicity I'm speaking about in this chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. The claim of misrepresentation is addressing something specific about you in that speech. Are there any further general business? Councillors, I draw your attention to the motion at item 7A on the agenda. Can we have Councillor Howard, would you please move the motion?
Yes, Madam Chair. I move that Brisbane City Council recognises Sorry Day and the importance it holds for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities. Council also remains committed to working with Brisbane's Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities as we head towards National Reconciliation Week.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Howard and seconded by Councillor Atwood that Brisbane City Council recognises Sorry Day and the importance it holds for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities. Council also remains committed to working with Brisbane's Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities as we head towards National Reconciliation Week. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Chair. And I rise to speak on this motion and on the importance of Sorry Day and National Reconciliation Week, which takes place each year on the 26th of May and between the 27th of May and the 3rd of June, respectively. As we head closer towards these significant dates, it provides us all with the ongoing opportunity to reflect and learn about our shared history and to reflect on our own actions in working towards reconciliation. To provide some background for the Chamber, Sorry Day takes place each year on the 26th of May, a date to acknowledge and remember the mistreatment of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children who were forcibly removed from their families. The first National Sorry Day was held in Sydney in 1998, coinciding with the one-year anniversary of the release of the Bringing Them Home report, which detailed the devastating experiences of the historical policies of forcible removal. While this date carries great significance for the stolen generations and Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples, it is also commemorated by Australians around the country. On Sorry Day, Australia stands as one in recognising the hurt and sorrow caused to the children and families of the stolen generations. Beginning in 1998, commemorative Sorry Day plaques were installed by Brisbane City Council in 6 Brisbane parks as a mark of respect, apology and remembrance for the stolen generations. Across the city this Friday and Sunday, a range of Sorry Day events are scheduled to take place, including in King George Square this Sunday. These events will acknowledge the strength of Stolen Generations survivors and give those in attendance the opportunity to reflect on how we can all play a part in the healing process for our people and nation. As Sorry Day marks an important step towards reconciliation between all Australians, it also marks the eve of National Reconciliation Week, which begins on the 27th of May each year to commemorate the anniversary of the 1967 referendum, when Australians voted to finally remove clauses in the Australian Constitution that discriminated against Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. The theme of this year's National Reconciliation Week, now more than ever, is a reminder and a call to action for all Australians to continue to address and work towards reconciliation. Throughout National Reconciliation Week, Council joins the nation in hosting or supporting a range of activities and events to give Brisbane residents the opportunity to learn more about our shared histories and culture. A snapshot of some of these events include: on Wednesday the 29th, we will see Sugarcane Mamas, a trio of voice, string and stories told by Bernice, Ella and Georgia, take the main stage for Gathering in Queen Street Mall from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. And could I also note, for the record, Madam Chair, that Gathering is the only Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander performance that is held in a capital city anywhere in Australia. We are the only one that do that from February to November each year, each week, and it is an amazing event that allows people who are in the city to hear just a few of the stories, and I really want to thank Creative Nations for the work that they do in that field. The Inala Library will also be hosting National Reconciliation Week Aboriginal Storytime for everyone on the 31st of May, which our little ones can join an Aboriginal elder to celebrate Aboriginal culture and stories during a special storytime session. We're also encouraging residents to visit the Sir Thomas Brisbane Planetarium to explore the Sky Law Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Astronomy exhibition, which features some of Australia's leading Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander elders sharing their star knowledge for the first time. Again, this is just a snapshot of some of the great events and exhibitions being hosted across the city during National Reconciliation Week. Residents and those in the chamber can find out more about all of this on Council's website, and it will give a great lot of details about some of the activities taking place across the city, hosted by other organisations such as Black Card, Nyanda and Reconciliation Australia. The final day of National Reconciliation Week each year is the 3rd of June, which is commemorated by the historic Mabo decision in which the High Court of Australia recognised Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people's rights over their waters, paving the way for native title, also referred to as Mabo Day. To commemorate Mabo Day, all of our assets will be lit in the colours of the Torres Strait Islander flag to commemorate Mayor Island man Eddie Mabo. Our National Sorry Day and on the first day of National Reconciliation Week, we will be lighting up our assets in the colours of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander flags, and we will be doing so again throughout National Reconciliation Week. Again, these are just some of the ways that Council will be acknowledging, reflecting on and celebrating Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander culture in the coming few weeks. This Council is absolutely committed to working with Brisbane's Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities. Council has continued its own reconciliation journey, which is outlined in Council's Reconciliation Action Plan, developed in partnership with Brisbane's Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities and endorsed by Reconciliation Australia. It formalises Council's commitment to ongoing efforts toward reconciliation, better recognition and celebration of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples and cultures, and working in partnership with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities to strengthen relationships, respect and opportunities. Now more than ever, Council is committed to playing our part to collectively build relationships and communities that value Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples, histories, cultures and futures. I urge you all to support this motion.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on this motion before us today, and I also acknowledge Sorry Day on Saturday 26th of May and National Reconciliation Week commencing next Monday. Throughout the week, a number of ceremonies and events will take place across our city and in our suburbs, including ceremonies at Sorry sites. Sorry Day commemorates the stolen generations, the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children who were forcibly separated from their families in an attempt to assimilate them into white Australian culture in the 20th century. Brisbane's sorry sites now sit where many of those orphanages were once housing stolen children, right across Brisbane. We have come a long way, but there's still a very long way to go. Back in 2019, our Labor team here in Council moved that motion that Brisbane City Council recognise the Uluru Statement from the Heart, which was an important step forward on behalf of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. At the time, it was supported by the LNP because that was a hand reached out by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people to reconcile our past with our future. But that led to disappointment last year when the Voice referendum ended in a no, with the Liberal National Party playing such a prominent role in the deceitful campaign against it. We heard at the time the LNP wanted to see actions and better outcomes in communities. I'm yet to hear a peep from them to date. It does, however, give me great pride to recall how Brisbane City Council led the nation in regards to national reconciliation in the early days. It was a Labor administration under Jim Sawley that saw the People's Walk for Reconciliation back in the year 2000, when around 70,000 people marched from Kurilpa Point across the William Jolly Bridge and into King George Square. 70,000 people, just imagine that. Just 2 years before that, in 1998, Jim Sawley, as Mayor, used the ritual of handing the keys of the City of Brisbane to Indigenous elder Herb Bligh to symbolise that Indigenous people are welcome in our city. It was a chance for people to say, we are sorry for the past injustices inflicted on Aboriginal people, and we want to be able to reconcile and build a future together as one. Sawley's administration took this action after the 1997 Bringing Them Home report, which was largely ignored by both John Howard's federal Liberal government and Rob Borbage's state National Liberal government. This year's theme for National Reconciliation Week is now more than ever. This reminds us that no matter what, the fight for justice and rights for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people must continue, and this is an important point to consider. Many First Nations people and many who support their fight for better outcomes that we all seek are now questioning hollow gestures of reconciliation when justice is denied. That's a conversation that we will need to have in the near future. Now more than ever, the work continues. It continues in treaty making, in truth-telling and understanding history and education, and in tackling racism. We haven't come close to scratching the surface of truth-telling here in Brisbane, in Queensland and in Australia. We are with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people every step of the way in the Brisbane Labor team. I'd like to take this chance to say here, now in Council, that if we were truly serious about working with the traditional owners of the land on which we are meeting here, the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander flags would be flying atop the Story Bridge as we speak, not just during Reconciliation Week and not just for Sorry Day, not on the bridge, but on everywhere, and not for just 1 week. We were told that the consultation with First Nations people here in Brisbane was concluded in September last year, and that motion calling for those flags to fly on the bridge remains on the table as we speak today. And the Reconciliation Action Plan that Councillor Howard spoke about expires in July this year. So all of those actions that Councillor Howard described in her opening need to be complete by July this year. So many things are behind schedule and haven't been acted on, which I don't think is in the true spirit of reconciliation. It's time we put politics aside and took meaningful action as a council towards justice for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders here in Brisbane, and I hope we can move towards that beyond just simple motions in council.
Further speakers, Councillor Massey.
I rise to speak on this motion. The 26th of May every year marks an important day on the path of truth-telling in Brisbane in this country, as it is the day that remembers and acknowledges, which has been iterated earlier, but I'll say it again, the mistreatment of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island people who were forcibly removed from their families and communities and are now known as the stolen generation. National Sorry Day is also acknowledgement of the strength of the stolen generation survivors and their families. I share my deep respect for survivors who have faced trauma and overcome it. But there are things in our history that are unforgettable. National Sorry Day is an essential reminder that children were taken away because of official laws and government policies which aimed unequivocally to assimilate Indigenous population into non-Indigenous communities. Children were renamed, forced to stop speaking their native language, and told their parents no longer wanted them. Indigenous children were also put in places to be trained as domestic servants and be in servitude. This Friday, I'll be at a National Sorry Day breakfast in Orley Park. This will be at Cranbrook Place on Friday morning. Cranbrook Place was the site of Cranbrook House, an Aboriginal girls' home operated between 1900 and 1906 under the Queensland Protection of Aboriginal and Control of Supply of Opium Act, 1897. Nothing remains of the house apart from the stepping stones towards it. But women and girls who lived in this home had been placed on stations and used as domestic servants. If and when they got pregnant, they were sent to Brisbane to have their babies, which were later removed from them. The girls would then be returned to stations and the cycle would start again. These were grandmothers, great-grandmothers whose descendants live today. This is one of many houses across this country and across Brisbane. It's essential to know that the policies that enabled Cranbrook House to exist were in effect right up until the 1970s. And many Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people are still searching for lost parents and siblings today. The first Sorry Day occurred on the 26th of May, 1998, 1 year after the Bring Them Home report was tabled in Parliament. 27 years later, an Indigenous child is 10.5 times more likely to be taken into out-of-home care compared to non-Indigenous children. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island children are 26 times more likely than their peers to be incarcerated. The stolen generations are not past tense. While the intent of child removal today may be different to that experienced of the stolen generations, the effect is still the same. A loss of identity and an acceleration of intergenerational trauma. The Bring Them Home report had 54 recommendations. 27 years later, few have been implemented. And those things that have not been implemented affect reconciliation and Reconciliation Week. Specifically, I'll talk about one of the recommendations, which was training about the history and effects of forced removal as a precursor to reconciliation, something that we have not completed fully or acknowledged, something this council itself has not completed and fully acknowledged. Reconciliation Australia states that reconciliation is based and measured on 5 dimensions: historical acceptance, race relations, equality and equity, institutional integrity and unity. These 5 dimensions do not exist in isolation but are interrelated. Reconciliation cannot be seen as a single issue on an agenda, a list of events to say out loud. Because the contemporary definition of reconciliation means that we must weave all these threads together. We have so much work to do in this chamber to advocate not only for the implementation of the Bring Them Home report, the Deaths in Custody report, and beyond. These are the things that we have to be actively participate in to actually achieve reconciliation. Now, more than ever, our work towards justice, equitable and fair treatment of individuals, not just by our laws, but within the society, is needed. And to do this, we have to be active. And when I mean active, I mean lead the way. It is not just in the events that we do, it is the interweaving of First Nations history and truth-telling at its core that we have to support in our work in this council. Not just with what we do now, but beyond. And that is my challenge to everyone here. How can we be active participants in the process of reconciliation and acknowledge that the stolen generations are not yet over? Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Collier.
Thanks very much, Sharon. I just want to rise to speak in support of this motion today and to echo the sentiments of Councillor Cassidy and other councillors today in acknowledging the importance of National Sorry Day and Reconciliation Week. You know, hearing the stories, of course, that we've shared tonight, you can't help but feel compelled to act. And in the spirit of what this motion recognises, there is also, for me, a very clear call to action. You know, Council's own Reconciliation Action Plan does, of course, expire at the end of July this year, and it was, of course, developed, you know, in consultation with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples, and, you know, is an important document, but it was never supposed to be the end of the work. And evidently, you know, through the experiences of what is still occurring, whether it's the poor health outcomes or the systemic injustices that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people face every single day still, we know that there is much more work to do. I know that there are very dedicated council officers who are working very hard to do the best they can to take action and implement, you know, those things that are in the Reconciliation Action Plan. But what we've seen is a constant political stonewalling to implement those and have some political leadership and take those really real steps to make genuine change. We know that council, you know, through its own work and its own timelines that it's set itself, the work is overdue, the work is not yet complete, and that is disappointing. You know, when we come into this place and talk about recognising the importance of what, you know, has led to intergenerational trauma of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, you can't then go, well, we don't have anything else to do. And so, you know, we know that thousands of people signed a petition to support, to fly the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander flags on the Story Bridge. It is something so simple that means so much, and we of course acknowledge that that is part of a much larger piece of work, but this council knows that it would not only be, it would be symbolic, and the people of Brisbane want to see it. So why not do it? So therefore I move that the motion currently lying on the table, that this council fly the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander flags on the Story Bridge come off the table for debate.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Collier and seconded by Councillor Cassidy that the motion from 6th of September 2022 be taken off the table. This is a procedural motion, so I now put it to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The noes have it. The motion is lost. It has been moved by Councillor Cassidy and division has been called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Councillors, ayes to my right and noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Sorry, that's okay. Got to get the terminology right. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 7 in favour and 16 against.
The motion is lost. Further speakers? Councillor Murphy.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I wasn't going to speak on this one, although I moved the motion because Councillor Howard very competently, very ably and in a very apolitical way moved this motion in order to send a message, a bipartisan message to the people of the City of Brisbane that when it comes to National Reconciliation Week, we are all united in the cause of Brisbane's First Nations people. What we heard from Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Collier was really quite a disgraceful political attack on the LNP, talking about the voice, talking about our party, as if our party is not on board with this. And I think it totally attempts, and he has totally attempted, and I noticed that Councillor Massey glossed over this as well, totally attempted to rewrite the history of this issue. We're talking about the stolen generation. Well, the stolen generation came about as a result of the White Australia policy. And who were the architects of the White Australia policy? The Australian Labor Party. John Curtin, his Home Minister, Arthur Blakey, they were the ones who wrote it. And it was successive Labor governments who reinforced and supported and upheld that policy. And it wasn't until Menzies and Holt, two Liberal Prime Ministers, came to office that the White Australia policy was dismantled, because that is our party's values, the freedom and dignity of the individual, and that we are all of us in this country equal, regardless of race, background, ethnicity or creed. Those are the fundamental values of our party. And you will never hear an Australian Labor Party politician in the modern age actually get up and talk about their legacy on this issue, because their legacy is one of establishing, supporting and maintaining the White Australia policy that our party dismantled. And that's why our party throughout the 60s and 70s had more support from the Aboriginal community than the Labor Party. In fact, the first Indigenous Member of Parliament, Senator Neville Bonner, I live in his seat, that is his namesake. Member of the Liberal Party, a great fighter for Indigenous causes. So the politicisation that we've had on this motion from those opposite tonight is disgraceful, and it was unnecessary, because Councillor Howard did not make this motion political. She didn't attempt to do that. She played a very straight bat with this one, but Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Collier could not help themselves but inject politics into a debate where it didn't need to be. And so more than happy to give it back, Madam Chairman, because the record in Australia will show that it was the Australian Labor Party that wanted to treat Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders in this country as fauna, not as people.
Further speakers? Councillor Atwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to follow on from Councillor Murphy. I think it is so important that we do say sorry together. We don't talk about politics, because we can point the finger at each other all day long. It is so important that we recognise what National Sorry Day is all about. It's a significant occasion this Sunday where we reflect, acknowledge and reconcile as a nation. As a community, it is important that we remember and honour the stolen generations, Indigenous Australian children that were removed from their families, leaving generations of grief, loss and trauma. National Sorry Day is a powerful reminder of the importance of unity in our community towards improving the life of every Indigenous Australian. It is a day to acknowledge the deep hurt Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples carry and commit to the ongoing process of reconciliation. It is an important day where all levels of government, all sides of politics come together to work with our elders to say sorry and to build upon integrating Aboriginal culture,
language and connection to land with every Australian. As we reflect on the past, let us also celebrate the strength, resilience and contributions of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. Their culture is the oldest continuous culture in the world, rich in history, knowledge and traditions that have much to teach all of us. Throughout history, Indigenous Australians have made remarkable contributions to our nations. In the arts, as we see the profound impact of Indigenous painters, dancers and musicians who have enriched our cultural landscapes. Figures like Albert, whose landscape paintings brought the beauty of the Australian outback to the world, and contemporary local artists like Dean Tyson, a proud Quandamooka man who shares his incredible talent through with our city through Council's Indigenous Art Program. In the realms of sport, Indigenous athletes have excelled on a national and international stage, showcasing their talent and breaking down barriers. Legends like Kathy Freeman, who captured our hearts of the nations during the Sydney 2020 Olympics, and modern stars like Paddy Mills and Jonathan Thurston, who are continuing to inspire young Australians every single day. Reconciliation is a collective journey. It requires the involvement and commitment of every single Australian. We must educate ourselves and others about our shared history, listen to the voices of Indigenous people, and support efforts that aim to close the gap in health, education, and every other aspect of one's life to ensure that we all have equal opportunities. Let us use this day to build a more inclusive society, a society where rights and cultures of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people are celebrated. To the members of the stolen generation and their families, we acknowledge your pain. We pledge to walk alongside you in helping to celebrate your culture, honour your traditions and support you in your challenges. In the spirit of unity and respect, let us continue to move forward together, ensuring that the injustice of the past are acknowledged, remembered and never repeated. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further speakers? Councillor Howard, right of reply.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I would like to thank the speakers to this motion. I would just like to correct the record of just a couple of things that Councillor Collier mentioned, and probably just because she is ignorant of the fact. And so the fact actually that as of March 2024, 98% of all deliverables within the Reconciliation Action Plan have already commenced or been implemented, including working with our custodian group. So I want to put that on the record. And also I think Councillor Cassidy mentioned a meeting that was scheduled to be held in September 2023. The issue there was that there was sorry business that did not allow that meeting to continue, and so there is a meeting scheduled.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
I claim to be misrepresented.
I note you're misrepresented.
So just to put it on the record, Madam Chair, the meeting in September didn't occur because of sorry business, and there will be a meeting very, very soon. It's one of the things that I also want to just put on the record is that this is an ongoing document. It's not just something that ends at a date. It's something that all of our officers within Brisbane City Council are committed to. We have one mob that meets regularly. We have some fantastic officers that work in this space, and I just would like to finish by thanking sincerely Ryan and Callie and the entire team that work so diligently on our Inclusive Brisbane, and thank them very much for all of the work that they do.
Councillor Cassidy, your point of misrepresentation.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't claim there was a meeting to be held in September 2023. The Reconciliation Action Plan outlines that consultation on flag flying was due to be completed by September 2023. I was just reading from the RAP.
Thank you. Okay, I'll now put the motion. Those in favour say aye. Aye. And those against no. The ayes have it. Councillors, I draw your attention to the notice of motion at item 7B on the agenda. Councillor Cassidy, would you please move the motion?
Thank you, Chair. I move that this council congratulates the bipartisan approach of Premier Stephen Miles and David Crisafulli to reject a stadium in Victoria Park.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier that this council congratulates the bipartisan approach of Premier Stephen Miles and David Crisafulli to reject a stadium in Victoria Park. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. It can take a lot for leaders on opposing sides of politics to take the higher ground for the greater good and come to a bipartisan agreement. We've now heard from both the Premier, Stephen Miles, and the State Opposition Leader, David Crisafulli, on their views against a $3.4 billion stadium to be built at Victoria Park for the 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games. It's disappointing that the Lord Mayor and his LNP councillors do not have that same approach when it comes to topics that should be bipartisan, you would think. For the last few weeks, our Labor team have called for meaningful conversations around things like domestic violence, period poverty, reproductive leave. We've been shut down because this administration and Lord Mayor struggles to see important issues beyond the debates of this chamber. When we've discussed a stadium at Victoria Park, the Lord Mayor over the last month has continued to flip-flop around his views depending on his audience, it seems. Before the election, he was against a stadium build at Victoria Park. The day after the election, he started boasting about how good it would be. We then saw that extraordinary situation, I think it was 4 weeks ago, maybe 3, in this council chamber, where the Lord Mayor had 3 different positions on the Victoria Park Stadium in one single meeting. He was for it, then against it, then for it again by the end of the meeting over a few-hour period. That was at a time when the Lord Mayor attended council meetings up until 4 weeks ago. I guess that behaviour in that council meeting isn't as bad as the Lord Mayor rejoining a committee, a consultative committee that he in fact never quit in the first place altogether. So I think the people of Brisbane deserve a leader who is clear about their intentions and views, not one who changes their mind based on the politics of it all. We take at a state level the leaders of both the Labor Party and the LNP at their word and should make it loud and clear that they've got this call right about not supporting a Victoria Park stadium. We don't need to see $3.4 billion spent on a stadium when a generation of Brisbane is being raised in the back seats of cars. And we thought we were able to take the Lord Mayor at his word when he said, when signing up to the host city agreement for the Olympics and for years up until April this year, that the focus of these games shouldn't be about flashy big new stadiums, they should be about legacy. They should be about transport, investment in transport, investment in projects that will deliver generational benefits to the people of Brisbane. Investment, we think, in a legacy that should be a suburban legacy that invests in transport, whether that's active or public or road-based transport right around Brisbane, a legacy that invests in community and sporting clubs right around Brisbane as well. We don't want to see a situation where after the state election, if the LNP were to be successful with lobbying from the Lord Mayor, that a Victoria Park Stadium all of a sudden becomes an option again in David Crisafulli's proposed 100-day review of the Olympics, another review of Olympic venues and Olympic planning. So at the moment, we take him at his word, we take the Premier at his word, that the priority for the government, and we think the priority for this council, should not be about pursuing a $3.4 billion plus stadium at Victoria Park, but should be on a broad legacy that we can all be proud of right around Brisbane.
Further speakers? Councillor Chongwa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to rise to speak to this motion. We cannot support this motion as it is clearly not the state government premier or the state opposition leader who have protected Barrabin from being replaced with a massive Olympic stadium. This is one thing clearly missing from this token congratulations. That is, any mention of the communities and residents across the city who have been fighting for green spaces and government overreach on potential Olympic stadiums and venues. A unilateral decision was initially made by the state Labor government to demolish the Gabba Stadium and rebuild a completely new stadium that would have cost probably more than the $2.9 billion final estimate. It is thanks to the community, parents, residents, P&C members and their families who began a grassroots community campaign along with the Greens representatives on the south side to save their school, to save Raymond Park and to stop the stadium rebuild. It was this campaign that consequently stopped a costly new Olympic stadium and forced the state government to refocus their stadium priorities. The same community spirit and drive can be said to the Save Victoria Park Residents Action Group and Hurston and Kelvin Grove Resident Action Group, whose advocacy began years before any talk of a new stadium in Barrabin. Madam Chair, it was these grassroots community campaigns that forced a new state premier to abandon plans for a brand new Olympic stadium and to revert to the original agreement with the International Olympic Committee. This agreement, called the New Norm, is that at least 85% of the stadium infrastructure for the Olympics and Paralympics would already be existing. It is clearly not the Queensland State Premier nor his LNP counterpart stopping a new stadium being built in our precious green space in Barron, but the people of Brisbane who are organising and fighting to have their voices heard. It is these people who do not want billions of dollars being spent on a brand new Olympic stadium. Brisbane residents are experiencing major cost of living pressures. We're in the middle of the worst rental housing crisis since the Great Depression, with over 10,000 people homeless in southeast Queensland tonight, many of them sleeping in Brisbane's parks. There is no doubt that Queensland State Government's secret polling that revealed in a drop support for the 2032 Brisbane Olympics and Paralympics Games from 43% to 38% just in February this year caused great concern to the state government and the International Olympic Committee. This collapsing community support for the Brisbane Olympics and Paralympics clearly made the International Olympic Committee extremely worried. We can see that a very clear message was sent to the state government from John Coates, Vice President of the International Olympic Committee, reminding them of the new norm of there being 85% of existing stadium infrastructure. This is a message that the former LNP mayor, who recommended a major new stadium in Barrabin, did not get it. A message that the current LNP mayor, who is open to a new stadium in Barrabin, also seems to have missed. I note that Ted O'Brien, the former Morrison government special envoy for the Olympics, stated, and I quoted, "It flew in the face of everything we would pitched to the IOC about avoiding a big spend on venues and also broke faith with the people of Queensland who had been assured 2032 Games would not become a spend-a-thon with taxpayers' money." Madam Chair, I cannot support this motion, or we cannot support this motion, as it completely ignores the most important participants in preventing a new Olympic stadium in Barrabin. I would like to thank the residents of Brisbane for their huge effort in fighting against the major new Olympic stadium rebuild and stopping the demolition of the Gabba. I want to also acknowledge Green representatives on the south side who supported and worked with their local community, including Councillor Massey.
Further speakers? No further speakers. Councillor Cassidy, right.
Thanks, Chair. The Greens
sorry,
are posing
Councillor. Sorry.
I think I've already been called.
Yeah.
He's got the call.
Yeah,
I think I was called.
I did allow Councillor Griffiths to speak before.
Hey?
When,
Oh,
the
sorry, I
same
was
thing-
called.
Same thing happened, yeah. My apologies, Councillor Cassidy. Sorry, Councillor Murphy, can you, call out
Sorry.
point of order, please, when you stand up? Thank you.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I was a bit slow off the mark there. Look, I rise to speak on this motion. Administration councils won't be supporting this motion. I'm sure that comes as no surprise. We think that the very concept of this council spending its time congratulating other politicians is a little bit sad and a little bit unnecessary. And we know that this is now a pattern of behaviour that has emerged from the opposition. This is the third motion that they have brought in as many weeks that seeks to congratulate other politicians. It's a bit weird, Madam Chair. First it was Anthony Albanese. They wanted to congratulate him on his great budget. And next it was Mayor Flannery. They wanted to congratulate him on FOGO. And now it's Premier Miles and David Crisafulli they want to congratulate. But we think that it would probably be better, Madam Chair, if Councillor Cassidy just sent them a Hallmark card or something like that, rather than bring motions to the Brisbane City Council and waste all of our time, the clerk's time, the officers who are listening in, their time on these pointless motions, just congratulating politicians, congratulating other politicians. We think it's a real waste. And indeed, on the Olympics, Madam Chair, councillors on this side of the chamber would very well be asking the question, and indeed Greens councillors would be asking the question, what would we be congratulating the Premier for? Would it be for wasting 3 out of the 11-year runway that we had in the lead up to the 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games with discussions and navel-gazing about venues, for having more positions on stadiums than the Kama Sutra? Would it be thanking them for Albion, the stadium that was going to go there? And then, oh no, Brisbane Live, we're going to do that. No, the Gabba, we're going to upgrade the Gabba. Oh no, now we're going to do an independent review and it's going to be Vic Park. Oh no, now it's Mount Gravatt. Should we be thanking them for the circus that the Olympic venues discussion has become, Councillor Cassidy? Should we, and he mentioned the Lord Mayor's supposed flip-flops on this. Well, how many flip-flops have I just listed off, Madam Chair, in the last 3 years? Should we thank the Premier and the Premier's predecessor, Anastasia Palaszczuk, for what the Greens have rightly identified tonight, trashing the reputation of the Olympics in this city? Should we thank them for that? When we won the Olympic Games, people were genuinely enthused, overwhelmed with pride, swelling, with enthusiasm for what this would mean, the biggest event in the world coming to our city. Should we thank them for 3 years that has undermined that position and forced us into the unenviable role now of having to repair the reputation of the Olympic Games in this city? Should we thank them for that? One thing we shouldn't thank the Premier for is for commissioning an independent report and then ignoring 3 of its recommendations. Should we thank them for the RNA, that debacle? Actually, we should thank them for that because it did get rid of one of the worst premiers that we have ever had in Anastasia Palaszczuk, who played politics with the Olympics, who wanted it to be all about her, not about the games, not about the transport legacy, all about the red carpet and the razzle-dazzle. So I don't know, Madam Chair, what we should be thanking the Premier, who sat in the cabinet room when all of these bad decisions were made or discussed. But we do thank him for starting the repair work. We do thank him for changing course on the direction of the Games, which was headed towards, I think, a very bad place. We think that the Independent Infrastructure Authority is a fantastic suggestion. It was the Lord Mayor's suggestion from the very beginning, and it is what we sought to have happen right when Mayor Quirk led the push, along with the Council of Mayors, to get the Games for South East Queensland. The 3 years that we have lost have been because we did not have a properly constituted independent authority to conduct the selection of venues and then the selection of transport legacy outcomes to support those venues. And we think the Independent Infrastructure Authority will be a fantastic long-term outcome. It will mean that experts can make decisions about venues and infrastructure, not politicians. So, Chair, there is nothing more lame than politicians thanking other politicians. They can do that in their own time. They can do it with Facebook posts, Instagram. They can tweet it on X. we have no issues with Councillor Cassidy doing that on his own private time, but bringing these kind of motions into the Brisbane City Council is a waste of time and not appropriate. Finally, Madam Chair, just on Councillor Chong Wa's contribution, I spoke before about she spoke about collapsing support for the Games in this city. Well, where we agree with Councillor Chong Wa is that there is lower support for the Olympic Games definitely in Brisbane than there was 3 years ago. Where we disagree is that there was some kind of genuine community uprising or swelling of angst about the Games. What the Greens did was politically mobilise against the Games, and they used the Gabba rebuild to bring people on board for that campaign, particularly around things like the East Brisbane State School. So it is one thing to identify that there is lower support for the Games now. It is another thing to fail to identify that your political party is the primary cause of lower support for the Games, and the decisions that you made to politicise the Games and its infrastructure, bad as those decisions might have been, and as critical of those decisions as we might have been as well. So, Madam Chair, Administration Councils won't be supporting this motion, and we won't be supporting any motions similar that come to the chamber in the near future.
Are there any further speakers? Okay. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. He sure spoke for a long time for someone who thought we shouldn't be debating this at all. Old giggles over there. Obviously, Councillor Murphy missed the point about what this motion was about. It's about Victoria Park, about stadium in Victoria Park. He couldn't quite sort of comprehend what this was about, and he was sort of musing over there about what we were seeking to congratulate, and that's a bipartisan approach. And what we heard from the Greens is that it's not good news when a government listens, because it doesn't suit their political narrative around this issue. So what we have, now we've got is the Greens opposing a motion congratulating a government for opposing a stadium that they also oppose, just for a political point, I guess. So what we have seen throughout this debate, and I acknowledge there's lots of community groundswell around the Olympics and around stadiums, and the government fundamentally listened. And then what we've seen is this cessation of hostilities and the depoliticisation, I guess, at a state level around the location of a stadium and an acceptance of a position. And the point about bringing motions to this council, I know Councillor Murphy particularly, Chair, dislikes when other councillors debate things and speak on things, and is sort of outraged that anyone has an opinion other than his own. He's always been like that, but it's not going to stop us or dissuade us from raising issues in lots of different ways. He mentioned the motion, we talked about FOGO and congratulating the Moreton Bay Council because they are leading on this, and we are looking to other councils and going, here are progressive leaders doing good things. We wish ours would do that. We look up the road to William Street and see an LNP leader swallow his pride and say, OK, sure, he will come on board with what is clearly the community's position on this. But Councillor Murphy hates that, really, really hates that, because he's grown up in student politics out there at UQ or wherever he did student politics. He never quite graduated from that in the rough and tumble of his student politics and then the internal factional politics of the LNP. So I understand his outrage.
It is fair enough.
I understand the outrage that he has sometimes in being forced to sit here and listen to motions that are important to the people of Brisbane. And I think they have, over the last 6 months, 12 months particularly, made clear that they thought this was an important issue. Yeah. And the challenge we have sitting here is that there is no certainty going forward, particularly when you have what will be a very tough election for the Labor Party at a state level. All the polls are suggesting that that government won't succeed in October. If you look at the polls, the one out today, it would suggest that David Crisafulli may become Premier. And so he has said that he doesn't support the Victoria Park Stadium. He has, on the edge, sort of said he may include that, though, in his review if he is elected. And then we've got this cheerleader, he's not with us, not here. I think he left the chamber at 3:50 p.m. Yes. But we have a cheerleader here in Adrian Schrinner at every opportunity pushing this stadium. Yeah. So the importance to us from lots of different angles over the last month is to try and land council on a strong position which is in line with what both the LNP and the Labor Party, and I assume the Greens at the state level, all support, and that is to not proceed. I imagine the One Nation and Katter people and the Independent do as well. Yeah. I'm sure it's probably entirely unanimous up at the state level that we shouldn't have a stadium in Victoria Park. We are just seeking, through lots of different creative ways, to get council to that position as well. Because what we are concerned about is having a Lord Mayor, like we do currently, leading from the front and cheerleading for a Victoria Park Stadium and trying to get his factional colleague David Crisafulli into that position if he is to be elected Premier. So I'm sorry, through you, Chair, to Councillor Murphy, we won't be dissuaded from raising important issues in any way we can. Yeah, in fact, we're being encouraged. We're being encouraged by your comments tonight to continue to find new and creative ways to raise these issues, because they are important. They are important. And it's important that council has a strong position. And we heard from the Deputy Mayor earlier, amongst her unfortunate and disrespectful comments earlier, a slightly different position to what the Lord Mayor has, in saying that we think they still support Victoria Park, but we think they also support QSAC, or whatever it was that the Deputy Mayor said. So we know there's not clarity in the Civic Cabinet around this. We know the Lord Mayor flip-flops on his position when it comes to Victoria Park. And we do remain concerned then that interference and that meddling from the Lord Mayor, who is a member of OCOG as well and holds a powerful position in the organisation of the Games itself and a powerful position within the LNP to lobby behind the scenes, David Crisafulli, that we will be back to square one next year if they are elected and having to work through another proposal for a Victoria Park Stadium all over again and again and again, and we'll have the LNP wasting more time in preparing this city for the Olympics. So just a reminder to Councillor Murphy, what this motion is seeking to do is to congratulate both the government and the opposition on their position in listening to the community and rejecting a stadium at Victoria Park, something that passed him by in his comments. He didn't talk about the stadium at Victoria Park really at all. Which is understandable, from their position. But that's what we are doing. We are looking at an example of where a government made a good decision, listening to the community. And I don't accept the LNP's outrage on this one bit.
I'll now put the motion. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No.
Division.
A division has been called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Councillors, ayes to my right and noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 5 in favour, 16 against and 2 abstentions.
The motion is lost. Councillors, please return to your seats. Councillors, I draw your attention to the notice of motion at item 7C on the agenda. Councillor Kim, would you please move the motion?
Madam Chair, I rise to move that this council calls upon the Lord Mayor to upgrade Benheim Street, Ormskirk Street and areas surrounding Callumvale District Park in the upcoming 2024/25 council budget.
Second.
It has been moved by Councillor Kim and seconded by Councillor Strunk that this council calls upon the Lord Mayor to upgrade Benheim Street, Ormskirk, I haven't said that properly, Street and areas surrounding Callumvale District Park in the upcoming 2024-25 council budget. Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll keep this one quite brief. The reason why I'm bringing this one up tonight is actually because Ormskirk and Benheim Street are actually, it's quite hard to say sometimes, but they're long roads that look like ditches. They're actually located quite close to very large facilities in the Callumvale area. Basically, ever since I was born and raised as a Callumvale local around these streets as well. I live pretty close to there, but also when I've been around door knocking and talking to local residents that live out that way, when I'm over there at a really big park located near there, which is Callumvale District Park, talk to the dog, at the dog park, I'm talking to locals. When I'm down the street, I am the big park runners as well. We've got a large group around there who use these roads as well, but for a long time, nearly over a decade now, it's looked the same. And the problem that we're experiencing at the moment is large population growth, new townhouse developments that are going in as well. But we've also got a really large school, Callumvale Community College, where I was this morning at a multicultural festival. All the locals are doing a really great job, and our community is growing quite quickly and quite substantially, especially around these roads here. Chair, what we're asking for here is the basic resurfacing of these roads. At the moment, we're looking forward to working very closely with council workers, seeing as I've just gotten into the council. This is one big project that we really want to prioritise, just like we do want to for Ritchie Road as well in Pollara. I really did want to put on the record my thanks to the council officers for their cooperation so far. I'm standing here today because I did want to also place these roads listed here as a priority as well for funding that we would really look forward to. The reason why this is a bit pressing for us at the moment is because lots of residents have actually walked to me and shown me photos of damaged vehicles as well. It's a pretty tough time at the moment. Bills are soaring upwards, and I think residents sort of don't really want to worry about the vehicles and the concerns that they have, trying to take them to high levels of repair that they've had to do for them. This is also to contribute to increased community safety as well, especially out this way. I really look forward to hopefully seeing this one be fixed, hopefully by Christmas time this year as well. We've got the Durrington family who live on this street. They hold their annual Christmas lights there. I think last year it attracted about 1,000 locals who came to view the Christmas lights. I encourage all the councillors maybe at the end of this year, if you wanted to have a look around the local area on these streets as well, you'll get to see what it's like, or otherwise I'd really love to see this road get fixed, and I think a lot of the locals there would really appreciate it off the back end of the great work that the local park right next to there already attracts. That park there, I've never seen it so populated, especially in recent times. We're getting crowds that almost look like South Bank Parkland sometimes as well there. So it's pretty amazing, and we have a really great community. So this is one thing that I think would really be able to service them well. Thank you.
Are there any further speakers? Councillor Givney.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on the motion before us. On April 10, I received a memo from the Lord Mayor asking for my budget submission with a deadline of the 26th of April. The memo said, and I quote, "Submissions received after this date risk exclusion from the budget consideration process." The motion before us today is a budget bid, which I can only assume was included in their budget submissions, which will be considered along with requests from all councillors. Given this, I move a procedural motion that this motion be laid on the table. Thank you.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Givney and seconded by Councillor Dixon that motion at item 7C lie on the table. I will now put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division has been called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Councillors, ayes to my right and noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour and 7 against.
The motion is carried. Councillors, please return to your seats. Councillors, I draw your attention to the notice of motion at item 7D on the agenda. Councillor Strunk, would you please move the motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, that this council calls upon the Lord Mayor to upgrade the intersection of Pine, Archerfield Road and Azalea Street, Richlands, with traffic signals in the upcoming 24-25 council budget.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Strunk and seconded by Councillor Kim that this council calls on the Lord Mayor to upgrade the intersection of Pine Road, Archerfield Road and Azalea Street, Richlands, with traffic signals in the upcoming 2024-25 council budget. Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I move this motion. This motion's actually probably, well, the issue goes back almost 10 years. So I won't be brief, as my council chair extended the chamber. So let me just say that in 2015, a report appeared in the Courier Mail about a family who was badly injured in this intersection, and Councillor Dick at the time decided to bring a motion to this chamber. I don't know if it's this very seat here, in this chamber, that asked that the Lord Mayor of the day, Graham Quirk, upgrade this intersection and paid for in the 2015-2016 budget. So as I say, almost 10 years. Amazing. And still nothing, of course. Okay. In 2016, I was visited by, or I visited a home of a lady whose her daughter and her granddaughter, in separate accidents in this intersection, were almost killed. So it motivated me to put out my first piece and my first election commitment to advocate for an upgrade to this intersection, because it was clearly, I was even at that stage, very early in the campaign, it was clearly an issue that people were wanting to see addressed. Then in 2017, the RACQ data highlights for 2017, right, said that there was, and this is in 1 year, said that there was 6 serious accidents and 10 serious casualties, not casualties, casualties that they said in those words. So there was quite a lot of crash data in that year, and of course in the ensuing years as well as we went forward. And in 2017, right, the main roads highlighted that this was one of the 5 worst crash data hotspots in Brisbane. So there was some. So what did we do? We actually, in 2016-17 budget, some money was allocated. $348,000 was allocated for, we weren't told exactly what the money was for, but we worked out with the help of some advice that there was scoping and a design plan that was set down to happen in that financial year. The next year, of course, I was looking for the funding for it, being that we scoped it and we designed it. But in the 2017-18 budget, there was an additional $246,000 carryover from the previous budget into that budget. So they actually did the design, or not the design, the scoping in the first year, and then they did the carryover, right, for the design. Well, that was good. So I was looking for something to happen in the next budget. Well, it didn't happen. And yet there was more and more crashes happening. And then in 23-24, we got $217,000 allocated for another design, an updated design. So we've had now two designs, one scope, two designs, and still nothing is happening. During the campaign, of course, in 2024, myself, we're advocating for an upgrade, and of course the lady who ran against me, along with the Lord Mayor, in their piece in the Lake News, and other places as well, but in the Lake News, said that they are going to upgrade the intersection. So I hope you support your Lord Mayor. Anyways. And the candidate actually went on to Twitter saying this was the worst intersection and it needed to be upgraded, and she touted that on Twitter as well. So she backed it in. She backed in the who she thought was going to be her Lord Mayor in this chamber. Didn't quite work out that way. And then in March 2024, the LNP advised that they would be upgrading the commitment on that road as well. So they've done it multiple times in multiple pieces that actually came out of the campaign. Now, in the last 2 weeks, there have been two, I call them massive accidents. Now, thankfully, no one died, but there was quite a lot of injuries, and there was quite a lot of cars involved in both accidents, right? One ended actually up on the side, on its side. How that happened, I don't know. But it was quite, when you're looking at the, people actually took pictures and sent them to me saying, when are you going to do something about this intersection? So that's why, I thought that it would be an opportune time to actually raise this and ask the Lord Mayor to finally fund this upgrade in his budget. Hopefully he's already doing it. And I'll congratulate him if he has, because we cannot continue to see the amount of accidents that have happened in this intersection over the last 10 years, I would think would be greater than any other place in Brisbane, honestly. I don't know why there's such bad driving, but clearly it's not just bad driving, it's clear that the intersection is dangerous for all sorts of reasons, and it really needs to be addressed. As I say, it's the worst one in my ward, certainly, and I think it would be the worst in many of the other wards around Brisbane. So I move.
Further speakers? Councillor Gibney.
Thank you, Chair. I wish to rise and speak on the motion before us. On April 10, I received a memo from the Lord Mayor asking me for my budget submission with a deadline of the 26th of April. The memo said, and I quote, "Submissions received after this date risk exclusion from the budget consideration process." The motion before us today is a budget bid, which I can only assume was included in their budget submissions, which will be considered along with the requests from all councillors. Given this, I move a procedural motion that this motion be laid on the table.
Seconded. It's been moved by Councillor Gibney and seconded by Councillor Dixon that notice of motion at item 7D lie on the table. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, no? No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division has been called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Councillors, ayes to my right and noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 17 in favour and 7 against.
The motion is carried. Councillors, please return to your seats. Councillors, I draw your attention to the notice of motion at item 7E on the agenda. Councillor Griffiths, would you please move the motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I move that this council calls on the Lord Mayor to include funding in the upcoming 24-25 council budget for pathway and park lighting at the Acacia Ridge Sports Precinct.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Griffiths and seconded by Councillor Cassidy that this council calls on the Lord Mayor to include funding in the upcoming 2024-25 council budget for pathway and park lighting at the Acacia Ridge Sports Precinct Park. Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think this funding has been very important. I've spoken about it over a number of years. There are 5 points I want to make for this funding. The first point is, one, this council undertook a master plan 5 years ago that was supported by myself and the community, and it included lighting of this park. This is a major park on the south side that is underdeveloped but is overly used. Second thing, my second point for why we need lighting in this park. There was a death in this park 2 weeks ago, in the last 2 weeks. And there have also been previous incidents of incidents in this park where it has been deemed unsafe. And yet we, as a council, want to encourage people to go into the park because we have, and that's my third point, given the facility to Brisbane Racing Club. So Brisbane Racing Club, we gave them a 20-year lease. Brisbane Racing Club sit in the South Acacia Leagues Club and they want to activate the park. And part of the lease agreement that we entered into was that we'd put money in and they would put money in to do the car park and lighting up within the park. So it's actually something that's been through this chamber, something that we've agreed to as a council, but we still haven't implemented. That was my third point. My fourth point is that this is a park that is well used by the multicultural community. We have the Spanish Centre in the park as well. There are many, many events in the park that we as council fund. So if we are funding events in the park and events in the evening, then we should be lighting the park up so that it's safe for people to go to. I think the obligation is on us as a council to make sure that places we're providing and places that we're encouraging people to go to, that they're safe. And finally, I made a commitment in my plan, and I noticed the Lord Mayor was waving my plan around. I took to the local community, and the fourth point is Mortimer Road Sports Park, Acacia Ridge, that we implement 250 car parks, and we do lighting of pathways, and through the park we light that up as well. So it's a commitment that I took to the community, a commitment that the community actually overwhelmingly voted for when they voted me into this chamber. So it's certainly something I'll keep rabbiting on about until it's delivered. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further speakers? Councillor Gibney.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on the motion before us. On April 10, I received a memo from the Lord Mayor asking me for my budget submission with a deadline of the 26th of April. The memo said, and I quote, "Submissions received after this date would risk exclusion from the budget consideration process." The motion before us today is a budget bid, which I can only assume was included in their budget submissions, which will be considered along with requests from all councillors. Given this, I move a procedural motion that this motion be laid on the table.
Seconded. It has been moved by Councillor Givney and seconded by Councillor Dixon that the notice of motion at item 7E lie on the table. I will now put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division has been called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Councillors, ayes to my right and noes to my left, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 17 in favour and 7 against.
The motion is carried. Councillors, please return to your seats. Councillors, I draw your attention to the notice of motion at item 7F on the agenda. Councillor Collier, would you please move the motion?
I move that this council calls on the Lord Mayor to commit funding to an upgrade of the playground in Bulimba Memorial Park in the 2024-25 council budget.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Collier, seconded by Councillor Cassidy, that this council calls on the Lord Mayor to commit funding to an upgrade of the playground in Bulimba Memorial Park in the 2024-25 council budget. Just one moment, please, Councillor Collier. Councillors, if you are having conversations, please take them outside so we can be heard in silence. Councillor, including you, Councillor Strunk, please listen to your colleague. Councillor Collier.
Bulimba Memorial Park and its playground are of great significance to the community that I represent. And not only is it a site of heritage significance, it's also an amazing space that is utilised by thousands of families every single week. It's always busy. It's utilised by over 1,000 members who play with the local soccer club. Shout out to Southside Eagles. The cricket club, of course. Families accessing the beautiful playground. Locals just having a catch-up. Friends having a picnic, or passers-by simply just walking through it and enjoying the amazing space that it is. It's also, of course, home to a very significant RSL memorial, and each of the significant fig trees planted around the border of the park represent local families who went to war and either didn't unfortunately return home, or whose lives were greatly impacted by their service. This park is important. It's also home to many beloved community events like Hocus Pocus and Blues on Bulimba, which attract thousands of families from all across Brisbane to showcase the very best that my community has to offer. Recently, council officers have made me aware of some very significant tree issues in Bulimba Memorial Park more broadly. Some may be aware that, unfortunately, we've had huge issues with the health of the significant figs in the park, and they've been ongoing for a number of years, including multiple either removals, or one fell over last year during the storm, and that's very disappointing. The community is very upset about it, but it's an ongoing issue that council are working to manage. And so presently there's a partial closure of the Bulimba Memorial Park's playground while a tree health assessment is being carried out. This means that a large portion of the playground has been closed for a number of weeks now, and it's proposed to remain closed for a long period of time, as a significant heritage tree overhanging the playground is in very poor health due to disease, stress and damage. I'm advised that this is attributed to a number of factors, and that includes, compaction of topsoil and I guess the issues with the roots from the heavy use of the playground. The significant dead wood in the tree indicates that there are signs of acute and chronic health concerns. So you can see why this is an issue of major concern, given that it overhangs a large portion of a very high-use playground. Council's amazing arborist team advised me that by restricting access to the playground, the tree's root zone would be further protected, and the long-term outcome that's required to improve this significant tree's health is going to be achieved by relocating a big significant portion of the playground equipment to outside of the tree's root zone and elsewhere within the playground. And so I can really appreciate the significance of this tree. It's estimated to be over 100 years old. It is considered highly significant, of course, by council, but of course by my community as well. And so it is located in a high activity space of the playground. So I also know that being a regular user of this amazing playground myself, it's highly utilised, and on council's own figures, they think that over 1,000 people use it every single week. It's extremely popular, and it's a high-use playground from children aged 1 and above, so simply relocating the existing playground equipment really isn't a desirable outcome for my community. This is not your run-of-the-mill, regular suburban playground. This is of great use not only for residents in Morningside Ward but all throughout Brisbane. And I understand this playground has not been upgraded since 2008, which is 16 years ago. I'm also aware that, you know, there is a pool of funding available, the Suburban Enhancement Fund, for playground upgrades. But what I'm proposing to the Lord Mayor, and this should come as no surprise, I've written to the Lord Mayor already about this and I've included it in my budget bid. I am willing to allocate half of the funds that we think would be required to upgrade this playground. It would be significant if council's willing to match that commitment. So I did include a request for funding in my budget submission, as have previous councillors, but since that time, the significant tree issues have arisen. And so now this is a time-sensitive matter. So respectfully, Lord Mayor, I ask that you consider co-funding this playground upgrade with me. As the local councillor, I'll buy the ribbon if you want to cut it.
There's some left over from Kangaroo Point.
Yes, I might have some left over from the Kangaroo Point Bridge, but it would be for the benefit of residents of Morningside Ward and beyond.
Further speakers? Councillor Givney.
Thank you, Chair. I wish to speak on the motion before us. On April 10, I received a memo from the Lord Mayor asking me for my budget submission with a deadline of the 26th of April. The memo said, and I quote, "Submissions received after this date risk exclusion from the budget consideration process." The motion before us today is a budget bid, which we now know is included in the submissions, which is will be considered along with the other requests from all councillors. Given this, I move a procedural motion that this motion be laid on the table.
Seconded. It has been moved by Councillor Givney and seconded by Councillor Dixon that notice of motion at item 7F lie on the table. I will now put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division has been called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Councillors, ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Going to ring the bells? Going to ring the bells? Thank you. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it. The voting being 17 in favour and 7 against.
Motion is carried. Councillors, please return to your seats. Councillors, please return to your seats quietly. Councillors, I draw your attention to the notice of motion at item 7G on the agenda. Councillor Cassidy, would you please move the motion?
Thank you, Chair. I move that this council calls on the Lord Mayor to fully fund the Iron Bump and Lagoon Rehabilitation Plan developed by Council in July 2020 in the 2024-25 Council budget.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier that this council calls on the Lord Mayor to fully fund the Iron Bump and Lagoon Rehabilitation Plan developed by Council in July 2020 in the 2024-25 council budget. Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Chair. I have with me today the Iron Bumpin Lagoon Rehabilitation Plan, which was completed by City Projects Office to fix the Iron Bumpin Lagoon. Now, this plan was completed almost 4 years ago now, and since that time the lagoon has continued to languish. Each year in my budget submission to the Lord Mayor, before the development of this plan, I included an item calling for funding to develop the plan. We secured that funding and it was complete, as I said, in July 2020. And since that time, I have included in my budget submission each year to the Lord Mayor a request for the funding required to fix the lagoon. I've been advised that a cost to carry out the plan, well, the figures are slightly outdated in this plan given its age, would be around $3 million now, which is good value for money given what this plan could achieve for the community. We're not talking about annual funding, we're talking about an expenditure which would, in the opinion of the City Projects Office who developed this plan, provide a long-term solution for the health of the lagoon. The Iron Bumpin Lagoon was altered significantly from its natural state in the 1950s and 1960s by Brisbane City Council to increase the amount of car parking in Sandgate. That's a legacy that both has its positives and its negatives. We have some of the most significant amounts of car parking for a suburban centre, but also it has affected the long-term health of the Iron Bumpin Lagoon. At that time, a concrete wall was installed, replacing what was a graduated natural edge. Since that time, the lagoon has been emptied and dredged twice, to my knowledge, and the last time, I think, was 25 years ago. The lagoon is located in the heart of Sandgate. It's often a focal point for our community, it's a focal point for the lack of maintenance. More recently, more and more people who come and experience the parklands in the lagoon note just how dire a state that this lagoon is at the moment. Following the completion of the Sandgate Neighbourhood Plan, much attention was given to ways in the community, as well as from a council point of view, of how to attract people to Sandgate and support the businesses that make this community unique in Brisbane. We celebrate many events around the lagoon, like the Iron Bumpin Festival, of which you've been to many, Chair, the Sandgate Youth Festival, a more recent festival supporting youth music, Christmas carols, citizenship ceremonies, and many, many other community and private events like weddings happen very often. Outside of these organised events, of course, the lagoon is a place that many people should want to spend a lot of time around, but currently don't, because too often the lagoon is dirty, it's smelly, and at times is dangerous to humans with the high levels of blue-green algae that it grows. The lagoon should be seen as a strategic asset for both the community, but also for council as well. But without maintenance, this asset will be lost from our community, I fear. The lagoon is far from a natural environment these days, but it is home to birds, to fish, to eels, to turtles. It is a unique place in Brisbane. There are very few places where a lagoon and parklands are at the centre of a bustling community. We know over at Bulimba Memorial Park, there's a large park that's at the centre, but we also have this amazing, unique, historic lagoon that's part of that park as well. The development of Sandgate was centred around the lagoon. And when I say the development, I mean European development was centred around the lagoon. And for thousands of years before white settlement, Aboriginal people called this area home. The largest permanent camp in modern Brisbane was situated around the Iron Bumpin Lagoon. It was in fact such an important location in colonial Brisbane that the headquarters for the native police was situated around the lagoon. Given the significant pressure that Aboriginal people were putting on settlers for taking their land. I'm talking about the headquarters for the Native Police for all of the colony of Queensland was located right here at the Iron Bumpin Lagoon. That camp and those people offered so much resistance to settlers that it took decades from the first settlement to an established settlement, because every time somebody, for instance, like Thomas Dowse, which another lagoon is named after, tried to settle there, they were chased off, in some instances speared away. It was a deal that the Ninggi people did with the Turrbal people in terms of Ninggi people from Redcliffe came over and supported the Turrbal people in the Sandgate area, which actually led to some retribution on some settlers from a man called Dundalai from the Ninggi people, who then, as a form of punishment, was also the last person ever to be hanged publicly here in Brisbane in what we now know as Post Office Square. So this little lagoon in this little suburb of Brisbane has some incredible history. Much time has passed, of course, since those events, but we can't let this amazing little lagoon become a stagnant puddle. The management plan that was developed is a good one. It's one I support. It's comprehensive and recommends solutions that will ensure the lagoon is there for generations to come. When I first started to get very serious about developing a rehabilitation plan and then a management plan and getting a project, I invited the then chair of the Environment Parks Committee, Councillor David McLaughlin, out, and we visited the site and walked around the site and agreed that an approach that would need to be taken would see some significant changes to the lagoon and would require us to work together for there to be a bipartisan approach in which there'd be no point scoring between a Labor councillor and an LNP mayor, and we agreed to that. I then subsequently had Councillor Cunningham out there when she became Environment Parks Chair, and we also did the tour and looked at it and agreed that something needed to be done, and this plan was developed, and now Councillor Davis is the Chair. And unfortunately we haven't seen this progress from the plan to funding, and I'm not blaming any particular chair. I know that the decisions around allocating funding for projects like this rest with the Lord Mayor, hence the motion today is seeking for me to seek the support of my colleagues here in the council chamber to send a message to the Lord Mayor that we think this is something that is worth funding. Under the City of Brisbane Act, the Lord Mayor has the sole responsibility to deliver a budget, and as I said at the outset, I have included a request for funding for the Iron Bump and Lagoon Rehabilitation Plan in my formal submission to the Lord Mayor, but today I'm seeking the support of Council to lend some weight to that call that I've already made and making this a priority for the Lord Mayor, because it's certainly a priority for the community I represent. I'll now hand over to Councillor Givney. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Givney.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on the motion before us. On April 10, I received a memo from the Lord Mayor asking me for my budget submission with a deadline of the 26th of April. The memo said, and I quote, "Submissions received after this date risk exclusion from the budget consideration process." The motion before us today is a budget bid, which I can only assume has been included in the submissions, which will be considered along with requests from all councillors. Given this, I move a procedural motion that this motion be laid on the table.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Givney and seconded by Councillor Dixon that the motion at item 7G on the agenda lie on the table. I will now put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division has been called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 17 in favour and 7 against.
The motion is carried. Councillors, as there is no further business, I declare the meeting closed.